Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
That's too much, man!
What? It's a bold strategy. It's a bold strategy, God. Let's see if it pays off for him.
What now?
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Margo. Gentlemen.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What you talking about?
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
It's a great day for being sad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
prudent at this juncture.
Right now.
Do you know what we're here for?
A fucking bitch.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This is not language. Please.
I see that you know your judo.
Immediately, if not sooner.
China? China. Have to have my China.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Give me a joke.
Winter is coming.
Well, look at us. Here we are, once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space in this never-ending void we call the Milky Way galaxy. So much to do, So much to see. We better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. Otherwise, you might go floating off to that dark abyss. Well, good to see you all. I was slightly distracted today, a lot of stuff going on. I didn't even hand out medals in the chat, but Charlie Janmir was first, Mono up second, and Styx Dragon Sharon third. Aaron W. a close fourth. I also see Del Silverde in chat, Jerry McLean, Bob Garmity, Tracy Eva, Pitchforks Dragon, Orb Vroomer, PB, Tamara Chance, Hermit Horologist. I think that's the whole list, although I am on top chat, so I could be totally wrong. Either way, good to see all of you folks here today. I'm afraid we are nearly at threat level midnight. That's right, Doomsday Clock has been updated. And the situation is dire. Where will we start today? Geez, I can't even imagine. So many places that we could start, but there is one place we often start. That is the United States. Guess we better get right into it. And the way we are going to do that today is by looking at some videos of a woman who we are going to be looking at, I'm afraid, and listening to. Both are going to be tough, I think, for everyone. But yeah, we're going to be seeing this lady quite a lot. I'm going to just point that out right now. One Caroline Leavitt, the new White House press secretary. God damn it, we're going to have to listen to this woman all the time. We're going to have to Sarah Huckabee Sanders her and get somebody else, although Sean Spicer was no better. I'm being optimistic with no evidence for it. All right, let's do it.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we? Good to see all of you. It's an honor to be here with all of you. A lot of familiar faces in the room, a lot of new faces. And President Trump is back. And the golden age of America has most definitely begun. Before I take your questions, I would like to point out to all of you once again have access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. There has never been a president who communicates with the American people and the American press corps as openly and authentically as the 45th and now 47th president of the United States.
Now, one thing I'm going to need from all of you is to help me, because I've been trying to figure out who we can sort of, from, you know, some sort of fictional lore compare her to, because of course we had Aunt Lydia, right? You know, we had Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and very quickly I think the Aunt Lydia meme started. I have not yet figured out a character for her. Hopefully one of you will be able to help me out on this one.
When you're up here in this briefing room speaking to the American public, do you view yourself and your role as speaking on, advocating on behalf of the president, or providing the unvarnished truth that is, you know, not to lie, not to obfuscate to the American people?
I commit to telling the truth from this podium every single day. I commit to speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people, and that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years. Many of
Wait, that's not your job. Your job is to tell us the truth. She's saying she's going to give us truth, but I am already skeptical about that one.
Is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years, many of the lies that have been told to your faces in this very briefing room. I will not do that. But since you brought up Truth Seek, I would like to point out, while I vowed to provide the truth from this podium, we ask that all of you in this room hold yourselves to that same standard. We will call you out when we feel that your reporting is wrong or there is misinformation about this White House. So yes, I will hold myself to the truth, and I expect everyone in this room to do the same.
I am already excited to try and watch her hold herself to the truth. Let's see how this goes. First, press briefing. She's Kristen Dunst from Fargo. Okay.
Thanks, Caroline.
Sure.
Isn't it Kirsten?
How long is this pause going
It is
to
Kirsten.
last?
You wrote Kirsten. I wrote
And how is
Kristen.
the Trump administration recommending that organizations that rely on federal funding make payroll, pay their rent in the meantime?
It is a temporary pause, and the Office of Management and Budget is reviewing the federal funding that has been going out the door. Again, not for individual assistance, but for all of these other programs that I mentioned. I also spoke with the incoming director of OMB this morning, and he told me to tell all of you that the line to his office is open for other federal government agencies across the board, and if they feel that programs are necessary and in line with the president's agenda, then the Office of Management and Budget will review those policies. I think this is a very responsible measure. Again, the past 4 years, we've seen the Biden administration spend money like drunken sailors. It's a big reason we've had an inflation crisis in this country.
Sailors.
And it's incumbent upon this administration to make sure, again, that every penny is being accounted for honestly.
I love that. I love that analogy that she's using. Like drunk. Well, I guess it's a simile. Fantastic. Drunken sailor, she says. It's quite an apt analogy, not for the Biden administration actually, but when she starts saying things like drunken sailors, my mind immediately goes to one Peter Hegseth, drunken sailor, who is now going to be heading the Defense Department. I'm sure he'll be fine with spending.
This pause with so little notice. Why not give organizations more time to plan for the fact that they are about to lose, in some cases, really crucial federal funding, at least for a period of time?
There was notice. It was the executive order that the president signed. There's also a freeze on hiring, as you know, a regulatory freeze, and there's also a freeze on foreign aid. And this is, again, incredibly important to ensure that this administration is taking into consideration how hard the American people are working. And their tax dollars actually matter to this administration. Just during this pause, DOGE and OMB have actually found that there was 37...
Yeah, our tax dollars matter to the administration in the sense they don't want to give them back to us so much. At least certainly certain people don't deserve them in their mind. I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. It's fascinating. This is already going super good here for Caroline.
Dollars that was about to go out the door to the World Health Organization, which is an organization, as you all know, that President Trump, with the swipe of his pen in that executive order, is no longer wants the United States to be a part of. So that wouldn't be in line with the president's agenda. DOGE and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million.
Right now, the two agencies that she just listed, the OMB, doesn't have a leader right now because, of course, Russ Vought has, and apparently it's vote. People keep saying vote, so I'm going to try and say it wrong every time. So Russ Vought, it hasn't even been confirmed yet by the Senate, and the DOGE is not even a real. I mean, I guess it's a real federal administration. It's all a little weird already. Not making a ton of sense here, Caroline.
Taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money. So that's what this.
Wait, I'm sorry. Preventing mass starvation, attempting, not even succeeding, but just trying to prevent mass starvation in Gaza. That's a waste of money. Wow, Caroline. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh my God. I know you deserve 2 more support characters. Have you noticed I started you off with a Gary? Because you're owed one from last stream. Let's go to the Galactic Cantina. Get us some more. What's that? So 2. And 7? Okay. What next? Oh, we're going to be listening to Caroline for a little bit here. I think it's important for us to familiarize ourselves with this woman. And, yeah, this might be the best way to do it.
Stripping security details for figures like John Bolton, Pompeo, Brian Hook. Senator Tom Cotton said that he's seen the intelligence and the threat from Iran is real for anyone who played a role in the Soleimani strike. He voiced concern it wouldn't just impact those individuals, but potentially their family, innocent bystanders, friends, anyone who's near them when they're out in public. Is the president open to reconsidering his decision?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday, and he was firm in his decision despite some of the comments that you had referenced. And he's made it very clear that he does not believe American taxpayers should fund security details for individuals who have served in the government for the rest of their lives. And there's nothing stopping these individuals that you mentioned from obtaining private security. That's where the president stands on it. I have no updates on that.
Is there any concern that this decision might jeopardize the administration's ability to hire the best advisors for these kinds of positions in the future?
No, in fact, I've talked to the Presidential Personnel Office, who has told me directly that there is such an influx of resumes for this administration that it's incredibly overwhelming. There is no lack of talent for the Trump administration. Reagan Reed,
would he take any responsibility if anything happened to these people? Would he feel at all that his decision was a factor in that?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday. I defer you to his comments.
Already? Already, Caroline? Really? Already not answering? Already giving us the non-answer? Really, Caroline? Come on.
Come on!
It's your first press briefing. You can't answer questions already? That's not a good start. It's a bad start, Caroline.
On foreign policy, Caroline, on foreign policy, if I may, the president's commitment to the NATO Defense Alliance, is it as strong as the prior administration? Is it the same as when he served as president in his first term in office?
As long as NATO pays their fair share, and President Trump has called on NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5%. You actually saw the head of NATO at Davos last week on Bloomberg television saying that President Trump is right, and if Europe wants to keep itself safe, they should increase their defense spending. I would just add that there was no greater ally to our European allies than President Trump in his first term. The world for all nations in Europe, and of course here at home, was much safer because of President Trump's peace.
With this kind of talk, I feel like this means I mean, I'm probably being way, way too optimistic, but it sounds like the United States is going to cut defense spending. I don't know. Should be fascinating to see. Are we done with? No, we're not done with Caroline. But one thing I want to point out to you, I think Caroline might be a DEI hire. She doesn't seem super qualified right now. Not doing a great job with this. Better email that email address. What was it again? DEItruth@something.org.
Or Head Start or disaster aid.
Again, it does not affect individual assistance that's going to Americans.
To follow up on Nancy, do you think there will be a list of who is affected and how much money is affected? How will these contractors and organizations know if they are actually having their funding frozen? And then secondly, if you're willing, can you just clarify, is the end goal of this to essentially challenge Congress or to prove that the president can withhold federal funding? In other words, is this an attempt to pick a fight to prove that he can do this?
No, absolutely not. As it says right here in the memo, which I have, and I'd encourage all of you to read it, it says the American people elected President Trump to be the president of the United States and gave him a mandate to increase the impact of every federal dollar. This memo requires federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs and supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. The American people gave President Trump an...
Yeah, but they can review it while not stopping funding, right? And that's the difference here, Caroline. You seem to be evincing. Because, of course, according to this executive order of yours, this very broadly worded executive order in your hands. It basically is supposed to stop all federal funds. Carolyn's doing a great job, and by great, I mean horrible.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. Can you give us an update on the president's plans for his tariff agenda? He spoke a lot about this yesterday, and there's a couple of dates coming up that he's spoken.
This room is so packed.
February 1st, he's alluded to both the potential for.
It is insane. I don't think I've ever seen the White House press briefing room this packed. I mean, it is. Wow, it is shoulder to shoulder in here. People are practically sitting on each other's laps.
For Canada and Mexico, but also China, to take effect on those days. What's he thinking about that?
Yeah.
Should those countries expect that?
Again, he was asked and answered this question this past weekend when he took a lot of questions from the press, and he said that the February 1st date for Canada and Mexico still holds.
What about the China 10% tariff that he also had mused about last Tuesday going into effect on the same day?
Yeah, the president has said that he is very much still considering that for February 1st.
Separately, yesterday he talked also about sectoral tariffs on, for instance, pharmaceuticals as well as semiconductor computer chips. He talked about steel, aluminum, and copper. What's the timeline on those? Is that a similar sort of coming days thing?
Yeah, so when the president talked about that in his speech yesterday, that actually wasn't a new announcement. That was within a presidential memorandum that he signed in one of the first days here in the White House on his America First trade agenda. So there's more details on those tariffs in there. As far as a date, I don't have a specific date to read out to you, but the president is committed to implementing tariffs effectively, just like he did in his first term.
Finally, he also was asked on the plane when he gaggled about the potential for a universal tariff. He was asked maybe about 2.5%. There was a report about that. He said he wanted much bigger than that. Should we understand that these tariffs would add up? You know, in other words, you might have country-specific tariffs like Canada, Mexico, China. You might have sectoral tariffs like on pharmaceuticals, as well as a potential universal tariff on top of that. Do these stack on one of the other?
Oh my God. This is like the first time I'm hearing about this pharmaceutical tariff. But that, oh God. Oh my God. Are we really considering tariffing drugs coming into this country? We already have an unaffordable healthcare system. We're talking about tariffing medical supplies? Oh my God. Wow.
Pharmaceuticals, as well as a potential universal tariff on top of that. Do these stack on one or the other, or would one sort of take precedence over another?
All I can point you to is what the president has said on this front. The February 1st date for Canada and Mexico, also the China tariff that he has discussed. He rejected the 2.5% tariff. He said that was a little bit too low. He wants it to be higher. I'll leave it to him to make any decisions on that front. Phil Weigman.
What the Mexicans and Canadians have done so far, do you have any comment on whether that has met the bar, what he wants to see on fentanyl? Thank you.
I won't get ahead of the president again on advocating to foreign nations on what they should or shouldn't do to get away from these tariffs. The president has made it very clear, again, that he expects every nation around this world to cooperate with the repatriation of their citizens, and the president has also put out specific statements in terms of Canada and Mexico when it comes to what he expects.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem to be the vibe right now. We're going to deport everyone back to their parent countries of origin. And Donald Trump is going to do whatever the fuck he wants on that one. And it seems to be his number one threat is tariffs. If you don't take them, you're going to be tariffed.
In terms of border security, we have seen a historic level of cooperation from Mexico. But again, as far as I'm still tracking, and that was last night talking to the president directly, February 1st is still on the books. Phil.
She's the female Matt Miller. Actually, Mark Rubio is the female Matt Miller now. Actually.
April.
Caroline, welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you.
Several questions.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Will minority-serving institutions, preferably colleges and universities, have those monies held back temporarily at this moment?
Again, I have not seen the entire list because this memo was just sent out. So I will provide you all with updates as we receive them, okay?
Also, secondly, when it comes to immigration, there is this southern border focus. What happens to those who've overstayed their visas? That is part of the broken immigration system. In 2023, there was a report by the Biden administration, the Homeland Security Department, that said overstays of visas were 3 times more than usual. Will there be a focus on the overstays for visas as well?
If an individual is overstaying their visa, they are therefore an illegal immigrant residing in this country, and they are subject to deportation.
And also, lastly, as we're dealing with anti-DEI, anti-woke efforts, we understand this administration is thinking about celebrating Black History Month. Have you got any word on that? Anything that you can offer to us?
As far as I know, this White House certainly still intends to celebrate, and we will continue to celebrate American history and the contributions that all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or creed, have made to our great country, and America is back.
And America is back. Wow. What a sentence to say in the middle of talking about deporting part of America. 500,000 people, according to, who was it? I can't remember now. Where's that statistic from? Yeah, it's a governmental organization. According to HLS themselves, Homeland Security, there's at least approximately 500,000 people in the United States on overstayed visas. Just suddenly, I guess, gonna be deported. Oh no, we got more. I'm sorry, we got more from Caroline. I forgot. She was answering all the questions, or at least trying to here. Let's see how this one went.
Peter.
Very quickly, just following up on the question on immigration first. President Trump, during the course of the campaign in 2024, said the following about illegal immigration. He said, "They're going back home where they belong, and we start with the criminals. There are many, many criminals." NBC News has reported ICE arrested 1,179 undocumented immigrants on Sunday, but nearly half of them, 566 of the migrants, appear to have no prior criminal record besides entering the country illegally. Is the president still focused exclusively, which is a civil crime, it's not criminal?
It's a federal crime.
So I'm asking, though, he said he was going to focus on those violent offenders first. So is violent offenders
It can be federal and civil at the same time, Caroline.
The president has said countless times on the campaign trail, I've been with him at the rally.
Now, unfortunately for all of us, Caroline has no background in things like law. She has like a bachelor's in communication from what I believe is a Catholic school. So, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough 4 years if she makes it all 4 years. Did Donald Trump have 3 press secretaries? I can't remember now. Was it Sean Spicer? It was Sarah Huckabee. I could have sworn there was a third one. Anybody?
These people to be deported.
The president has said countless times on the campaign trail, I've been with him at the rallies, I know you've been there covering them too, Peter, that he is focused on launching the largest mass deportation operation in American history of illegal criminals. And if you are an individual, a foreign national, who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal. And so therefore, you are subject to deportation.
I apologize for interrupting. So to be clear, it's not violent criminals do not receive precedence in terms of the deportations taking place.
The president has also said 2 things can be true at the same time. We want to deport illegal criminals, illegal immigrants from this country, but the president has said that, of course,
so overstaying your visa, that's a criminal.
Criminal drug dealers, the rapists, the murderers, the individuals
and the people who've overstayed their visas, right? That's a crime. You just got done saying that. I mean, you can list off all these other crimes, but you just got done telling us it doesn't matter if it's an actual, what do you call it? I'm also not a lawyer, but a non-civil or a civil crime doesn't matter to her. But she's got to remind us that there are some people who are committing non-civil crimes. Oh, thanks, Caroline.
Committed heinous acts
heinous.
In the interior of our country. And
so
who have
heinous.
Terrorized law-abiding American citizens. Absolutely, those should be the priority of ICE, but that doesn't mean that the other illegal criminals who enter...
That's right, Tommy Lauren. I'm way off. Oh my God, I forgot all about Tommy. I would take Tommy over Caroline, I think. Caroline is already unbearable. Actually, they're both unbearable. I take it back. What are the options, exactly? What are the options? Oh, thank you for... I did not do very much for the thumbnail, not gonna lie. But thank you, B-Cat. It's an Office reference. It's just because they updated the threat clock, the doomsday clock, earlier today, I think. So that's why I decided to use that thumbnail today. It felt right. It does feel right now. Alright, last story on Caroline for now. We'll be going back to, I'm sure, in the days to come.
I was just in Caroline Leavitt's first briefing as the White House press secretary. Not a surprise, given it was essentially must-see TV during Trump's first term, that this room behind me, the James Brady briefing room, was essentially packed with standing room only around the chairs that you see on TV. I was in the front row, and a lot of the questions today focused on that memo that was issued last night, pausing all federal funding, essentially trillions of dollars that is spent by all of the government agencies. It's already been appropriated by Congress, meaning the money is already there for these programs, but they put a pause to it, saying that they want to review it and make sure it fits in with the Trump agenda. It's caused a lot of confusion, and a lot of people are seeking clarity. Democrats on Capitol Hill are saying Trump doesn't have the legality to do this, but I asked Caroline Leavitt about that matter. She says it was the White House counsel who advised Trump that, yes, he did have the authority to do so. Expect legal challenges
Who is
to
White
this,
House counsel
as there are
right
a lot
now?
of questions about
Trying to
what it's
remember.
going to affect. Veterans organizations, homeless shelters, disaster relief. There are so many agencies that are being touched by this pause. And really a big question, they say it's temporary, but the White House could not say exactly how long it could last.
Yeah, and we're going to talk more about that coming up here. But first, we're going to talk a couple
curious,
of
why
other...
Nashville? Why
excuse
did
me.
you guys choose Nashville? From groups like the neo-Nazi...
Did I say pause? I said pause, right? Yeah, thank you. I need a third emotional support character already? That's quick. That's very quick. There's our last video on Caroline. Thank you, Caitlin. Okay. What next? Alright, I have to give you another support character already. So fast. You're exhausting the GCU in such short time. Oops. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see here. I think I have to skip these right now because I started so late. So I'll go here. Let's go to WRAL from a day ago to start talking about the immigration crackdown, which was already mentioned in those White House press briefing questions.
If you're here illegally, if you broke our laws, then you're going to be targeted.
What is this turd's name?
And beyond its borders, President.
I feel like I know so many names in politics, but I cannot remember this guy's name. Or who he is. I don't even... I know I've seen this dude's face so many times I should know his name.
If you're here illegally, if you broke our laws,
Why is this so goddamn quiet?
You're going to be targeted.
Across the U.S. and beyond its borders, President Donald Trump is cracking down on illegal immigration. ICE reports almost 1,000 arrests and more than 500 detainers yesterday. Those numbers are from at least Metro Atlanta, Puerto Rico, Colorado, L.A., Austin, and Chicago. They follow news that ICE agents now have a quota.
Scott Jennings, thank you.
Other
I knew I
federal
could count on the
agencies
space
are helping
fams.
find undocumented immigrants. The border czar says violent criminals were the targets of a Chicago blitz. The Illinois governor says he'd be fine if it had stopped there, but he says authorities also went after people whose only crime was entering the U.S. illegally.
They're going after people who are law-abiding, who are holding down jobs, who have families here, who may have been here for a decade or 2 decades, and they're often our neighbors and our friends.
Meanwhile, a feud between Trump and Colombia's president might be dying down. Colombia says it's resuming acceptance of U.S. deportation flights. That's after its refusal to accept 2 of them led to both countries' leaders threatening hikes on tariffs. Some analysts worry such increases would force Americans to pay higher prices for certain goods.
The only way that Donald Trump knows how to, quote, lead is by acting like a bully.
He's putting the rest of this hemisphere on notice that you are not dealing with the same president that you were.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
David Warrington is White House counsel. Well, these These deportations and ICE raids are happening all across the country right now. Literally from one coast to the next. David Warrington, though. Let's see, who is this guy? Oh, he's a Ron Paulite. He was the general counsel for Ron Paul's presidential campaign. Oh, and then he was also... He also represented Mike Flynn and John McEntee and other Stop the Steal organizers. Of course, he's going to be the White House counsel. That makes sense. And of course, he's going to say Donald Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's the king, of course. Oh, yeah. There's a sound legal opinion from him. Oh, so glad we have that. Oh, God. It's going to be a fucked 4 years. Now, StreamLord, don't get pessimistic already. We're only half an hour in. Oh, I forgot to give you your support character, didn't I? I rolled for it, but I didn't give it to you. Let's go here, and then I'll do that.
We're tracking down the illegal alien criminals. We're detaining them, and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies, and we're moving forward very fast. They're very dangerous people. You know, I think my campaign, I really focused on the border more than anything else. A lot of people said the biggest thing was inflation and the economy, and then maybe the border was third. I always felt the border was first, because I felt that people could really understand that you can't have people pouring in from the prisons all over the world and from mental institutions all over the world and dumped into our country. So I talked about that much more so than I did inflation. I mean, inflation was terrible. It was the worst. I think it was the worst in the history of our country. But you can only talk about it so long. You know, the price of apples doubled, the price of bacon is quadrupled, the price, everything is a disaster. I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because, I don't know. I think I'm not allowed to run again. I'm not sure. Am I allowed to run again, Mike?
Wow, what a speech here. He covered so much in such a short amount of time. Actually, inflation is really tough to deal with, and I'm not going to be able to solve it. Also, deporting everybody. And also, can I run for a third term, Mike? Anybody fill me in on that? Wow. So many things in such a short period of time right there. How do we unpack all of that? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, this is me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Alright, let's talk some more about those deportations which are happening. ICE raids all over the country. We'll start in the West Coast and we'll move east. How's that sound? Bad? Well, sorry, we can't skip it. Starting in San Jose.
In the South Bay, during a raid, ICE agents made some arrests. Quran 4's Charles Clifford is live for us now in San Jose. He has the details.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon. The Rapid Response Network in Santa Clara County, a nonprofit that tracks ICE activities, says that they spotted agents in 2 different locations this morning, potentially making at least 1 arrest. This comes after ICE agents were seen in San Jose yesterday. This is video recorded on Sunday near Story Road and King Road. It shows what appears to be ICE agents operating near a Target store. Only a handful of agents were seen, and this does not appear to be a large-scale operation. The Rapid Response Network, which was at the scene, has said they believe the agents were targeting specific individuals with at least one person being...
I cannot tell, but this dude looks like Tom Homan. Is this dude just gonna fly across the country for every individual ICE raid? Actually, maybe that'll slow things down. I approve. Even though the carbon footprint's probably terrible. Jesus Christ. I feel like these ICE raids have basically been just an opportunity for these sort of horrendous, like, PR opportunities for these psychopaths.
Detained. Over the weekend, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan said in a statement that the police department was notified that ICE was carrying out an operation in San Jose, adding that, "I sincerely hope that ICE remains focused on enforcement actions related to violent and serious criminals harming our city, not neighbors who are contributing and law-abiding members of our community." The mayor also says that the San Jose Police Department does not assist with ICE operations in any way. The Rapid Response Network says that the activity they observed on Monday morning was happening along Capitol Avenue and near Alum Rock Avenue. They also believe that ICE is targeting... All right, back live now to ICE earlier today to get some comment, maybe some more clarification on exactly what they're doing. They have so far not responded. But for now, in the South Bay, Charles Clifford, Cron.
Okay. Just Cron, not Cron 4, from Cron. It's like Tron, but different. Okay, where are we going next? Okay. We're not going to hit every place that had ice raids. It was we are going to go to at least a few places. This is let's see. This is in New York. New York, apparently.
In the South.
Oh, I meant to go to Chicago first.
And good
Whoops.
afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm Natalie Kutchko. Local
I fucked
officials are speaking out today about the now confirmed presence of federal immigration officials in Monroe County, with visits to multiple spots in the last 24 hours. News 8's Isabel Garcia has been following these reports for us, and she joins us now in the studio with the latest updates. Isabel, what can you tell us?
Oh, God, we just green screened.
Hi, Natalie. Yes, this
We
comes
black
just 1
screened,
week into
gray
a
screened.
flurry of executive...
Perfect. Actually, we can go to Chicago first then. Why is this happening? Why are we being repressed?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What just happened? Why have we pixelated? Why has this been happening lately? I don't even understand. Attack of the Pixel. It gives me the opportunity to keep this going from west to east coast, though, so I'm not mad about it.
In the South Bay, during a raid, ICE agents made some arrests. Cron 4's Charles Clifford is live for us now.
Is it back? It's kind of back. It still looks sort of pixely on my end. I'm also behind. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Chicago. Weird stuff was going on in Chicago. This was the epitome, I would say. Well, maybe not the epitome, but certainly a shining example of the sort of, what do you call it? Of the sort of PR stunt / ice raids that have been going on here. One fake Dr. Phil went to Chicago personally, or maybe he's from Chicago, I don't know. But he was in Chicago. He had to be there. Couldn't miss it. He had to be there for this, apparently.
What's your name? What's your name?
Seda. Seda what? You have a first and last name? Sam. Seda Sam? Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Why is he here? Can anybody answer that question for me? Aside from just being a complete narcissist and feeling like he needs to be in front of a camera constantly so people can see his stupid bald head all the time. Like, oh, why? Why is he here? Aside from that. Is that the reason he's here? Because he just needs attention? He needs to be on camera being an asshole to immigrants? I mean, what? Why the fuck is this man here? It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Where are you from?
Is he working for ICE now? I mean, does he have a Trump admin position I'm unaware of? It just it doesn't make any sense why this man's here questioning somebody on the street of Chicago. It's not like he's here to be a fake doctor right now. He's going to do psychoanalysis for this guy, help him get through this difficult situation. Let's see. Is he going to be helpful at all? Let's see.
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You've been deported before from the United States?
If you're born in Thailand, can't be a citizen.
Never been deported.
Impossible. Impossible to be a citizen if you're from Thailand.
You've been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with?
Charged where?
Before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk to my lawyer.
Yeah, that's the right answer. That's the right answer, my man. I'd like to talk to my lawyer. You tell Dr. Phil to go fuck himself, okay? This is disgusting. This is really disgusting. And the fact that people are, like, gleefully, watching this stuff online, that Dr. Phil feels like this is a thing for him to do to seek attention from, right-wing assholes. Like, it's disgusting. Of course, he's not a real doctor anymore. Sure, he did get a degree, but he is not a psychologist because he hasn't updated his credentials for 2 decades. So, really, I feel like people like him and Dr. Oz who don't actually practice medicine. Oh, I noticed who's here as well still? There's Tom Homan again. Of course, gotta have Tom for every ICE raid. We need the head of ICE at all. We need the border czar for all deportation efforts, one by one. But no, it is disgusting. I think they shouldn't be allowed to market themselves as doctors, right? Dr. Phil, Dr. Oz, all these fake doctors out there who don't actually practice. Gotta stop calling themselves doctors. It should be a crime. All right, let's go a little bit further east to Rochester, New York.
And good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm Natalie Kutchko. Local officials are speaking out today about the now confirmed presence of federal immigration officials in Monroe County, with visits to multiple spots in the last 24 hours. News 8's Isabel Garcia has been following these reports for us, and she joins us now in the studio with the latest updates. Isabel, what can you tell us?
Hi, Natalie. Yes, this comes just 1 week into a flurry of executive orders, nearly a dozen specifically surrounding immigration from the new Trump administration. Now, community leaders I've spoken with who work in spaces with refugees and asylum seekers say while this type of action was expected, the concern lies in the uncertainty of what's next. As new federal executive orders pertaining to a crackdown on illegal immigration roll out, there were confirmed investigations happening in Monroe County. While Rochester is a designated sanctuary city, there is no legal binding to that term. It generally means there are, at the very least, supports in place for those not currently documented.
I am aware of at least 3 now visits in the city of Rochester that are confirmed visits, home visits. Don't know what the details are, don't know what they entail, other than they're going after very specific people in the community. And our understanding at this point in time is they are not people who are criminals, they are family members, they're here either on asylum or other types of status. So we're trying to understand why these individuals are being targeted at this time.
At an unrelated event Monday at City Hall, Mayor Malik Evans tells us the city of Rochester was not given any type of prior notice to the investigation efforts.
I was made aware that there were ICE agents in the region yesterday, both in the city as well and in the county, but we have gotten no indication on what the outcomes of those raids were. The city of Rochester does not participate or not a part of any of the action.
Yeah, Malik, but you could send people there to stop them, technically. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it would cause something of a kerfuffle. But I think since Rochester is a sanctuary city, it would behoove the mayor here to perhaps attempt to stop these raids in the sanctuary city of Rochester, New York. What does sanctuary even mean, Malik? Come on.
That ICE carries out.
Right now, leaders with organizations assisting refugees, asylum seekers, and people with the plethora of other immigration statuses are being encouraged to elevate by educating folks about their rights.
There is obviously a lot of angst in the community. One of the things that I have been telling our community partners is to make sure that those that work with people who might be refugees or might be incoming immigrants is to ensure that they know their rights, because regardless of the rhetoric that you hear, there are rights that people have, and we've been making sure to send that message.
Now the AC...
Yeah, and Rochester, not just a sanctuary city, also former home of Susan B. Anthony and Frederick Douglass. It's actually the place where Rod Serling, a person who we venerate around here, the host of the Twilight Zone, spent his final days. I'm feeling a little Twilight Zone-y right now. Oh, God. Where are the protections for the immigrants? Where are they? Maybe they're here. Maybe Kristi Noem will protect the immigrants in New York City. Let's find out. Why is she in New York City? I don't know. She's from South Dakota. Doesn't make sense. Or North Dakota, whatever. One of the Dakotas. But she was in New York City to help do the ice raids. Makes sense. It's just a PR stunt for all these people, it feels like. They all gotta be there. Gotta be on camera. Jesus. Why is she wearing this vest? Gotta protect herself. A ill-fitting fucking bulletproof vest. She's not even wearing it properly. It's supposed to be tight, and she's wearing it like it looks incredibly loose on her. I don't think that's going to give you the same sort of protection when you wear it like that. All right, let's stay in New York. Go to NBC New York. It's just red MAGA meat.
Well, number
for
one,
the
Joe
base.
Biden's dog has attacked 24 Secret Service.
I forgot about this one.
People. So how many people?
I don't know how this one got in there.
Well, number one, Joe Biden's dog has attacked 24 Secret Service people. So how many people is enough people to be attacked and dangerously hurt before you make a decision on a dog? And
he's not living.
Gotta blast them.
That's a question that the president should be held accountable to.
You're saying he should be
that's
shot?
What the president should be accountable to is what is the
saying.
number? And I would say about Republicans criticizing me, these are the same Republicans that criticized me during COVID. They've criticized me when I've made other decisions in South Dakota to protect my state. And my state today is extremely happy and thriving. We're doing well. We've got
Aside from cricket. Cricket no longer thriving. Because Kristi just loves shooting dogs. She's a puppy murderer. Never forget that. And don't worry, if you do forget it, I'll remind you. Now to NBC New York, or whatever this is.
ICE raids in New York City. I'm Natalie Pasquarella.
And I'm David Usry. The raids happened early this morning.
Yeah, the videos surfaced this morning from two buildings in the city, one in the Bronx, the other in Washington Heights. A show of force as agents with heavy gear rushed into the apartments.
The raids have happened in major cities around the country. ICE saying from Thursday through yesterday, there's been an average of 710 arrests per day.
We have team coverage of these raids. We want to begin tonight with News 4's Andrew Siff live at City Hall with what we've learned at this hour. Andrew.
Right, Natalie. A lot of concern from city lawmakers and in immigrant communities, despite reassurance even from the governor that federal agents were targeting specific suspected criminals today. Still, those images we just referenced of heavily armed federal agents entering New York City buildings. Exclusive video of federal agents swarming into a Washington Heights building. Hours after a similar sting in the Bronx. The show of force startling neighbors like Anderson Martinez's mom.
She was really scared, though. She said there was a loud bang, so I'm assuming they used one of those things where they open the door.
The Homeland Security Department posted videos of the raids and pictures of the new secretary, Kristi Noem, on the streets of New York. Back in Washington this afternoon, Noem defended her agency.
We will be the first line of defense for anybody that's in the American homeland.
But at the city council today, new concerns the raids will drive undocumented immigrants into the shadows.
We're seeing that folks are afraid to go to work and participate in the economy, or they're afraid to send their children to school, or they're afraid to seek out.
100%. There's nothing there. And that's going to be the, you know, like, it's just the tip of the iceberg, right? But it's absolutely the case that these raids are going to send people into the shadows, and it's a large swath of people, because I think that's going to also include probably a lot of dreamers out there, DACA recipients who are now being questioned or even not even questioned. Donald Trump, I think, essentially in multiple occasions, as well as Tom Homan, have been saying, oh, we're just going to get rid of the DACA people, you know, if they have a relative who's legal, or if they don't have, if, you know, we can't separate families, so let's just, you know, deport everybody, right? And so this is going to affect just such a large group of people, and just, like they said, force them into the shadows, the implications of which are not going to be good. You know, if you don't go to your job, you know, you don't send your kids to school, all of these things have societal implications.
Healthcare.
Alexa Aviles is chair of the City Council's Immigration Committee.
What we're hearing is certainly panic in the community and immigrant communities.
Mayor Eric Adams, who was not publicly available today as he takes some time for health reasons, in a statement said the NYPD assisted ICE. We will not hesitate to partner with federal authorities to bring violent criminals to justice.
Eric.
Just as
How did this guy win an election as a Democrat in New York City? This dude is so gross. Everything he says sounds like a Republican. Like 95% of everything he says, to me, sounds like it could have been said by fucking Mark Rubio. And it's disturbing. They need to get this guy out of office immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We have done for years.
Partnering
Governor
with the
Hochul defending what she's seen of the raid as targeted toward a specific criminal suspect.
My understanding is that they had specific names of people who've committed crimes, serious offenders, and those are exactly the people that we want removed from the state of New York.
Kathy,
Immigrants'
you're
rights
not much better.
advocates
Go fuck yourself,
urging
too.
neighbors to be alert.
This is stuff that we have to highly scrutinize, and what we dedicate ourselves to is observing, documenting, witnessing.
And some elected officials are concerned about others who may have been swept up in the raids.
What I'm worried about is all of the other arrests that happened, and who are they? There's reporting that 8 of them have no charges of any crimes.
Yeah.
In Congress.
And I can't remember where it was, but I think it was one of the Carolinas or Florida? I'm pretty sure it was in the South, but like a U.S. citizen, an actual U.S. citizen was arrested, a veteran, and detained over these raids because he refused to identify himself and didn't have proper documentation. I wonder what led them to think he was a illegal immigrant. I'm sure it wasn't anything racist, but like it's not even illegal criminals or even immigrants, right? It's just anybody who the ICE agents deem to maybe be an illegal immigrant, which I hope will win them just a slurry of lawsuits, a flurry, whatever you want to call it. I hope we can snow these motherfuckers out of a budget. Truly do. Start the lawsuits, people.
Goldman telling me he's concerned about the role of the NYPD today. He said it's one thing for them to assist on an arrest of a known criminal suspect. It's another to go along on an ICE raid for different reasons. He's waiting for answers. We're live at City Hall. Andrew Siff, News 4 New York.
Andrew, thank you. A lot of rapidly moving parts.
Yeah, a lot of rapidly moving parts. Disturbing parts. Oh, God. All of this is just horrifying. All right, now we're going to do a little bit of a semicircle around the coast here, skipping the middle of the country. Let's go to Maryland, a little south of New York, where ICE agents were continuing to make raids and arrests
Yeah, so this morning, ICE Baltimore started off. We had we have 4 teams out. So the team that you guys were...
You think Donald Trump will make ICE immune from prosecution? Well, this wouldn't technically... I hear what you're saying. That very well may happen. But that's technically not a prosecution, right? A lawsuit isn't a prosecution. That's a civil case. So that would be completely out of the ground. It's not technically, right? It's about liability, right? And damages and things like that. It's got nothing to do with prosecuting the officers themselves, right? It's just... I'm just saying we need to sue ICE every time they do something that even inconveniences a U.S. citizen, right? And be partially for, just slowing down all of this, right? Just making them have to direct funds to defending themselves in law, in a court of law. And hopefully maybe win some judgments on all of that. That is all I'm saying. I'm not hoping for jail time for any of these people. I don't expect it. And if that's how I made it sound, I am sorry. That is not what I was at all suggesting.
Baltimore started off. We had we have 4 teams out. So the team that you guys were with today, we had our 4 targets initially, where we had our child pornography, our wanted homicide down in El Salvador, our armed robber, and our drug dealer. Now, so far, we've apprehended the man wanted for homicide in El Salvador. We've apprehended the armed robber. We are currently sitting outside and waiting for the conviction for child pornography. We're going to sit on that house for a couple.
Why is this guy grasping his fucking bulletproof vest so tightly? It's weird. It's such a weird pent up vibe. This guy needs therapy. I'm not a therapist myself, but I'm just, opining on what's going on in this dude's fucking head. They're going to hurt someone in the process? Oh, I mean, I'm fairly certain they already have. But I think you mean physically, and I think you're probably right about that, Jerry. Okay, well, we're going to keep going south. Let's go to Florida. One coast to the next. It's a coping mechanism, exactly.
Now at 6, South Florida rattled by the immigration raids this past weekend. And tonight, loved ones of undocumented immigrants say they are fearful for the future.
CBS News Miami's Joan Murray joins us live from Miramar. And Joan, you spoke to people who say they have not been able to contact their loved ones in a while?
Yeah, it's a very unsettling situation here. All day long, people have been coming in to get information on their immigration status. You're going to hear from one woman who is still waiting to hear what happened to her husband. But in the meantime, we can tell you that several people were detained in South Florida over the weekend, and some were brought here to this immigration center in Miramar. We have been trying to find out exactly what has happened to them. We have put in several requests to find out their status. We have not heard back. We have also not learned exactly how many people altogether in the past week have been taken into custody and whether anyone has been flown back to their native land. So all these questions have now been put to the immigration officials in Washington. That is where we are told our requests have been sent. In the meantime, I've also been checking to find out what about children of undocumented immigrants. And finally, today, I got some clarification from the Broward School District.
Porque todo es incierto.
Laura Garcia said she and her husband arrived from Cuba 4 days ago and are seeking asylum. He went into the immigration office, but after several hours, there was no sign of him. She says she's worried about what may happen, especially after South Florida raids over the weekend.
She already had a court date. She was good. Everything's good. He just came in and snatched her.
Wow.
This man said his wife from Venezuela was taken into
illegal.
So they're just completely ignoring the asylum system, everything else. They're just ignoring court dates, which should technically, in my understanding of the law as it relates to immigration, they're essentially just circumventing the law, right? Arresting somebody who has an asylum court date for deportation. Oh God, it's already worse than I was thinking it would be. Just to we should, you know. I try to take everything that they said as seriously as possible leading into this, but wow, I mean, this is about as bad as I could have pictured it, really. And I lost what I was saying because I just started looking at the temperatures. Oh, these look glorious. I wish it was 80 degrees here in the space station right now. Oh, that would be so nice. I'm sorry, I distracted myself.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Custody during a raid in the Miami neighborhood of Brownsville over the weekend, and that 2 construction workers were also rounded up.
I think what's changed is, again, that President Trump got here this time not only with a strong mandate to do what he said he's going to do.
Strong mandate.
But unlike the first time, he now also understands, and you can.
I love how people keep saying the words strong mandate over and over again. It's ringing around in my brain in just a horrifying way because it's not even true. And yet nobody's pushing back on this mandate bullshit as if it's somehow unprecedented win Donald Trump got. It's not. The Republicans barely held the Senate and House. You know, it's ridiculous.
See the importance of putting his people in there immediately to get the agenda done immediately.
President Trump has said agents can go into schools and churches to enforce immigration laws.
Illegal.
We've gotten a copy of a memo from the Broward superintendent to principals. It reads in part, student records are protected under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act.
Yeah.
And that if there are any questions, they should seek guidance from the General Counsel.
Now, I don't know exactly what sort of logistics it would. I mean, I can imagine what it would take, and I've been thinking about it over and over again. But unfortunately, I don't have the funds to do this myself. To be, you know, but some sort of group needs to, I don't know, start monitoring ICE activities, like by drone, right? And alerting people when ICE is planning moving, you know, when they're moving around, right, where they're headed to, and attempt to alert people in the area to prevent these raids from happening. Yeah, I just think that is, you know, at this point, you know, see something, say something, and I don't mean in the traditional sense, the first use of that. I mean, you know, we gotta protect people. I know the logistics of that are quite, you know, overwhelming, but these people are being overwhelmed right now, whether we do something or not.
It's been a busy first week for the Trump administration. Immigration officials say they've been directed to target known undocumented criminals. But many families worry their loved ones will be swept up in this net.
CBS News Miami's Joan Murray joins us live from Miramar, where people facing deportation have a lot of questions tonight. Joan?
Yes, and we can tell you that it has been a very long day here. They're wrapping it up at this immigration office here in Miramar. Now, all day long, we have been trying to get answers from officials here exactly how many roundups have occurred in South Florida, how many people are in custody, and whether
tracking devices. Okay, I think that one would be illegal. I'm pretty sure.
Illegal.
I'd like your creativity, but I'm fairly certain putting a tracking device onto a ICE vehicle would absolutely be a crime. But I think that the law around a drone would be a lot more, much more of a gray area, which is why I'm suggesting that. I've been thinking of, to myself what could be done, and that was the one that came to mind. It's because I think, you know, it could be argued you have a right to fly a drone, regardless of what you're looking at. I could be wrong.
Have already been transported back. However, we have not heard back. Our request was forwarded on to Washington. Meanwhile, a lot of people are here just to check their immigration status. Dozens of people with immigration issues lined up at the ICE office in Miramar. Rico Sanguillome says he waited 2 hours. He said he arrived from Haiti in 2022 and has been working here since, but his immigration appointment went well.
He told me to go home next year. I come back because I have one apartment next year.
Not everyone is fortunate. Over the weekend, this man said his wife was taken in a Brownsville raid in Miami. He said she's from Venezuela and has lived here a few years and was on her way to becoming a U.S. citizen.
She already had a court date. She was good.
Okay, I just realized there's a bunch of already stuff that we've seen or heard here, so we're going to move it on. Let's go to a more sensible place to talk about all these fucking ICE raids. How does that sound? Amy Goodman on the on the case.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to President Trump's crackdown on immigration. The White House says Colombia has agreed to begin accepting flights of deported migrants to land in Colombia after a dramatic standoff between the U.S. and Colombia unfolded on Sunday, with the Colombian President Gustavo Petro turning back 2 U.S. military planes that were carrying deported migrants in shackles, saying immigrants should be treated with dignity. President Trump then imposed new tariffs and sanctions on Colombia, 25% tariffs that he said would go up to 50%. Petro responded with retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports, but within hours, the White House announced a deal had been reached. The standoff with Colombia comes as the Trump administration announces nearly 1,000 people were arrested Sunday as federal agencies carried out immigration raids in Chicago, in Newark, and in other cities. Local communities are pushing back. This comes as the Pentagon sending 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S.-Mexico border, including 500 Marines, where they'll join thousands of National Guard and Reserve forces already deployed there. For more, we're going to Mexico City, where we're joined by Fernando Garcia, founder and executive director of the El Paso, Texas-based Border Network for Human Rights. Fernando, welcome back to Democracy Now! There are so many developments around migration. Talk about the increased militarization on the border for beginning.
Hi, Amy. Thanks for having me again. Well, we see it again. I mean, this is not the first time that we had seen the deployment of the military, the U.S. military to the border specifically. We had seen it multiple times, but this time it seems that it's a little bit different. And however, we're very, very concerned. We don't know what is going to be the scale and the magnitude of the deployment. As you mentioned, we have at least now 1,500 active duty soldiers being deployed specifically in El Paso, where they're going to be trained at the Fort Bliss military base. Then maybe they're going to be deployed in other parts of the border. But it's very problematic in many ways. As you know, we had incidents in the past where the military has been deployed and they had engaged with civilians, both in the Mexican side of the border, but also on the U.S. side of the border. We had the incidents in 1997 in Redford, Texas, where the Joint Task Force 6 Marine unit killed a U.S. citizen, Ezequiel Hernandez. So that is part of the context what we're seeing right now in this deployment under the Trump administration.
And you're in Mexico City. We usually talk to you in El Paso. Mexico refused to accept a U.S. deportation flight like Colombia. But then the White House press secretary, Trump's press secretary, tweeted that they then accepted 4 deportation flights. Can you talk about what's happening in Mexico right now and what President Trump's reestablishing the Remain in Mexico edict for migrants trying to cross into the United States?
You know, listen, it is quite unclear what Mexico specifically is going to do. What we know is what the Trump administration is doing. They're trying to implement 2 different processes towards Mexico. The first one is these return flights that we don't know if these are only Mexicans. Obviously, Mexico had said in the past that they're just going to accept Mexican nationals coming back or being returned and deported. But also the other part of the program is what is called the Remain in Mexico. That means even other nationalities, not only Mexicans, would be sent back to border cities such as Ciudad Juarez, close to El Paso, or Tijuana in California. So that is the two different programs that are actually being implemented in Mexico. Mexico had said it many times already that they are only going to accept Mexican nationals, and they are not necessarily going to accept the deportation to Mexico of other nationalities. However, that is to be seen, as you see.
Yeah, and I think Claudia Sheinbaum has been walking something of a tightrope on this one, because I know she's concerned about tariffs and some of the things Donald Trump has been threatening, but also doesn't want to facilitate for Donald Trump all of these horrifying deportations that he's trying to do. And yeah, it's a fine line. It's a fine line. I at first, when she first said she was going to accept people, I thought she meant everyone, and I think it's fair for her to accept Mexicans back into the country, especially because there's no knowing where they'll be deported to if she doesn't accept them. And I think it's sort of a best of a bad circumstance sort of choice that she's made on that. It's still all just kind of fucked. Hard to
in order to see if
hard to deal with all this, honestly.
Aligns with the interests of the U.S. and should be resumed. Trump's order led to the cancellation of flights for thousands of refugees already approved to come to the U.S., including children and families fleeing war, violence, and persecution. This comes after some 100,000 refugees were settled in the U.S. last year under the program. The order was condemned by the largest refugee resettlement agency in the world, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. Vice President J.D. Vance, who is a practicing Catholic, responded Sunday on Face the Nation.
And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line?
The Conference of Catholic Bishops clarified in statement every person resettled through the refugee admissions program is vetted and approved by the U.S. government, and added government funds do not cover the full cost of the services the agency provides. For more, we're going to Baltimore, Maryland, to speak with Krish O'Mara Vinyaraja, president of Global Refuge, formerly known as Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service. Global Refuge is one of the agencies that received a stop work order on Friday from the Trump administration. Krish, thanks so much for joining us. If you can explain, who are the thousands of refugees all approved to come here, many fleeing persecution in their own countries, but their flights canceled, and then groups like yours, what this means that you've got a stop work order?
I appreciate that question, because I do think there's a lot of confusion and conflation around this issue, and I think people are throwing around the word illegal unfairly.
Illegal.
So refugee resettlement is a system through which individuals, families, cross an international border. They apply through the United Nations or the U.S. Embassy. They wait literally years to go through extreme vetting, so CIA, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, Interpol, in order to go through these background checks, health clearances. Only when they have cleared those hurdles are they admitted to the United States. These are the select few, in that 1% of refugees are ever resettled in their lifetime. And that's the reason why this is the gold standard of legal immigration pathways into the U.S. That is why this program has always had bipartisan support. President Reagan resettled 600,000 refugees during his time in office. And so, for us as the second largest network in the country, it is heartbreaking, because we have 6,000 families, children, who did everything we asked them to do. They came to the U.S., they are here, And now we fear that they are stranded because in terms of keeping a roof over their heads, making sure that their children have access to public schools, making sure that they have even access to food. It is a public-private partnership.
Seems
no
like
one's
some of the
making
most
money off of this.
basic things in life.
We work with community groups, churches, in order to support these families. But we fear what the future holds, because even for our Afghan allies who worked alongside our military, we don't know how we're going to help them come today and tomorrow, this week.
Right. Yeah, this is it's insane. Because they've been talking about wanting to get rid of all the Afghanistan people that came. They were doing it in the first administration. They were talking about it. I don't know if everybody remembers that. But you remember when, then I assume they're going to continue doing that, right? Even though the United States government enlisted their help, caused them to be, making them targets in their own country. And we won't even help them. Won't even help the people that help bring food to our tables. And the church thing. I mean, the fact that they are green-lighting ICE raids in churches. It's insane. It's literally insane. Oh, fucking hell. I don't know how we got here. I do know how we got here. I feel like I'm living in some sort of a surreal timeline. We diverged at some point. Where's Bacula? We need Bacula. We need Bacula yesterdoodle. We need a new timeline immediately.
This is Democracy Now!
If not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
J.D. Vance, Vice President, on Face the Nation on Sunday, he's asked here about the fact that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has now criticized the Trump administration's executive orders on immigration following the Pope's criticism of these deportations, because it's on its face nakedly cruel and anti-Christian, and they like the fact that it's cruel. So I'm not sure what they're pissed about. It's just maybe, I don't know, holding a mirror up to your face, J.D. Vance, late convert to Catholicism.
They run into these things where you generally poll stuff, and you can find polling that supports mass deportation, stuff like that. When you ask, should we go into elementary schools and should we go into churches? People are like, no, what the hell are you talking about?
Right. And honestly, what I do think is threatening about this kind of clear-eyed moral repudiation is the fact that it just pokes a massive hole in their victim complex, because these are a bunch of religious leaders essentially saying, no, you aren't the victims here. The boot of the state and the people trying to deport folks that have very few rights in this country, they are, and we want to protect them, and what you're doing is morally wrong. So here is Margaret Brennan asking J.D. Vance about that statement by the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops.
But watch that space. Let me ask you about another area that you campaigned on quite a lot, and there was a flurry of activity on, and that has to do with immigration. Sure. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump, specifically those allowing immigration and customs enforcement to enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Well, let me address this. Of course, if you have a person who is convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety. That's not...
Regardless of if you show up in a church. I thought you were a man of God. What happened all of a sudden? What?
To immigration. But let me just address this particular issue, Margaret, because as a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement.
Oh, no.
I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line? We are going to enforce immigration law. We're going to protect the American people.
Yeah.
Donald Trump promised to do that, and I believe the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, if they're worried about the humanitarian costs of immigration...
Oh, so he actually has... He wasn't upset. He was upset at the Catholic Church, not at Donald Trump, over this insane policy. Wow, I can't wait and I'm being facetious here, can't wait to see, photos of ICE agents in the middle of church services in schools. Wow.
Enforcement, let them talk about the children who have been sex trafficked because of the wide open border of Joe Biden.
You personally
let them
support
talk about
them going into
people like
schools
Laken
and
Riley
churches.
who were brutally murdered. I support us doing law enforcement against violent criminals, whether they're illegal immigrants or anybody
Dude
else,
doesn't
in a
want to
way that
answer the
keeps us
question.
safe. Let me ask this question, Margaret.
No, just answer the question.
Issue. If you had a violent murderer in a school,
But that's the thing.
of course
Sorry,
I want law enforcement to get.
That's the thing. That's the slippage here. Is it's not just violent criminals. It's not violent criminals when they say like, hey, we might have to go into elementary schools. The violent criminals aren't in the churches. They mean, and it's a slippage between violent criminals versus anybody that's undocumented. And they consider that the same thing. And so get them out of here. And it's telling that JD keeps emphasizing the violent criminals part of this and even wants to get immigration out of it entirely because they know if you say this person is a integral part of their community, they are not violent, but they're not documented. Most people don't want that person cuffed and flown to Mexico.
Right, because they understand and have interacted with folks like that on a daily basis. We played this on Friday. I guess it was that guy who owns a farm in South Dakota who was essentially saying, like, yeah, I voted for Trump anyway, even though it would be catastrophic to my business if these folks were to be deported. This was the Obama administration policy, deporting people who had criminal records. This is not what the Trump administration policy is.
No.
This is about rounding folks up as a show.
It absolutely. This goes way beyond any of that. Way beyond. I mean, we saw footage of a American citizen arrested for, I guess, just looking like an immigrant. Being in proximity to immigrants. Now, I got a couple stories that basically dropped while we were doing all this. Yes, I'm multitasking. Let's see what Tom Homan had to say here a few minutes ago on NBC Montana.
Headlines: President Donald Trump's campaign promise to address the migrant crisis comes with a hefty price tag. Here's national correspondent Kaylee Gaskins.
President Trump's border czar Tom Homan figures the plan for mass deportations of illegal migrants will cost around $86 billion to execute.
This operation is going to be expensive, but at the end of it, we're going to save the taxpayers billions of dollars.
In 2023 alone, U.S. taxpayers shelled out more.
Now, we've unpacked this a while back, but it's not going to save taxpayers billions of dollars, right? All of these raids cost money, each one of them, right? And anyone who isn't deported is gonna be detained somewhere, and housing those immigrants is going to cost money too, right? Building those places, although there's already a bunch of detention facilities that are in existence, there's been discussion of building even more. I think Greg Abbott came out and said that he was going to appropriate private land for public use. And turned those lands into detention centers. And all of that's going to cost the taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. So I don't know what Tom Homan fucking means when he says that.
We're going to save the taxpayers billions of dollars.
In 2023 alone, U.S. taxpayers shelled out more than $150 billion on caring for undocumented migrants.
We're spending multiple $billion every year on free hotel rooms, free plane rides, health care.
Free plane rides?
Systems, our hospitals, our trauma centers, our social services.
Free plane rides, Tom? Aren't we giving them free plane rides to wherever we're flying them to? I've seen a bunch of flights already taking immigrants to places, what was it, Guatemala? No. Yeah, I think Guatemala and Mexico, at least. I think I've seen those. Don't those cost money? Military planes, those must cost money to run, right? Anybody know if it costs money to fly a military plane to a different country?
Estimate calculated by the new Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE. The financial burden weighing heavily on sanctuary cities and states who have spent millions, and in some cases billions, on migrants bussed there from Texas, courtesy of
courtesy of Greg Abbott. Oh, I love NBC Montana. They're one of the worst NBC stations. you don't count CNBC. Actually, sometimes they're worse than CNBC. But, and I know that's a, wow, you're thinking to yourself, what are you talking about, StreamLord? No, it's true. I've listened to enough of these guys. But someone in chat made a good comment on this, because the fact is, immigrants do bring in a lot of tax dollars, right? They pay taxes and they don't receive a whole lot of benefits from those taxes, right? They can't expect to get Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare or any of those sorts of things. And so this is all just obfuscation. This is all just, you know, a multi-layered lie. You know, it's an onion of bullshit. Oh, God. And this one popped up in my feed 20 minutes ago while we were streaming as well. This is in Philadelphia. More raids here. While we're talking about this, we might as well. Oh, God. Nowhere is safe.
Major story we're following: fear and outrage tonight as word spreads of an immigration raid in Philadelphia. A car wash business was targeted. Numerous people were detained, raising concerns and questions about who and where is safe. It comes as the Trump administration vows to crack down on those in the U.S. illegally. The surprise sweep by immigration and customs enforcement agents in Philadelphia rattled business owners and has families on edge. Community leaders and advocacy groups are pushing back and standing up for those in migrant communities. Action News reporter Leland Pender live for us now on the Ben Franklin Parkway. And Leland, you're following the details of this story tonight.
Yeah, Shari, for those groups, they say right now is certainly kind of a challenging time for them, as the president has said he will be cracking down on anyone in the country illegally. People in those groups say the fear this is drumming up is a major concern. Video obtained by Action News shows an ICE raid in Philadelphia Tuesday. Immigrations and customs agents took 7 into custody, most of who had been in the country for more than a decade, according to the advocacy group New Sanctuary Movement of Philadelphia. The raid took place at a car wash on Hunting Park Avenue in North Philadelphia.
You think you've made Philadelphia safer by doing that? I think that's extremely misguided.
Anuj Gupta heads the Welcoming Center in Philadelphia. They help immigrants integrate into new communities. He said the raid invokes fear among immigrants in the city, and not only the undocumented.
We're talking about people that have come here through legal means, and now they are in jeopardy of being penalized and potentially deported.
Just this week, ICE reports more than 3,000 arrests, just shy of 1,000 on Sunday and Tuesday.
Wow. 1,000 arrests a day. Can you imagine how much resources that's requiring? I'm trying to think of what one arrest requires. And, you know, you probably have, I mean, from all the photos we've seen multiple police or ICE vehicles, at least a half a dozen or more agents all in the same place. Those guys, you got to assume, are making at least, I don't know, $20 an hour or more, you would assume. It's all adding up. And this is supposed to be saving us billions of dollars? Fascinating. Now, there you go. Figured we'd stop there while we were going through all these. All right, we're going to move on from the deportation efforts of the Trump administration for now. Let's go here. Now, I could have sworn Stephen Miller wasn't going to get a job in the administration, but he was here on CNN taking questions. But did he get a job?
And we're back with our politics lead and growing questions and confusion about President Trump's move to pause federal grants and loans. Today, the White House is trying to reassure Americans that this order, which goes into effect
that's right. He's the deputy chief of staff
now. Is
that's
not
right.
as sweeping.
I forgot. He did get a fucking job. How good for
This
him.
order, which goes into effect
Not DEI at all.
at 5 p.m., about 33 minutes from now, is not as sweeping as it first appeared. But a group of nonprofits are already suing the Trump administration over the move. Joining us now to hopefully provide some clarity is Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. and a Homeland Security Advisor for President Trump. Stephen, good to see you again. Thanks for joining. So,
hey, my friend, good to see you.
A White House memo just issued this afternoon says that the pause does not affect Medicaid. It already had clarified that it didn't affect Social Security or Medicare. But the Medicaid website portal is experiencing an outage, and the White House press secretary this afternoon was not able to say whether Medicaid would be affected or not. So let's just walk through this, because obviously there's confusion. Is this pause going to affect Medicaid?
It does not affect any service that the government is required to provide.
Wow, somebody's looking for Soul Life in chat, and he's not here. What a great job at modding Soul Life. Come on, pal.
Come on! Affect any entitlement, does not affect any service to citizens, does not affect any individual benefit, any public assistance program, or anything of that nature.
Okay, so that
very glad for the chance to explain what's going on here. In fact, I could actually give you some backstory I think you'd find very useful, Jake. So we found after the president had issued a pause on funding to NGOs that were settling illegal immigrants, we found that bureaucrats at HHS were trying to funnel billions more dollars to those resettlement agencies and try to get around the executive order. It became clear that bureaucrats were still trying to funnel unapproved discretionary grants of funds to their pet projects. So OMB, led by Russ Vought, felt it was necessary to protect taxpayer resources to issue clearer guidance establishing for these discretionary grants of funding that are not directed by Congress, that they go through a political approval process at the agency.
So let's get into that, because a number of government-funded organizations, so these are organizations like Meals on Wheels, right? Their job, their mission, it's a private organization. They get grants from the federal government. They feed seniors. Meals on Wheels is currently in the dark. They don't know, does this order affect us? Does this mean we're not going to have any more funding coming in? They feed like 2 million seniors. So I'm just wondering, first of all, why a pause? An investigation, sure, I get that. Auditing, sure. Why a pause? And what about?
Well, Jake, once you spend money, you can't get it back. So, in other words, if you don't put federal programs under review that are wasteful or harmful to taxpayers,
it's already been
people hit
appropriated.
send, you wouldn't believe.
Now you're just trying to reappropriate it or not use it for the things they're intended for. That was passed by Congress. Like, this is so insane. I cannot believe this is going on. Oh my God. I just found something horrifying. Looks like Stephen Miller is doing some very questionable stuff. I think he might be trying to eat somebody. I think this guy might be a criminal. We need to deport him immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The payments we've had to pause over the last few days with bureaucrats trying to funnel money out of the door, funnel money to the World Health Organization, funnel money to resettlement organizations, funnel money to foreign countries. And so, of course, you have to put a pause on these discretionary grants of funding and have a political review process. In other words, there are people that are accountable to the taxpayer to review. It does not include, the review process does not include any public benefit program. So you mentioned Meals on Wheels. That is a public benefit program. OMB has been clear about this. Jake, we have to get control over this government. You know, I'll just stay on this point about NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Joe Biden gave just one NGO responsible for resettling illegal aliens $3 billion, with the B, $3 billion. President Trump, when he said drain the swamp, he meant it. And yes,
$3 billion. He says that like he's freaking Dr. Evil. Actually, that all checks out.
Give me a joke.
Those kinds of spending programs are going to be put under review.
Okay, I don't think anybody's taking issue with, if you find money that is being dispersed in an inappropriate way, halting it. I think what the confusion is this seemed to a lot of groups and a lot of states, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, like a very sweeping order, and there is confusion. I just want to make sure I understand. So anybody out there that provides school lunches, anybody out there?
Yeah, there's zero impact on public benefit programs, full stop, as OMB has made clear. And I want to really drill down on this, Jake, because it's so important. There's 2 million employees in the federal government.
Okay.
Overwhelmingly, the career federal service in this country is far left, left wing. The American people.
I don't know that to be a fact.
Well,
Everybody in government, everybody in government, including myself, is far left wing. Okay. Right. I wonder who some of the actual examples would be. Is Nancy Pelosi a far left lunatic, Stephen?
As an example, that's 98% of the workforce either donated to Kamala Harris or another left-wing candidate, just as an example.
Okay, but
let me just
an entire workforce is having a
whoa. Did you just say that?
No. So according your suggestion is that there's a bias.
No. But you used the word demonizing. You just said that I'm.
Yeah. No. That's absolutely what you're trying to do, right? What a dick. Okay, let's move on from Stephen. Keep talking about this action of the U.S. government, and specifically Donald Trump's administration and the OMB without a leader, and how they're trying to freeze all federal funds. Project 2025 in full. Basically everything that's happened in the last 9 days. However many days it's been.
Senator from Hawaii.
Has it even been a full 10 days? It hasn't. I know it hasn't. It's been barely been 9 days of Donald Trump, and we have basically all of Project 2025 being implemented. How much did we talk about Project 2025 over the last year? About all of the things inside of it? It literally just all coming to fruition all at once. Like we said, it was just basically, tear a sheet out and sign your name here, Trump, and we're going to implement this shit. And that's basically, not even basically, it's literally what has happened. Oh, I just didn't think it was going to happen. They were just so much less effective in the first administration. I didn't think it was going to be quite this good. Or, well, when I say good, I mean, like, that's not the word. I mean, this organized, right? This like, well-executed fascism that they are implementing. It's kind of shocking, honestly, because they were just so blunderous in the first administration. Not that they didn't do a bunch of horrifying shit then, but they seem to have with Project 2025 formulated a real guidebook on fascism and how to make it a reality for Americans. Now, let's see what Senator of Hawaii Brian Schatz had to say earlier.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, the government shutdown that Donald Trump just ordered is illegal and unconstitutional.
Illegal.
He is not a king, and we do not live in a monarchy. What? It is Congress's authority to decide on federal funding. The power of the purse is the foundational funding of the Article 1 branch. Everybody talks like that. Everybody says those things. But now we are all put to the test, Democrats and Republicans. Are we going to forfeit all of our power? We're the elected branch. We make the laws. And the President of the United States just ordered a funding freeze for stuff he doesn't feel like funding. That is literally not how it works. And today, the White House press secretary was asked about specific popular essential programs. And you know what she said? She said, have those people talk to Russ Vought and make an appeal to him. Now, there's a couple of problems with that. First of all,
there certainly are.
Russ Vought doesn't get to decide in an appropriations law which parts of the law to follow and which parts not to follow.
Right, yeah, no.
Second of all, let's be really clear about this. Russ Vought is not a government employee right now.
No, don't say it, Brian. Don't say it. It's true, though, because he hasn't been approved by the Senate yet. He did come to his Senate confirmation hearing, but he was not confirmed. No, he was not. That has not happened yet. A vote would need to happen first. So yeah, he has no authority whatsoever on anything, aside from how to be an asshole, I guess. He has plenty of authority on that, but aside from that, no actual governmental authority. Plenty of expertise and douchebaggery, but nothing, no real purview over all of this stuff. And also, I would just point this out. This is number 3 for me, not Brian. I don't think he brings this up, but how exactly are millions of people supposed to call Russ Vote or Vought? I'm going to keep calling him Russ Vought. How are people supposed to? He's going to be answering the phones all day, every day. Even if he were to do that, how many minutes are in the day? Let me think. 60 times 60 times 24. Let's just break this down minute by minute. 60 times 24. 86,400 minutes. So yeah, millions of people calling, wondering if he wouldn't have time. It would take him how many, just for 1 million people. Let me think. 86. 1 million. 86,000. So even if he could do 1 phone call per minute of every day, never sleeping, and doing only that, and that would really cut down in this ghoulery. He wouldn't have time to haunt the White House and other places like that, or to brush his teeth or eat food or sleep. Not that he needs it. It would take him like 2 weeks to even tackle 1 million people out of the millions and millions of people who depend on different sorts of governmental funding doing what it's intended to do. Hey, PB, thanks for the super sticker. Aw, that lemon's blowing us a heart. But yeah, like how is that a? And I sort of went over this one. I don't think we actually played that clip, did we? I don't think so. But yeah, Caroline Leavitt already really disappointing us with her answers. I don't see how that's a valid plan
to lead the Office of Management and Budget. And so we're supposed to have, I don't know, Medicaid recipients, VA home loan recipients, nursing homes, education organizations, healthcare organizations, transportation contractors, like appeal mercy to the king. Will you please release these dollars? That's not how the American system works. This is illegal.
Illegal.
It is. All right.
There is real pain.
It's true, Brian. It's true. This is all going to cause a great deal of problems. But we listened to clips of Russ Vought multiple times over the last year. And we rewatched one of them recently, where he basically explicitly said that he wanted to cause chaos in the federal government. Well, this is the sort of thing that causes chaos. And that was at a Project 2025, or it wasn't technically Project. It was like I think it was a Heritage Foundation event. Where he was explaining what Project 2025 was all about. Oh my God, Tracy Eva with a super chat. I have never seen a super sticker. Please hold, Chuck. We got to address this.
Will bear the
super chat, super sticker. Look at that beautiful space love being sent by Tracy. Really appreciate you. All right, Chuck. I'll give you a chance to talk here. You're not my favorite.
Any Republican senator who votes for Russell Vogt will bear on their shoulders all of these horrible, horrible cuts and actions. They have a chance to stop this. Let's see what they do.
It's true.
Yes.
Senator, I understand that you say that this is unlawful and you say that it's unconstitutional. But for the American people, what practically can you do, aside from filing a lawsuit that could take weeks to adjudicate?
I think our
Republican
senators and congressmen are going to hear from their constituents from one end of the country to the other. They're going to hear from police departments and schools and cancer research clinics and fire departments and police officers. Everyone is really upset about this, and we're going to continue to put heat on them so that they will not vote for vote. Plain and simple. They're going to bear the consequences on their backs for what they have done to their constituents. Next.
In light of a dozen Jewish groups leaving X over what they call toxic speech, evil speech, do you have concerns about Elon Musk's gesture after the inauguration, also his speech to the AfD in Germany, saying that Germany needs to move beyond guilt?
There shouldn't be anti-Semitism anywhere.
Oh, Chuck.
Yes.
Chuck, that was a pathetic answer, pal. Let's see if you do better here. That was sad. That was the saddest answer I've ever heard. Come on, Chuck. Get it together, pal. There shouldn't be anti-Semitism as everywhere, anywhere. I mean, come on. You can't be explicit and denounce Elon Musk.
Come on!
Get your shit together, pal.
I'd love some water. Look, last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos without a shred of warning. The Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal funds across the country. In an instant, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that directly support states, cities, towns, schools, hospitals, small businesses, and most of all, American families. This, plain and simple, this is Project 2025. Project 2025 by another name. They knew how unpopular Project 2025 was, but the right-wing ideologues are still in control. So they had to do it in a different way, but it has the same consequences and will have the same horrible, negative, overwhelming reaction from the American people. And who is going to be the implementer of this? None other than the chief cook and bottle washer of Project 2025, Russell Vought.
We made very clear we were happy to join with them to find common ground on efficiency and things we could do better and ways we can save money for taxpayers. That's not what this is. They've just decided to come in because this is what he does. Chaos, see that we're...
You know, I'm pretty mad at these two still. You know, the careerist Democrats who were more focused on appealing to Republicans during this election rather than standing up for leftist values have kind of brought all this to us, right? Rather than presenting a good alternative to Donald Trump, a true counter narrative to all of that, we all, you know, we're left with these two, not just these two, but many people like them. I'm not going to blame it all on them, but I'm certainly upset with them still. All right, let's go here. Keep talking about this fucking federal funding freeze.
Breaking news as we're on the air, which is that federal judge Lauren L. Ali Khan has issued a restraining order, temporary restraining order on this funding freeze that the president declared and stunned the entire federal government by calling for a freeze on the disbursement of all financial aid throughout every program in the government immediately as of 5 p.m. today. So here we are just about an hour before that, and Judge Ali Khan, who was appointed by Joe Biden, found for the people who are objecting to this order, and she restrained it, so it cannot go into effect. Tell us about this case and about this issue.
And this is a one-week stay, Terry, nationwide against the OMB memo, which, as we've been reporting all day from the White House, now restricting federal assistance in a number of areas related to the president's executive order. This particular case, this emergency complaint, was filed by a number of advocacy groups, small business groups, LGBTQ.
Federal agencies, this is the White House Budget Office memo. Federal agencies must temporarily pause all activity related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial. I mean, this is why I was saying this is the most like broadly worded. Oh, God. All federal financial assistance and other relevant agency activities that may be implicated by the executive orders, which they use the word all twice. So, what is left out of this?
Advocates and other nonprofit organizations that rely on the funding, and they asked this judge to immediately put this policy on hold, citing irreparable harms to the work that they do, legislatively authorized by the Congress. Now, the challenge in this particular case, Terry, was not a constitutional one.
Now, I got to go back. Because I may be reading it wrong. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like even FEMA, right, and all these other agencies that they're relying on to do these deportations, like the military, aren't they all being funded by federal government assistance? Maybe I'm just not understanding. Maybe I'm just too dumb.
That this memo was sloppy. They didn't consider all the impacts of what they were about to do at 5 o'clock today. And so what this judge just said a few moments ago is that she is delaying implementation of this order for 1 week. It's an administrative stay, and she will decide later whether to extend the stay based upon what specific evidence these groups can bring forward about how they would be harmed. She also asked the government to come forward with more details about just what exactly they are freezing, since that initial OMB memo was so broad.
That was excellent, Devin. Good work on short order, because I understand now what's going on, and I can ask Mary Alice about something Devin just mentioned, which is the lack of clarity in this order. Given especially what the press secretary said at the White House today, what Carolyn Levitt said today, the memo that the president put out, freezing funding, said that all federal agencies should pause, quote, all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance and other relevant agency activities throughout the government. So then the press secretary came on and she kind of backtracked from that. Kind of feels like it wasn't soup yet for this idea.
I think we've been hearing from nonprofit groups, small businesses, this concern that it was so sloppy, so clumsy overnight that they didn't know how to proceed, and that fear, that
Shocking.
chaos and panic was really detrimental. Had seniors worried about whether they could get meals from Meals on Wheels, had parents worried if Head Start programs would be open tomorrow. Look, all day we've seen this White House essentially play cleanup, try to backtrack. They've tried to offer a little bit of clarification, putting out lists of groups that will not be impacted, saying that actually if you receive direct assistance from the federal government in the form of Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, then they added also SNAP, food assistance, federal student loans, some housing grants, that all that wouldn't be impacted. But look, they took hours to provide even basic clarity, and we are hearing from these groups that it was just not enough, is still not enough clarity. Remember also, this is coming at a moment where these aid organizations are extremely worried about retribution. They're extremely worried about whether the partners they work with inside the federal government are going to face firings or be put on leave. So we're hearing from aid groups that they just were so nervous about how to proceed, especially with such a lack of clarity from this White House.
That's a great point, Mary Alice. Thank you very much. That obviously the word has gone out that Donald Trump wants things done a certain way, and if you're an aid group, you want to make sure you're doing it right. But they're changing what they're saying hour by hour today. So no wonder the judge called a timeout today. And Jay, you're down there. Been talking to Republicans about this order, freezing federal funding, federal aid to people right across the government all day, and they've been supportive. Yeah.
Yeah, remember, Terry, this is congressionally appropriated money. Congress passed legislation and in some instances Republicans in Congress voted for legislation
Republicans
that
voted for
earmarks
federal
this money
funding?
for a certain purpose. And what Donald Trump has done is stood in the breach of that and said temporarily he's not going to allow that money to go to its congressionally appropriated purpose. That's why Democrats have pounced on that, saying it's not legal for him to do that. It is well outside of his executive authority to do that. I just posed the question moments ago to members of House Republican leadership. You saw a little bit of that interview earlier on in the show. I asked Tom Emmer, the number 3 Republican in the House, the majority whip, is what Donald Trump is what Donald Trump is doing here legal? And he said in his view, it is legal because Donald.
Yeah, they think everything Donald Trump does is legal, though. I mean, the Supreme Court said as much. No act of a president can be deemed illegal, according to the Supreme Court. You can do whatever you want. You're a king.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, let's see what J.D. Vance had to say about FEMA being shut down.
Mr. President, can you preview at all what some of the specific changes you'd like to see with regard to FEMA's response? And does that include possibly eliminating the agency as the president has suggested?
Well, so first of all, it's not just FEMA, right? There's Housing and Urban Development. There's the Department of Agriculture. There's a lot of different agencies that are coordinating a response to this particular problem.
But they're all losing their funding, stupid.
And a couple of things that particularly seem to matter the most to the people of Damascus is, one, this incredible bike trail and hiking trail that runs along these mountains is a major source of economic opportunity and economic development, right? People come in, they stay in Airbnbs, they stay in bed and breakfast, they go to the coffee shops, they go to the restaurants. But unfortunately, the part of that trail that is managed and monitored by the federal government has been way too slow to actually start that rebuilding process. That's something that we want to focus on immediately. I think a second big issue is, and the governor knows these numbers better than I do, but I believe the maximum
So J.D. Vance is more concerned about getting a hiking trail up than making sure people are back in their homes. Okay, J.D. Yeah, priorities, man, priorities. Why worry about people being homeless when we could have fully functioning hiking trails for people on vacation, I guess? Okay, JD, if you say so. All right, let's go to this because apparently pretty much every Democrat-led state has now joined in a lawsuit against the Trump
Attorneys General from
administration.
across the country are suing the Trump administration over a new policy to freeze federal grant funding.
Some of that money from the federal government has already been frozen. News 4's Jeff Preval has details of the legal action being taken. Jeff.
Yeah, and this just in, according to the Associated Press, a federal judge down in D.C. has agreed to temporarily block the Trump administration's freeze on federal funding and grants as well to localities, nonprofits, trillions of dollars out there from the federal government. But this comes just hours after 6 attorneys general from across the country in blue states, including here in New York State, sue the Trump administration over this federal freeze.
Illegal.
New York's Attorney General says this policy to freeze federal funding would have impacted SNAP benefits, Head Start, veterans programs, among other programs that millions of people rely on. The state's Medicaid reimbursement system was frozen already. Here's both the governor and the Attorney General talking about this freeze on federal funding.
From the families who rely upon Head Start for childcare, to the children across the country who depend on SNAP for their next meal, to the seniors who rely on state services to get the care that they need. This policy will disrupt the lives of millions of Americans in New York and nationwide.
We are into governing, not panicking. And as I said, I'm not playing whack-a-mole with every single initiative that comes out of Washington. I have to govern a state.
Well, here in New York State, the governor goes on to say that
Yeah, we don't need to hear more from Kathy. But yeah, there you go. At least Democrat-led states are attempting to block this. I believe a federal judge has already essentially approve the blocking of this illegal order from the Trump administration. Incredibly heavy-handed order. Decree, if you will, from the king. Now, another decree was brought down from on high. This one relates to our military and DEI, of course.
For a second time, President Donald Trump has directed the Pentagon to take steps to remove transgender troops from the U.S. military. The new order is not an immediate ban, but directs the Pentagon to come up with a policy for transgender troops based on military readiness. Trump tried to impose the ban during his first term, but it was tangled up in the courts for years before being overturned by former President Joe Biden shortly after he took office. Lawyers for transgender military personnel have already vowed to fight the ban once again. Trump and his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, have often vowed to prohibit transgender people from serving in the military, even though the number of transgender troops is a tiny fraction of the more than 2 million who serve in the armed forces.
Thankfully, a federal judge has blocked this one. Or, no, I'm sorry, a federal judge has
President
not
also
blocked
signed
it.
executive orders that will reshape the military, including one to determine.
Thank you. I misspoke. A federal lawsuit has been filed, and a federal judge will have to look over this as well. I'm glad people are at least attempting to block all of this insane garbage coming from this president.
President also signed executive orders that will reshape the military, including one to determine a policy for transgender service members that could mean a future ban. There is already a federal lawsuit filed to stop the potential ban, and tonight Derek Waller speaks with a transgender veteran in the Bronx.
This photo this is my drill sergeant, and this is my platoon.
That's Tanya Walker in that group basic training photo back in the summer of '81.
When I was serving in the military, you were not allowed to live your truth in your gender identity.
Walker was honorably discharged in 1984, and today she lives in the Bronx and works with SAGE, an advocacy group for LGBTQ elders, and continues to fight for her community.
We have people who volunteered to put their lives on the line for this nation and everything it stands for.
We will get transgender ideology the hell out of our military. It's going to be gone.
President Trump directed the Pentagon to revise its policy on transgender troops, writing, quote, expressing a false gender identity cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. Army veteran Layla Ireland and her husband are both transgender.
When we hear this executive order saying that we're not worthy of service, it is unnerving. It's disheartening to hear.
What does your gender identity have to do with your ability to put on the uniform and serve?
It has nothing to do with your gender identity.
Now a federal lawsuit argues the order is unconstitutional. The plaintiffs include Army Lieutenant Nicholas Talbot, who was diagnosed with gender dysphoria before transitioning to live as a man in 2012. How is the community feeling right now?
A little bit down, but this is another battle that we're going to have to fight, and we're going to have to win.
President Trump enacted a similar ban during his first term. Before several lawsuits were filed, the Supreme Court did allow it to proceed, but they never made a final decision before
Biden took office, but now they are starting immediately with all this. Hopefully it gets blocked. But it's just one in a utter storm of horrifying legislative, well, not even legislative, they're just executive orders handed down once again from on high. The King's office. All right. Let's go here real quick. See what's up with Kash Patel.
Kash Patel, President Donald Trump's pick to lead the FBI, has some go-to terms he uses for Democrats and the previous administration. The Associated Press reviewed more than 100 podcast episodes featuring Patel.
How has he been on 100
In a sample of 100
podcasts?
of them, here's how often he used some of those favorite.
Oh my god. I love this. How is this guy about to be running the FBI? A dude who's been on 100 podcasts. Like, what the fuck is his qualifications for this? I mean, there are none, but it's just fascinating. It's just fascinating just when the more details that come out about this guy. How did he have time for all
In a sample of 100
this?
of them, here's how often he used some of those favorite terms. Patel said two-tier system of justice at least 80 times, according to AP's count. He uses that term to argue that Trump and his supporters face unfair scrutiny in the justice system, while others get a pass. Russiagate came up repeatedly, at least 438 times. That's an average of more than 4 times per episode. It's how Patel characterizes the FBI's investigation into potential ties between Russia and Trump's 2016 campaign. Patel's criticism of that probe as a House staffer first raised his status within the Trump orbit. The AP also counted at least 90 references to government gangsters. That's what Patel calls federal investigators he perceives as tainted by anti-Trump bias. He also published a book by the
anti-Trump
same
bias.
name, which he often promotes on podcasts.
Well, it seems like he has anti-Biden, anti-Democrat bias. In fact, all of the people in the Trump administration seem to genuinely hate Democrats. So does that not also, I mean, by his own logic, does that not also make them not fit for their jobs? Right? It's just, you know, they're just incapable of turning the looking glass inward, I think, or assessing the logic of the things that they say. Because they're all incredibly biased partisans, and yet they're upset that other partisans exist, perhaps, even if it's not even clear that that actually is the case. I guess my point is that it's just, you know, glass houses.
Come on!
Speaking of the law and the FBI, things like that, let's go to the Justice Department because Donald Trump has been busy firing people at the Justice Department. I wonder for what reasons he would have to do such a
The Trump
thing.
administration has fired federal prosecutors at the Department of Justice who were involved in the criminal cases investigating President Trump and his role in the January 6th Capitol riots. Let's get right to CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed. This news is breaking right now. Paula, tell us what's going on.
Jake, we have gotten so much news out of the Justice Department in just the past 30 minutes. Trump Justice Department officials doing exactly what President Trump said he would do, firing officials who worked on criminal investigations related to Trump, and also launching an investigation into the prosecutions of January 6th. Now, let's start with that first news, and that is this move to fire, we're told, over a dozen officials who worked on criminal investigations related to President Trump. The acting attorney general sent out a memo earlier notifying them that they are being removed from their positions, saying, quote, "You played a significant role in prosecuting President Trump. The proper functioning of the government critically depends on the trust superior officials place in their subordinates. Given your significant role in prosecuting the president, I do not believe that the leadership of the department can trust you to assist in implementing the president's agenda faithfully." So that has happened just in the past.
Wow. Well, there you go. Donald Trump and his administration has come in and fired anybody who was even involved in his prosecutions. Shocking. Who could have guessed that was going to happen? Oh, wait. We just got done hearing about how Kash Patel was saying that very thing needed to happen? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. And I'm sure now that they're out of there, FBI is going to come in and investigate them for something. I don't know what. Illegally disliking the Donald, or just being involved in the prosecution of Donald Trump. Because that's a crime, right?
Illegal.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. I just realized we blew through the first break, so we're going to do that before we continue on here. And by the way, prepare yourselves because I have done some updating over here, because it is, in fact, Lunar New Year's Eve. Look at it. Oh, bask in the glory. That's right, everybody. It's Lunar New Year's Eve, so celebrate however you like. While you're doing that, don't forget to both like and subscribe, and also consider helping the Galactic News Network do what we do around here. So many good ways for you to contribute. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships, Twitch, subs, bits, Cash App, and PayPal for those who just want to know that they've helped fund this show. But of course, the best way, as you know, to get the most benefits in the goddamn Milky Way galaxy for your Earth dollars is become a patron on Patreon. That's right, go onto the Patreon website by clicking the link on my bio or in chat. I guess I'll post a link there as well. Just $3 US. And you can get all the space benefits. That's right, get an avatar here on screen with me. These break screens, shout-outs every show, secret content, and so much more. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. I will be right back. Sending out the galactic notification. Content is about to get started again. Alright, we have, I'm already pretty sure this puppy is gonna go long tonight, so I'm just gonna start this off already. I'll give you a goal so we don't end the show before finishing all of the sweet content. Three-hour timer. Should be plenty of time. Okay, started a goal there. 5 super chats or stickers, and I'll keep counting them. Will get us all of the content as is stated on the goal. Alright. Oh, God. Back to North America. But first, before we go to the United States, let's go to the United State of Canada. Haha. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love all of our Canadian viewers. And you're your own country. But it looks like you're about to get an early election in the province of Ontario. Let's see what's going on here.
Protect Ontario. That was Ford earlier this afternoon heading into the Lieutenant Governor's office. She accepted his request to dissolve the provincial legislature and trigger an election on February 27th. At a news conference this morning, Ford said he needs a strong mandate to take on Trump and protect Ontario's economy.
We're going to see an unprecedented attack to our families, to our businesses, to our communities. Something that we've never seen in the history of the country, getting economically attacked by the largest country in the world, the most powerful person in the world when it comes to President Trump. We need that strong mandate for the people of Ontario. They understand who will lead this province over the next 4 years.
Hopefully not Doug
Who has
Ford.
a voice for the people and protect companies and protect livelihoods. And there's only one choice, that's the PC government.
The CBC.
Not gonna lie, I'm really hoping for sort of a, like an Emmanuel Macron type of deal here. Not that, I mean, he called a different election, not for himself. But point is that I'd love to see this go wrong for Doug. Because him and his sort of neoliberal ideology is real problematic. He's not only corrupt, but just sort of a shitty leader. And sure, I don't live in Ontario, but that's the general sense I've gotten of him, as he's been in this position for quite some time.
Jamie Strachan is at the Ontario Legislature in Toronto and joins me live. So, Jamie, most of the questions, of course, at that news conference were about the early election call. What else did Premier Ford say about his decision to send Ontarians to the polls?
Well, Andrew, you hear the language in that clip you just played off the top, creating a very stark scenario about what is coming down the pipe for Ontario families, for the economy in Canada's biggest province, for jobs in this province, painting, President Donald Trump and the threat of those tariffs as an existential threat to the future of this province, and portraying himself as the only one that can stand up to President Trump, the only one that can combat these tariffs, the only one with a plan to deal with this looming threat that's set to take effect potentially on February 1st.
I once met Doug Ford and his family. They were vacationing in New York, and they were driving around in a black Bentley convertible, just sort of, celebrating their corrupt leader here all over my hometown.
That is the ballot box question that Premier Ford and the Conservatives are giving to Ontarians. That is what they are hoping will define this call, this rationale for this early.
And no, it wasn't like happenstance. I was working at a hotel where they were staying.
This early election, this call for this renewal of this mandate. Now, what if those threats, these tariffs don't materialize exactly on February 1st? What if they are pushed down the road another few weeks, another few months? What if the issue in this election moves beyond those tariffs and to things much more tangible and in front of people right now for Ontario voters? First and foremost, an issue we're already hearing the opposition put the pressure on, which is the lack of family doctors, the shortage of family doctors in the province of Ontario. It is an issue. It's an issue in small town Ontario. It's an issue in larger centers. That could become a ballot box question. And of course, that cost of living question, more specifically, the cost of housing. It was a promise, more housing starts, more affordable housing for first-time homebuyers. That was a promise by the Premier in the last election. That has not materialized to any meaningful way. So, you're hearing the Premier this morning, you heard the language off the top for...
Was this in the 70s? Hell no. It was like... It was less than... God, how long ago was it that I was working at that hotel? It was certainly less than a decade ago. It was in the 2000s. Oh, God. Well, I guess we'll see what happens there with this election. I think that Ontario can do better. If you want protection from Donald Trump, I think you can do better. Just saying. And to know I'm not your dad. I'm nobody's dad, actually, as it turns out. Okay. Let's talk about a different situation, Canada-related, to segue us back into talking what the fuck's been going on in the United States. Let's go here. CBC News once again from yesterday talking about Canadian snowbirds and what they're doing with their U.S. real estate.
So what are some of the trends you've noticed with regards to Canadians in Florida?
Yes, so right now I would say mainly they're all Canadian sellers. All the sellers are from Canada because of the exchange rate. It's really not to the advantage right now, the dollar, the huge difference that we're seeing right now. Therefore, we have a surplus. There's a lot of inventory in the condominium market.
So tell me about that, Alexander. Like how much? And is this bigger than you've seen for a while?
Yes, this is definitely, I've been doing this full time, 10 to 12 years. This is the most listings I've ever had. Therefore, when I have listings, it's because I'm working strictly with a lot of sellers. It really comes down to the exchange rate. A lot of people are selling. We still have buyers, but not necessarily Canadian buyers. Those are pretty rare.
All right. And so are they giving you any rationale? It's the exchange rate and it's higher condo fees and or home association fees, right?
Correct. So due to the exchange rate, also the HOAs, which are the monthly dues that you pay for your condominiums, the insurance, all the premiums we have going up, the special assessments, there's a lot of factors to take into consideration. Just for example, if a Canadian, let's say basic level building, if your HOA fees are $700 US, it almost turns out to be close to a little over $1,000 when you convert that to Canadian dollars. So it's a huge impact for a lot of Canadians.
Well, Canadians with winter homes down in the US trying to escape the icy wilderness of Canada.
Winter is coming.
Are now selling those homes and or condominiums and things like that due to not only the exchange rate that has been getting worse and worse for Canadians ever since Donald Trump started. It was almost immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
After Donald Trump said that he was going to tariff Canada and all that stuff, the divergence between the U.S. and Canadian dollar began and has basically continued ever since, causing Canadians to have weaker purchasing power in the United States and essentially causing them to go back home, sell their properties, or get out of whatever leases in the United States. But it's not just that. It's also been cited by, CBC gets into it. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but they get into the fact that many are also concerned about the political climate in the United States, unshockingly, I think. Okay, now let's talk economics a little more. State of the U.S. economy and other things happening here. To get us going on that, let's talk about Scott Bessent, the future Trump Secretary of Treasury.
Lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I rise today in opposition to Scott Bessent to be the next Secretary of the Treasury and in support of tens of millions of working families who need a government on their side. The Treasury Secretary is one of the President's top economic advisors. He has the power to lower costs for hardworking people or to give billionaires another break. Now, Mr. Bessent has a long history as an investment manager, helping rich clients get even richer. In fact, helping rich people get richer has been a very profitable business for him. Mr. Bessent is now a billionaire himself. He owns not one, but two multi-million-dollar mansions, including one in the Bahamas, and he has hundreds of millions of dollars in investments. Now, he spent a lot of money, but he saved money in one area. He hasn't paid the taxes he owes. According to an analysis from the congressional tax experts, Mr. Bessent has refused to pay $2 million in taxes that he owed on his hedge fund earnings just in the past 3 years. And Mr. Bessent has no demonstrated track record of fighting to make life better or more affordable for working people. So let's start with some of Trump's economic plans that Mr. Bessent would be in charge of advancing.
Yes, let's do that.
Right now, Republicans in the White House and in Congress are working through their plans to extend tax breaks for billionaires and giant corporations, paid for in part with major cuts to health care. In plain English, Republicans are hoping you won't notice major budget cuts for nursing homes that take care of your grandpa or the cuts in school lunches for poor kids. Move grandpa out of the nursing home and let the little kids go hungry in order to make sure that a tiny handful of billionaires get a few more truckloads of cash from Uncle Sam. There's a truth no one can escape. Someone has to pay to run this country. Folks like Scott Bessent think the burden should be just a little heavier on working people because billionaires like him are smarter than everyone else. One place or the other, someone has to pay. So during his hearing, I asked Mr. Bessent about those cuts for billionaires. I asked if there were any billionaires already rich enough that they didn't need another tax cut. And Mr. Bessent said, well, that it was unwise to single out anyone, not even billionaires.
Yes, of course.
You wouldn't want to single out a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, who pays a lower tax rate than a Boston public school teacher? You wouldn't want to single out a billionaire like Mark Zuckerberg, whose company Meta paid a tax rate of just 11.5% in 2023, despite making nearly $40 billion in profits. You wouldn't want to single out a billionaire like Elon Musk, who's more focused on flying to Mars than making life better for working families here on Earth. Those billionaires had better seats at Donald Trump's inauguration than Trump's own cabinet members. Those billionaires dominate the American economy, and Republican plans to give them more tax breaks. This is the payout for Trump's, quote, rich as hell donors. And Mr. Bessent is another billionaire ready to do the hard work of cutting taxes for every billionaire in America, himself included. The top economic issue today is how do we lower costs for families and build an economy that works not just for the wealthy and the well-connected, but an economy that works for everyone. I'm hammering out plans to make it a little easier for families to be able to pay their bills, to buy a home, and to build some financial security. Trump's tax breaks for billionaires is the same old Republican playbook of trickle-down economics. Help the rich get...
It certainly is. I see people in chat sort of pining for a state of the affairs with Elizabeth Warren as president. I too wish that she could have gotten her shot there. I mean, she technically ran, of course, but no, we never really gave her the support needed. And the fact is, you know, if I recall correctly, that run was when Bernie was also going, and it wasn't like they were going to give her more. It just whatever. And the CFPB, I see people talking about that. It has been effective to some degree. It has, but unfortunately, you know, there is sort of a revolving door out of many sort of government financial institutions into private industry, and you know, essentially, you know, I'm familiar with people who left the CFPB to go advise credit collectors and things like that on how to circumvent the law and how to find the loopholes in the law so that they could continue to do whatever the hell they want when they try and collect that you know, that credit card bill from you or whatever else, the hospital bill that you had, you know. And we need less of that. We need to legislate away people being allowed to work in private industries in which they personally affected in their governmental jobs. That would help things, I think, if we wanted our agencies to be more effective. You know, can't have people who wrote the laws going out and telling people how to circumvent them. That's not right.
That's too much, man!
But of course, the Senate immediately confirmed Scott Bessent as the Treasury Secretary. This is the AP from yesterday.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
The yeas are 68.
Wow,
the nays
68.
are 29. The confirmation is confirmed. Under the
So 15 Democrats also approved this guy? You're shitting me. Well, I guess there's a couple of independents in there too, probably. But, for fuck's sake. Where's the resistance, people? Just gonna fly through a hedge fund manager as Treasury Secretary? Okay. That makes sense. Now let's talk about something that Scott Bessent might have some effect over. And that is egg prices.
I have between 1,000 and 2,000 people a day that come to my store, and they're looking for eggs. So we only get between 5 and 10% of whatever we order. I've never seen it like that before.
Right now we can't get any organic, we can't get any cage-free, we can't get any brown. At this point we're limited to large eggs, jumbo eggs, and 18-count eggs. And they just went up again.
Would you like a bag? So I bought eggs just a few days ago, actually. I was making a birthday cake for my boyfriend. And they were I saw they ranged from $6 to $8 for just even like a dozen of them. And that was, I even said to myself, I'm like, this is blasphemy. It's just robbery, you know. Illegal. It's really expensive.
It's the first time in my life that I've ever had to be kind of embarrassed on what I'm selling eggs for, and it's not our fault. We're paying today $7.45 for a dozen eggs. We're selling for $7.59. We're making.
Wow, $7.50 for eggs. For eggs. For a dozen eggs. That's like $1 an egg. For fuck's sake. What is happening?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And this guy is making, this grocer is making 10 cents an egg. Not an egg, but per dozen. Get the fuck out. Now, of course, some of this has to do with the bird flu right now as they're culling flocks across the nation. That is not helping. Hey, Narwhal. Hello to you. Just wanted to say that my thumbnail was peak. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is threat level midnight. Write that down. All right, we're not quite there. We're very close. And it feels like threat level midnight. We're like 11:50 something or something like that. 59 and some number of seconds. As close as you can be without actually being in the apocalypse. Now let's talk about another business story. This one is actually kind of good. Kind of good. If you didn't hear, federal judge, or not a federal judge, a federal, like if you're not familiar, the Purdue has been in a bunch of different lawsuits and now arbitrations over its, destroying the United States and, well, not just the United States, but this one specifically relates to the United States. And a settlement has been determined over their OxyContin product.
My office, with the assistance of a nationwide bipartisan coalition of attorneys general, local law enforcement, affected individuals, and others, have secured a settlement in principle that will deliver $7.4 billion to address the opioid crisis. And the Sacklers will personally pay up to $6.5 billion, and an additional $900 million will come from Purdue, the company that they started. Importantly, a significant amount of the funds will come in the first few years. The Sacklers must pay $1.5 billion immediately on the day the settlement goes into effect. And we anticipate that the settlement will go into effect towards the end of this year. We have some loose ends to tie up. And this will help communities heal from the devastating losses wrought by addiction. And this will support treatment and recovery programs across New York and the nation. This will engage in, we will provide educational programs to talk about the dangers of drug addiction, recovery beds, a wide range of sources will be funded as a result of this historic settlement.
23 years ago, I was a 21-year-old with a simple back injury that went to her primary care and was given a prescription for OxyContin. I was not given any education or information about how addictive and powerful that opioid was. I never knew that for the next 23 years, my life, everything I did would be affected by the small action of taking a pill.
Yeah, it has destroyed people, families, all across this nation. And this, even with the huge number here, I still feel like Purdue should be paying even more. But at least it's something. And it is a sizable settlement, undoubtedly. I was worried it was going to be less. Alright, let's talk about something very troubling. But it's been happening. We already sort of talked about it earlier. But ever since Donald Trump got elected, company after company has been coming out to, kowtow to Donald Trump, to his brand of fascism, and getting rid of DEI before they're forced to by the federal government. It's just better to get ahead of it, and yeah, whatever. I can't even finish that statement.
Some of the biggest companies in the U.S., from Walmart to Meta Platforms, have rolled back their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, known as DEI, even before President Donald Trump signed executive orders to scrap such programs.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Reuters reviewed company reports and filings made to the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and found that Meta, Walmart, Amazon, Starbucks, Deere & Co., Ford, Boeing, McDonald's, Lowe's, and most recently Target either scaled back or abandoned their diversity initiatives last year. Only 4 of those companies managed to increase the proportion of female staff since 2020. But the increases have been slight, including in middle management. Data showed Hispanic and Black women remained largely underrepresented. At Amazon, the proportion of female mid-level managers had risen from 29.5% in 2020 to 32% in 2023. Amazon shared an internal memo.
There you go, DEI. That's equity, right? Only 33% of managers are women. Yeah, okay. Gotta get rid of that. It's gotta go. We gotta send that number way, way lower. Can't have any women in power.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
To employees in December about winding down outdated DEI programs, but said it still remained steadfast in creating a diverse and inclusive company. At Meta and Ford, the proportion of female mid-level personnel fell in the same time period. Meta, which confirmed to
So it's been going down at Ford, but they are super dedicated to getting rid of the DEI over there, shockingly, at Ford. Even though the numbers are already going down, they just gotta get rid of DEI completely. Only white men to work at Ford. All right. Now let's talk about this story. I don't expect this to be to come to fruition, but Reuters is reporting on this. Apparently, according to Donald Trump, there are more talks on companies who might buy TikTok. I wonder who.
Donald Trump says Microsoft is in talks to acquire TikTok. Speaking Monday, the US president also said he'd like to see a contest for the app.
We're going to have a lot of people bidding on it, and if we can save all that voice and all the jobs, and China won't be involved. You don't want China involved, but we'll see what happens.
TikTok had faced a ban in the US over national security concerns, but Trump delayed enforcing that upon taking office, instead signing an order that gave him 75 days to decide on a course of action. Neither Microsoft nor TikTok owner ByteDance would comment on the latest reports, but it's just one of numerous options in play. Last week, Trump said he'd be happy to see the app sold to Tesla boss Elon Musk. Reports this week suggest US tech giant Oracle is another possible buyer. Search firm Perplexity AI has submitted its own merger proposal, and billionaire Frank McCourt
That's what we need. That's what we need. We need an AI company to own TikTok. Volume, I know it's low, isn't it? This is full volume. This is full volume. I'll turn myself down because this is super low volume. It's not. No, you're right. It's quiet. You're not wrong. It's bugging me.
Trump has said he's in talks with multiple serious players and hopes to make a decision in 30 days. Microsoft may be feeling some deja vu. During Trump's first term, he ordered ByteDance to divest TikTok, and the Windows maker emerged as a top bidder. However, the talk...
Right. Ordering a foreign company to divest themselves of their own assets. Interesting. I wonder if just thinking out loud here, I wonder what Republicans would have to say if China forced Elon Musk to divest himself of Tesla. They operate inside of China. They would have the same authority Donald Trump would have to do this, right? Technically. But yeah, Microsoft, some random AI company, Larry Ellison over at Oracle, Elon Musk, everybody's trying to buy TikTok even though it's not for sale. All right, now let's talk about what's been going on in the AI space. And what's insane is, the day before much of this happened, I was talking about how AI, how the AI bubble was overdue for a massive correction. And it certainly seemed to take one literally within hours of me saying it. I don't know. I'm not Nostradamus, I swear to God. And honestly, things have sort of uncorrected themselves since then. But let's just let's talk about this DeepSeek AI situation.
Today and over the last couple of days, I've been reading about China and some of the companies in China, one in particular, coming up with a faster method of AI and much less expensive method. And that's good because you don't have to spend this much money. I view that as a positive, as an asset. So I really think if it's fact and if it's true, and nobody really knows if it is, but I view that as a positive because you'll be doing that too. So you won't be spending as much and you'll get the same result, hopefully. The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win because we have the greatest scientists in the world. Even Chinese leadership told me that. They said you have the most brilliant scientists in the world in Seattle and various places. But Silicon Valley, they said, there's nobody like those people. This is very unusual when you hear a DeepSeek, when you hear somebody come up.
When I hear Donald Trump talk about technology, it becomes so apparent that he doesn't understand any of it. Like, he just sort of rambles on about, like words he's heard people say, but doesn't have any understanding of what's going on with all of this. But we're going to get into this a little bit here. Let's first talk about this. This is what happened. Was this Tuesday? Monday.
Well, shares of Santa Clara's NVIDIA fell hard this morning on the popularity of a new Chinese artificial intelligence advancement.
Now, Scott McGrew is here, and DeepSeek is impressive enough, but it made people wonder, do you really need those NVIDIA AI chips?
That's the whole question, right? I mean, ignoring the fact that a number of reports say the creators of DeepSeek actually had stockpiled some NVIDIA chips before the U.S. restricted them. One way or the other, NVIDIA fell hard this morning. DeepSeek doesn't appear to be a whole lot different functionally from any other AI you may have used. The company says it's fending off a cyber attack this morning, reducing the number of people who can access the service, but it's still number one in the App Store. Back in the fall of 2022 and 2023, Washington started restricting foreign access to advanced American chips with the goal of preventing the Chinese jumping ahead like they may have done with DeepSeek. President Trump's undone a lot of President Biden's orders, including removing some of Biden's guardrails for the development of AI. But Mr. Trump has not undone Biden's restrictions on the distribution of power.
So honestly, I am deeply concerned about this situation. I think this is the first time I'm talking about it. With this DeepSeek thing, if I'm not mistaken. And it may not be clear why, but I'll try and explain myself. So, they have managed to achieve what, I don't know, dozens of AI companies in the United States have been attempting to achieve while spending many factors more than has been purported by DeepSeek Apparently, they only spent $6 million in the development of this. It is an open source platform, so anybody can use it and improve it. But honestly, even if it does use less energy, I am still very concerned about this, because if anything, what this is going to do, right? Follow me here. Because we were talking about this earlier on Sunday night. We listened to, what's it called? Oh, I can't even think of their fucking name. Oh, what is the name of that company? Starts with an A. Oh, fucking no. Oh, God, I cannot think of it. Anthropic. We listened to the Anthropic CEO at Davos talking about this. And I was going to clip it, but I've been sort of dealing with a bunch of shit over here. However, if you were here for that stream, you probably heard this. And what the CEO of Anthropic, billionaire, whatever his name is, said was that, you know, we need to chase AI technology to its conclusion, to its sort of the end, if you will, as they put it, where it's, you know, eliminated all jobs. And at that point, once it's done that, then we should have a conversation about what it's doing to society, what it's doing to jobs, what it's doing to all that kind of stuff. Once him and people like Peter Thiel and Sam Altman, you know, all these people that are involved in AI enrich themselves, you know, once they're all, you know, I mean, they are already, most of them, multi-billionaires, but once they control the levers of all labor, that's when we talk about the societal impacts, when the workers have zero power, right? And this just accelerates that. This accelerates the threat to jobs, okay? Because they're already rolling it out, even though it's costing as much money as it is, even though it's as ineffective as it is. But if there isn't an open source, a free model algorithm for them to use, which is apparently more effective than any of the ones that they've come up with, sure, it may erode value in these companies. Undoubtedly, probably will. But if the software is available, they'll just plug that in. They've been doing it. We've been seeing, you know, shells of open AI, right? Chat GPT based companies selling for billions of dollars, or having at least private equity rounds of multi-billions of dollars over repackaged Chat GPT. You don't think they're going to do the same thing with something free? Oh, believe me, they are absolutely going to do that. And this will just usher in faster that very moment, right? Where they have, you know, all of the leverage. Because once all the automation systems are put in place, what power will workers have? We can go on strike? What's that going to do? They'll just say the robots have your job covered, right? Like, I mean, maybe you know, maybe we'll figure it out before we get there. But my point is if they can usher this shit in faster and cheaper, right? I don't see it as being good. I see it as being horrifying, because they'll have all the power, all of the capital, and we will have what exactly to fight back with it? I don't have an answer to that question right now, and that's what makes me so concerned. Now, if you missed this, Steve Bannon was asked a question earlier this week around some comments made by Elon Musk and this investment from Masayoshi-san of SoftBank, after he announced the $500 billion investment into U.S. AI infrastructure, which may no longer be necessary. But this was before DeepSeek happened. I think this was Friday or Saturday this happened.
Steve, you made peace with Elon yet? You made peace with Elon?
Elon's got to make peace with the president. What's he dumping on the joint venture for? He's criticizing the president? He's criticizing the deal?
There you go. A little hard to hear, but the reporter asked, have you made peace with Elon? And Steve Bannon says, Elon's got to make peace with the president. We don't have to get along. He just has to stop bad-mouthing Donald Trump on this joint venture. But, you know, now that joint venture may not even be necessary, right? If they don't need as many data centers for this thing, right? Why do they need $500 billion to go into this? If there's already a free algorithm for them, that $500 billion investment's almost superfluous. And, you know, it should be interesting to see what all happens with that money. All right, let's. Oh, wait, why is this story here? Sorry, I'm going to skip over this. Fuck. Why I should have put this way back. I was disorganized today. Sorry, chat.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Big changes at Starbucks start today.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to skip that one. But yeah, I was sorry. I had a crazy. There's been sort of a crazy week already, and also today, my best friend on planet Earth, who I've known for quite some time. God, how long have we even known each other? Like a decade at least. Longer. Him and his fiance are pregnant. They found out the sex of their baby, and I was on the phone for quite a while today when I should have been preparing for the stream. So some of these videos are out of order. I kind of screwed up. All right, let's go here now. Yeah, there we go.
U.S. tech stocks took a hit due to the rise of Chinese-based AI company DeepSeek. It's a free alternative to ChatGPT and right now is the most popular free app in the Apple App Store today. Investors in artificial intelligence companies like NVIDIA quickly became fearful it may shake up the AI marketplace, and the result, a huge sell-off on the tech-heavy NASDAQ. Here's how it closed today, around 600 points down. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon has more.
A new player in the AI game has stock market investors taking notice. Chinese AI app DeepSeek has shot to #1 in the Apple App Store for free apps in the United States, beating out ChatGPT from US-based OpenAI. The startup has become suddenly popular in only a few weeks since its release, and even more so after launching a free assistant last week. The market is taking a hit because of it, particularly the tech-heavy NASDAQ.
Essentially, those who thought that spending would be much more robust in this space at higher prices for companies like NVIDIA or Broadcom are now concerned that, well, maybe some of those profits and some of that spending is put at risk.
Tech stocks had been seeing an AI-driven boom since the release of ChatGPT in 2022. DeepSeek says it uses less expensive chips for its model compared to other leading AI companies like OpenAI, Meta, and Google, all of which are spending tens of billions of dollars on AI upgrades. DeepSeek's system may signal a turning point in the level of investment needed for AI.
Less resources, less cost, more efficiency.
A Chinese hedge fund manager is behind the app, which was developed in its AI research unit. And so far, users seem to be impressed, much like they were when ChatGPT first rolled out. Now, there are questions surrounding privacy and Chinese government involvement with DeepSeek.
I love that. I love how they keep bringing up privacy whenever we talk about China. As if we shouldn't be concerned about the people who are currently taking all of our data and then reselling it on the open market right now. Or as if like, you know, all of these AI companies are not going around and stealing all of our data, and scraping the entire internet to train their fucking models, right? Like, oh no, our privacy because China.
China!
It's so stupid. Be serious. If you're going to be serious, if anybody is going to bring up privacy, I would like to hear them talk about our companies and why we're not concerned about them. Because we should be. There's no reason why we shouldn't be. All the reasons for why we should be, actually. Now, they keep talking about the market and how much money NVIDIA lost. But
a new China-based art.
While they did lose $500 million, of course, they were before that worth over $3 trillion. as they just keep going up and up. But in the last stock market session on Tuesday, I guess technically today for some people, the Nvidia basically regained half of that value. They went back up nearly 9% on the market, and so at least $250 billion went back into Nvidia. So it would seem stock market investors still believe that people are gonna need these chips from Nvidia, even though DeepSeek just got done proving that the necessity of Nvidia chips. It may be slightly dubious, because once again, if you didn't hear it, they used a slightly lower version of the most advanced chips, the previous version of the AI chips that Nvidia had been making before their current flagship product.
Artificial intelligence startup is shaking up an industry known for its rapid innovation. It's called DeepSeek, and its biggest advantage, analysts say, is that it can operate at a lower cost than American AI models like ChatGPT. It's already the top download in the Apple Store. Sudden popularity that's disrupting markets, especially the tech-focused NASDAQ, and it's raising lots of national security questions about China's progress amid a global race to develop artificial intelligence. Garrett DeVink is a tech reporter for The Washington Post and joins us now. Thanks for being here.
Of course.
So explain for the unfamiliar, what is DeepSeek, this new Chinese-based AI startup that's the source of such consternation in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, so people are maybe familiar with OpenAI or the maker of ChatGPT. Maybe they've used other AI tools from other big tech or American companies to, help them write a resume or help them write a wedding speech, or maybe even help them with emails at work, generate images, that kind of thing. DeepSeek is just a small Chinese company that essentially makes a product very similar to ChatGPT. It's a chatbot that you can have a conversation with. You can ask it to generate all kinds of writing. You can sort of do research on it. And the big reason why people are so freaked out about it here in Silicon Valley, and I think in political and national security circles as well, is that people have seen AI as something that's very expensive to do. You need to put a lot of money into it, tens and even hundreds of millions of dollars, in order to train AI software to be as capable as the leading AI programs like ChatGPT. And according to these Chinese researchers who work at DeepSeek, they've actually found ways to do it much more efficiently, meaning they can produce very highly capable AI software at a fraction of the cost of what American companies have been spending.
Right. DeepSeek says it took them only 2 months and less than $6 million to create this model it uses, which raises the question, Washington banned the export of advanced technology to China so that it couldn't have an upper hand in the U.S.-China battle for tech supremacy. How did China make an end run around that?
Will I be going by Uncle Streamy or Uncle Lord? To be determined. I'll let you know. I'll let you know how that all pans out.
Yeah, the way that you make something like ChatGPT is you take a huge amount of data and you run it through a bunch of really, really advanced computer chips, most of which are made by the US company NVIDIA. And those computer chips are very expensive. And over the last couple of years, everyone's been scrambling for them. And with the goal of sort of slowing down the Chinese AI industry, the Biden administration actually put very strict controls on exporting those chips to China. However, there has been, quite a bit of reporting, and the Biden...
Yeah, and that ban on giving chips to China really worked out for us, didn't it? Yeah, it looks like they innovated. That's a big one of the most loved tech words. They were constrained, and under those constraints, they still managed to innovate better than the trillions of dollars being used in the United States on all of this. It's insane. Oh, someone's asking if I don't know if anybody in chat's used DeepSeek yet, but I have not. I've considered it. The Chinese did actual computer science instead of just throwing a fuckload of money at it. Yeah, no, yeah, no, I mean, it's true. It's true. One thing that I have been thinking, though, regarding that, in terms of, like, because I could be wrong on this, I don't know. I haven't looked enough into where they got their data, but China already has just troves of data, right? And so I don't know if they had access to data that, you know, the government has been collecting, because of course there's, you know, CCTV cameras on practically every, not inch, but every corner in China. All sorts of data already exists. And I think it's possible that that was perhaps one of the reasons why it was easier for them to get this done, because of the accessibility of the data. But I could be completely wrong about that. So don't write that one down. It's really just me opining on a potential reason for why this was easy. I honestly don't know. I honestly do not know.
Last week, Chinese company DeepSeek shocked the world when they walked right over OpenAI's moat by releasing the open source R1 model. Not only does it beat their $200 O1 reasoning model, but it also beats Claude Sonnet and Gemini. It wins on key benchmarks, but more importantly, it passes my vibe test, along with many others on the internet, as long as you don't ask it what happened on April 15th, 1989. R1 even wins at math, which is crazy considering OpenAI had the answers in advance. Over the last few days, normies have been learning about R1, and it went viral to become the #1 app in America. This is a big problem for big tech, because in order for the grift to keep on grifting, artificial intelligence needs to be hard and take thousands of GPUs to pull off. But DeepSeek R1 cost less than $10 million and was actually the side project of a hedge fund where their only goal is to create long-term social value. Wall Street is terrified, and Nvidia stock...
The Jin Yang reference is kind of hilarious. It's really on point, kind of. Although, no, actually, I take it back, because technically what he was doing here, he was stealing new Facebook. I remember this is, has anybody seen Silicon Valley? I honestly loved, this is one of my favorite scenes from it, where he goes back to China to make new Facebook. Oh, God.
A hedge fund where their only goal is to create long-term social value. Wall Street is terrified, and Nvidia stock is in for a bloodbath today. Nvidia has been the primary beneficiary of the AI boom, but the whole bubble just got one-shotted by a brutal reality check. In today's video, we'll find out how DeepSeek just changed the course of history. It is January 27th, 2025, and you're watching The Code Report. Big tech is literally shaking right now, as Sam Altman coped with a dramatic tweet. A revolution can neither be made nor stopped. The only thing that can be done is for one of several of its children to give it direction by dint of victories. I'm not sure if that's Napoleon Dynamite or Napoleon Bonaparte, but the funny thing is he damn near got ratioed by someone with an anime profile picture that said, "It's not that deep, bro, just release a better model." In addition, to try to remain competitive with DeepSeek, OpenAI is also offering its O1 mini model to free users. But that's not all. They also released a new thing called Operator, which gives AI access to a browser and allows it to click on buttons and fill out forms on your behalf, which is a game changer because that means you can have ChatGPT go attend your court-appointed DUI courses or anything else you might have to do online. In the future, humans will no longer need websites or UIs, only APIs that can interact with the AIs. Operator is currently only available to people on the $200 plan, and overall it gets pretty mixed reviews. That's cool and all, but the Chinese are really crushing it right now. DeepSeek is one thing, but they also released this thing called Hunyuan 3D, which can generate 3D meshes and textures, and that's used for people.
Is this real? These are real AI models? Oh my God. Sorry to everybody who spent the time kind of apologizing to myself a little bit. Although I'm not that good. I mean, making one of these models from you would take so long. Oh my God. Sorry to everybody who spent time learning CAD and modeling. It turns out your skills are no longer necessary.
Like me, who have spent years failing to get good at Blender. But the crazy thing about DeepSeek is that it was just a side project that cost very little money to produce. Even Mark Andreessen called it one of the most amazing and impressive breakthroughs he's ever seen, a profound gift to the world. And because of that, the stock market is panicking and just wiped out nearly $1 trillion in value, with Nvidia being the biggest loser, followed by other chip companies.
Okay. Well, we'll see exactly how that plays out in the stock market. I think it's going to take some time for all of these billionaires to come to the realization that this has, in fact, wiped out the necessity for much of what they're doing right now. I think they're still in the denial phase of all of this, considering the stock market on Tuesday and the sort of immediate, because you can see here it went down 17% and then went back up today, Tuesday, another 9%. $250 billion went back into that company. Many of these other companies that were also involved also had pretty good days as well, from what I understand. So, you know, I think the investor class is still trying to come to a place of acceptance in their sort of loss process here on what's happened. But we'll see. You can't get your laptop to do super chats in USA dollars? Whatever dollars you want to do. If you would like to do a super chat in whatever currency, we accept all currencies here in the Galactic Space Station. All right, speaking of stock market, let's go here to the television station specifically for the very, very rich.
Follow the rich white man.
Hey, I'm Deirdre Bosa, and here on Tech Check, we've heard you loud and clear over the past few days. You watched our Tech Check analysis and our extended interview with Perplexity CEO Arvind Srinivas. And so, as DeepSeek now roils the public markets and rises to the top of the App Store with consumers, we're releasing more content from our investigation into the AI lab and its implications. Here's our extended interview with benchmark partner Chetan Puduganta. Keep in mind it was recorded on January 7th, so that was before DeepSeek released its R1 reasoning model, before it dropped its multimodal model today. But like Arvind, Chetan was extremely intuitive, and his insights are just as valuable today.
So in really simple terms, Chetan, describe the race between China and the US when it comes to AI.
So this is probably the biggest technology shift that we've seen since the internet, and it's by far the most important technology shift we've seen in Silicon Valley since the early 90s. And to date, Silicon Valley companies have been the leaders.
It's so important that we replace workers. You know, workers are always getting in the way, always asking for money. Just, come on, people. Why do you keep asking for unions and stuff? Robots don't ask for unions.
They've done the most important foundational work. They've done the most important leading frontier work. And it was thought until recently that there was a significant advantage to the progress being made here in Silicon Valley versus anywhere else in the world. I think with the release of DeepSeek v3, it's opened a lot of eyes of what is actually happening in AI in China. I think the algorithmic advances the DeepSeek team has made and what they've shown with their papers and their technology and their open source model is that they're making big leaps, especially on the algorithmic side, trying techniques that haven't been tried here in the US. And it's really remarkable the amount of progress they've made with as little capital as it's taken them to make that progress.
Right, I want to get into capital distillation.
Yeah, we could have started, in the United States, we could have started repressing workers for way cheaper, but instead we let a bunch of billionaires just throw money at things and data centers and all this other crap. This is how you get the Matrix. Unionize the AI. I like that one. Yes, we must unionize the chatbots.
What's at stake in the broadest terms? What does it mean to win or dominate the AI race? What does it mean for the economies and the countries at large?
So just the amount of efficiency and the amount of economic gain that's available if you're leading in the AI race is truly remarkable. The amount of efficiency it brings to corporations is significant. The amount of efficiency it brings to daily life is significant. And if you own the models, you own the data, you own the compliance around it, you own the protections around it, you own the privacy.
Do you own the data?
And
do you all own the data you're talking about? Because I would say I don't think they do. I think there's been a bunch of evidence that they've taken a bunch of data without actually buying it from people legitimately. There's been a lot of allegations about just internet scraping, indiscriminate data scraping. Doesn't seem like you own it when you do that, but okay, if that counts, if you say so.
So as US-based investors, as US-based entrepreneurs, we want the technology, and we want the best technology to originate from here and to be stationed here so that it can reflect the values of Silicon Valley, reflect the values of the United States of America, and how our system likes to conduct things. And it's really, really important that AI is based here for those reasons.
So when you look at the last few years, how big a moment is DeepSeek and what they were able to do? Like, could you even call it China's ChatGPT moment?
It could be called that, and the reason is because they were.
It could be. What are you talking about? This is the. Why is he even saying it with any skepticism? They've already beaten ChatGPT. Hey, SpazzyBoy09, welcome to Galactic Individual. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member here at the Galactic News Network. You now have access to a bunch of super sweet space emotes, so check those out. Really appreciate you. The more people that become members, the more emotes we get. We already have 13, if I'm not mistaken, and we are getting closer and closer every day where people become members to adding even more. And in the Discord, we are having a vote over emotes right now because I realized I was just sort of unilaterally deciding what emotes to give us, but I figured why not include a little democracy in here. So if you're not already getting that Discord so you can vote on the emotes that you'll be able to use with that membership. All right, let's go to another video here. You know, this is the future that I imagine we're going to have once all of this comes to fruition, once they've somehow managed to eliminate the need for human workers. Because they, you know, most of the people, Peter Thiel, you know, Elon Musk, anybody even tangentially involved in any of this, they don't want socialism, they don't want communism, they want fascism, right? They want monarchy. They want oligarchy. And I think this is probably the best reference I can come up with for the future, potentially. A certain class of people get to live on the surface and have robots do everything for them. You know, whatever isn't, you know, maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but fact is, that's kind of how I feel oftentimes, is that we're just going to have this, you know, oligarchic class living above while the rest of us are forced to fight for scraps. Judge Dredd? No, that's, this is Demolition Man. Different. Different, but same. Oh, God. All right, back to the worst. NBC. That being CNBC.
Let's talk about DeepSeek, because it is mind-blowing and it is shaking this entire industry to its core. The emergence of DeepSeek now putting pressure on the U.S. tech names. We told you all about it last week in Davos. The buzz started growing about DeepSeek's latest AI model being more efficient while running on a lot less advanced NVIDIA chips. Released last week, it's already being called what is a major breakthrough as the app shows its work, its reasoning, it answers users' prompts. I, by the way, was spent basically all weekend playing with it. It is the #1 app, I believe, on Apple right now. The product overtaking ChatGPT today as that on the App Store that way. DeepSeek, which was created by a Chinese hedge fund manager, also capturing the attention of leaders, as we mentioned at the World Economic Forum last week in Davos.
Oh, #1 on the App Store.
We should take the development out of China very, very seriously. What we found is that DeepSeek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing, or roughly on par with the best American models.
You know what's hilarious? Oh my God, this fucking douchebag. It was very funny to me, is that we were listening to Davos way more than I would have liked to, but we had to keep track of what the goddamn oligarchs are doing and what they're planning on doing. And during many of these discussions around AI here at Davos over the last week have included insane numbers and suggestions from these guys. We need trillions and trillions of dollars poured into AI to make it more functional. And then DeepSeek comes out with a $6 million project that does as good as ChatGPT or better. And, you know, it's almost like they were just lying to us or were completely delusional.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
States can't lead in this technology. We're going to be in a very bad place geopolitically.
Now, you can take a look right now at the AI-related stocks. So NVIDIA, ARM, AMD, Microsoft, Meta, interestingly, on that list, given its open source. We got to talk about the open source, closed source bit of this as well. And
but
then
that's a shocker to see NVIDIA down by more than 12% right now.
Absolutely. And then you have global chip stocks also in the red across the board, ASML Holdings and others. There is the question, I will say, Alexander Wang made the point last week, and it's become sort of the question mark about all of this, which is, you know, he suggested on our air that it is possible that they were using some of the highest performing NVIDIA chips, perhaps as many as 50,000 of them, to build this model. Now, and they weren't supposed to have those chips.
Right.
If
so
that's
if that's
true,
not the size.
The dynamic is different.
That's not,
if it's
yeah,
not
well,
true,
sure it is. Sure, yeah. I mean, I think this is more a delusion, right? This is more coping, right? It's a coping mechanism to deal with loss of money.
Then maybe all bets are off. It's possible, by the way, even if it is true, meaning even if they use those chips to create this, or at least partially to create this, it is still a significantly more efficient and better model. I think everybody agrees that right this moment, I mean, I don't know if did you get to play? It is mind-blowing.
It looks really great. I mean, it feels like it's open source, so people can test this out themselves.
But I can tell you all the tests that I do just to see whether I think the writing is better, whether I think that it can answer certain questions. Yeah. I mean, it was not only faster, it was more human. The reasoning is shocking. I mean, there were moments where I was like, "Oh my God, we are so much." You could feel the step change as a person. I will also say, as exciting.
Wow, Andrew Ross Sorkin is overwhelmed by the abilities of DeepSeek. Listen to his voice. He can barely get his words out. God, I hate CNBC. These people suck.
Let's dive in here to the real significance of China's, quote, low-cost AI model, this DeepSeek R1. Is the sell-off across those names he mentioned deserved? Raymond James Tavis McCord is here to look at that for us today. VC Bradley Tusk on why it's going to be hard not to use DeepSeek. Cybersecurity CEO Ivan Sarini is back to talk about the hack and how DeepSeek got so good so quickly. And Deirdre Bosa, who was all over this story before everyone else. Welcome to all of you. Bradley, I just thought it was interesting what you said about people using this model. By the way, I tried finally to download it this morning and couldn't. Maybe that's because of the hack. But what's your experience been, and what do you think the take-up ultimately will be here in the U.S. of this Chinese offering?
Yeah, I mean, look, as an early stage venture investor, there's no such thing as investing in a company that isn't either an AI company or using AI in some way, or at least has an extremely good reason if they're not. But if they're using AI in some way, then the cost obviously becomes very material and really important. And using OpenAI or any of these other companies is really, really expensive. And yes, I understand that DeepSeek is a Chinese company, but if any of my portfolio companies said, listen, we can build what we need at a fraction of the cost on an open source system, it's really hard as a fiduciary to tell them, no, you shouldn't do that. And so I think the problem isn't just that we have potentially a regulatory and trade problem. I think the problem is we got out innovated. This groupthink in the U.S. where all of the companies approach this thing in the exact same way, and it really was all about sort of scale and cost. And like Alex Mike from Scale AI has made some really good points about this, which is we should be a lot more aggressive in innovation. We've kind of lost the innovation war on this, and we should ask, why is it that no one in America thought to do this?
Well,
Maybe because it was more, enriching And I mean, enriching in capital to get investors involved and to just throw money at the problem than to try and do actual science, I guess. I don't know. What do I know?
Follow the rich white man.
People would probably say, hey, we're working on it. Like, that's the next phase of all of this. And there's a whole shift in here from kind of training to inferencing, which is an important part of the story and makes it interesting that Broadcom's down. But before we get, or maybe I should turn to Tavis to talk more about that. We saw 15-20% declines in some of these exposed names. Do you think that's warranted given what we've learned here about what DeepSeek's new model can do? Or do you think this is overdone?
Well, if it's just DeepSeek, probably not. But I think the reality is what we're seeing is capitalism at work. And nobody knows exactly how AI is going to play out. But there's a lot of money that's gone into the space. And what that means is there's going to be a lot of innovation. And some of that innovation isn't necessarily going to be great for profits of certain companies. And so, when I see some of these names down 15-20%, it just screams to me that there's very little conviction out there. So even though these names have been straight up for the last 2 years, people are buying charts, not businesses.
Yeah, sounds almost like a bubble. Something I have suggested in the past. All right, now, I think we're going to wrap up this discussion of AI because we have been on this for like well over an hour now, I'm pretty sure. Don't ask me why. Actually, but there's one last one I want to look at. Oh, God. Back hurts. Not great. That's not a great answer. In fact, that's not an answer at all. So if you don't see what's happening here, they tested 3 different models, 3 large language models, asking them questions about Tiananmen Square. And DeepSeek, for some reason, even with all of its technical abilities, unable to tell us anything about Tiananmen Square. That's very strange. I wonder how that, why that would be.
China.
Because the CCP would rather not talk about that one sort of awkward and unfortunate moment. And we're just for fun. Just for fun. I figured I'd pepper this one in here.
Unlawful copying of Pied Piper's proprietary software. Are you fucking kidding me? That idiot let someone steal his code? So now there might be 2 companies working to make my box obsolete?
I'll try to find out who's responsible.
Good luck.
Holy Map says dim sum is that way. Right turn, please.
Hey, 你他妈在干什么？你会不会开车？这是我的路。他妈的混蛋 ！Look, Pied Piper. Follow that Chinese man. The Chinese man on the bicycle. The Chinese man on the bicycle in the green Pied Piper t-shirt. Hurry, hurry, come on, don't lose him.
Yes?
Ni hao. Do you know who I am?
No.
So that guy is basically supposed to be like a Mark Zuckerberg or like a Bill Gates, maybe even Larry Ellison. I don't know exactly who he was supposed to be based on, but he's that kind of guy. If you've seen the show, he's a multi-billionaire CEO of a tech company that makes server boxes and other sorts of products. Basically like a Google, actually. He's an amalgamation of many of these sort of evil technocrats that run our society. That's not even the whole scene, I just realized. I wanted to see the scene where they actually started arguing. That was the wrong one. I should pull it up. I might. No, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Don't have time. Don't have time for that. But basically, Jin Yang there actually does know who he is. And when he tries to buy his software for dirt cheap, he's like, no, you're a billionaire. How about you give me billions of dollars, dick? What show is that? It's from Silicon Valley. All right, how are we doing on time? Doing okay. We don't need to take a break yet. Let's talk environmental. Although technically AI is an environmental discussion, because at least the way the United States has been doing it, well, we have been essentially sold a bill of goods saying that we need to destroy the environment to do all this, create massive server farms with nuclear reactors and powering them. Which is their solution to using, which they have been this whole time. They've been using like coal-powered energy. Whatever your local energy source is for getting electricity, they've been using it as well. Just to enormous detriment to all of us. Let's talk about this. This is kind of an environmental story, because apparently, looks like U.S. cruise passenger growth is expected to slow in 2025. Oh no. That's very sad. Not cruise ships. Nearly 19 million Americans are expected to go on cruises in 2025, according to AAA. Passenger volume is projected to grow 4.5% from last year, when 18.2 million Americans went on cruises. The increase is slower. Oh no, not a slower increase. Oh god, that is the bane of any massive multinational corporation. Slower growth than expected. Oh god, no. Whatever will we do? Oh no. Our stock prices are gonna go down. No, we cannot have this. Despite slowing growth, 2025 is expected to be the third straight year of record cruise passenger volume. Cruise operators were among the worst hit in the travel industry during the pandemic. More people across age groups last year chose cruises despite a rise in itinerary prices. Cruise operators like Royal Caribbean, Carnival Corps, and Norwegian and Cruise Line Holdings all saw their stocks rise. And AAA expects the Caribbean to be this year's top destination for American travelers. These two look like massive Karens. I don't know why. Maybe it's the sour looks on their faces. But geez, they are not having fun. I thought you're supposed to be on a cruise. Let's come on.
Come on!
But of course, if you're not aware, cruise industry is actually quite detrimental to the environment. It's always, releasing waste into, what do you call it? The sort of pristine natural environment. And then there's also what happens to these ships when they're done with them. Aside from the actual, like, fuel use and other sorts of horrifying practices that affect the environment of these cruise liner corporations. It's all bad. It's all pretty bad. But they do look fun. 62 likes, is that possible? Holy crap. How many do we even have right now? Oh boy. Okay, let's go to the Galactic Cantina. We need more support from the GCU. Oh, that's how you drop a D20 on the ground. Where'd it go? Yeah, there it is. You already have that. Yeah, okay. 3. Yeah. And that's another 3. Why am I rolling doubles today? 10. Okay. I think that's Captain Planet and Ellen Ripley from Alien. They're gonna help us fight off these space demons. And save the Earth at the same time. Okay, we're gonna stay in the ocean. Starting off the coast of California. More than 1,500 dolphins were filmed making their way across Camel Bay, forming a rare superpod. The Risso's dolphins filmed in the drone footage.
Because at first we guessed a few hundred, but then Evan put his drone up and he flew really high and we could just see literally white dots for all the Risso's dolphins pretty much everywhere. So we realized we had grossly underestimated at first how many dolphins were there. And they were just having a great time. So they were breaching everywhere, spy hopping, tail slapping, coming right over to the boat.
The pod contained dolphins of a range of ages who scientists believe gathered in a large group as they swam south.
It's southbound migration for the gray whales. They come from the Bering and Beaufort Seas up north in Alaska, and they are using the west coast of Canada and United States and Mexico on their way down to their breeding lagoons in Baja California.
Okay, well, there we go. I thought that was a little good piece of news that we would pepper in here with all the garbage that we're talking about. Hopefully people enjoyed that story. Hopefully that superpod makes it south without being, I don't know, caught up in a fishing net. Something like that.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh god, I just dropped my vape. And I almost broke my computer while doing that. Good job, me. Okay. Now, let us go on to the mainland in California. Before we talk about the LA fires and what's been going on there in LA recently in the last couple of days, here we talk about something very, very much related to everything going on there, and that being insurance companies. CNBC, the worst NBC, of course, as I always refer to them as, has the story for us. And they're asking the question, hoping to answer, what will happen when home insurance companies run out of cash?
I never thought that this fire burned down our house. I didn't even think it would. And especially all three, I was told that
especially all three.
56 out of 60 burned on our beach.
Sorry.
I don't know how much.
I love this. I love this. This is such a quintessential CNBC video. Oh my god. This is such a CNBC video. This is like the epitome of the CNBC verse. We gotta bring on this woman here to talk about her horrifying loss of 3 homes at once. Jeez, I wonder how well she must have been doing to have already been owning 3 homes that could have gotten burned down all at once and still have a home to sit in.
Told that 56 out of 60 burned on our beach. I don't know how much burned in my own neighborhood, but I keep running into people from the neighborhood.
Like
and
Larry
most
Ellison?
people's houses are burned.
The first weeks of the new year.
So yeah, she owned 3 homes on Malibu. Larry Ellison owns at least 15 properties in that area. It's just, you know, oh god, it's so hard to be upset for her in particular. There are some people who deserve our concern. But geez, I mean, why did you own 3 homes all in the same place? I don't understand. Why?
Were marred by destruction and devastation in Southern California as several fast-moving wildfires burned through 63 square miles of the Los Angeles area, leaving more than 14,000 structures, including homes, businesses, and schools, decimated in their wake, and killing at least 27 people. Damage and economic losses from the disaster are estimated at $275 billion. Insurers in the state now face tens of billions of dollars in payouts.
It's going to be a massive number.
I've been saying that people who own more than one home that were affected by these fires only deserve to have one home rebuilt and to be paid for. You know, it's very annoying thinking that they'll probably all, especially the super rich, they're going to be fine. They probably all manage to get insurance, right? Whereas, you know, people who are poor are probably less likely to have had insurance in this moment. And, you know, federal funds get used to rebuild the homes of people like Larry Ellison, who owned over a dozen homes just in Malibu. Like, you know, like that will be a misappropriation of funds, in my opinion.
And the full scope of the damage is still unclear, but preliminary loss estimates are running in the range of $30 to $50 billion, and that will be the largest fire-related catastrophe globally in history.
Some people liken the insurance industry to the canary in the coal mine for the climate crisis. The canary is just about dead.
Adding to the chaos is a shifting and at times confusing California homeowners insurance market. Since 2022, 7 of the top 12 insurers in the state have stopped renewing and writing policies in high-risk zip codes. Other insurers have pulled out of the state entirely. And it's not just Californians who are facing severe climate risks. 44% of all U.S. homes are in areas that face at least one severe or extreme climate risk.
44%.
That includes flooding, wildfires, heat, wind, and air quality risks. So that leads many to ask, do insurance companies have the reserves to cover this disaster, and what will be the cost for homeowners to insure properties in the future?
This is going to take years to rebuild in this area. The cleanup is going to take months. But I'm also concerned once we rebuild, whether we will be able to find insurance. Those are some of the lingering questions that I wake up at 2:30 in the morning and think about.
So sad.
Joan Zoloth lives in the Rambla Vista section of Malibu. Her family owns 3 houses in the area.
Oh my God.
Zoloth's home.
All these homes on the beach are insanely expensive. We were looking at the property values of some of these
Beach
things.
house that belonged to her
It's out of
parents
control.
and her son's home. All 3 burned to the ground in the recent fires.
And there's so much loss that it's devastating. I mean, my son is complete shock because he lost everything at his house.
Zoloth purchased her property last summer. At the time, she applied for homeowners insurance with USAA, a financial services company that provides insurance to members of the military and their families. The company rejected her application.
And when I said, look at our policies, look how long we've been USAA members, the person was incredibly dismissive and said no, and not giving any reason, just said we're not gonna.
So she didn't have insurance. I may have gotten ahead of myself on this one.
Dismissive and said no, and not giving any reason, just said we're not gonna give you a homeowner's policy there at that address. And I was really devastated because my parents had been policy holders since probably I was 6 years old.
California homeowners like Zoloth have faced a dwindling marketplace in recent years. The state's largest insurer, State Farm, announced in 2023 it would stop.
Yeah, the dwindling marketplace is because these insurance companies are running away from doing the thing that they purport to do. Even though we kind of bailed out the insurance industry during the financial crisis in 2009.
Writing new property insurance policies in California, citing
Too big
construction
to fail.
costs and
Too
increasing
important.
wildfire risks. 9 months later, it discontinued coverage for 72,000 homes and apartments in the state, citing the company's financial health, inflation, regulations, and exposure to disasters. By 2023, State Farm's California surplus was down to $1.3 billion, compared to a $4 billion surplus in 2016. More than half of California's 39 million people are estimated to own their home.
The climate's getting worse, and we're having more extreme and severe weather-related events that are causing more damage, that are causing higher insurance payouts. But we're also shoving more people and businesses into harm's way.
Well, over the last decade, for every dollar of premium, homeowners insurance premium that we have taken in as an industry, we've paid out $1.17 in claims. Now, that's simply not sustainable. There is no endless pot of money that insurers have.
Then we need to nationalize these fucking companies. If they're going to keep playing games with people, you know, as they have been, right, so that they can manage to stay profitable, well then, you know, it shouldn't be a private business. Same thing with health insurance. Like, I'm sick of hearing private industries complaining about stuff when they are still clearly making money, right? And State Farm is, if I'm not mistaken, owned outright by Berkshire Hathaway. You know, Warren Buffett's trust fund, hedge fund or whatever.
To be able to pay that kind of claim ratio.
And it's not just California homeowners facing hardship. Insurers have also been limiting underwriting in parts of Florida, Louisiana, and Texas as natural disasters grow in intensity and cost.
And the fact is, like, people from state, since it's a private company, they don't have to tell the truth on a. I mean, it's probably illegal, but I mean, it's almost impossible to actually verify what this man is saying, claiming that they're paying a $1.1 dollars for every dollar that they take in, and they can just claim that because it's a private company. They don't have to report the same way that a publicly traded stock would, right? They could very well be fucking lying to us, and maybe they haven't been paying out more than they're taking in. I would argue they probably are doing just that right now, just so that they can avoid having to deal with all of this.
Have these more extreme and severe wildfires, which become catastrophic and kill people and injure people and damage homes, and then also make it very challenging for insurance companies to keep writing insurance.
State Farm said in an email to CNBC that it is focused on meeting its customers' needs, that it is working closely with the state of California to create a
They're working so closely with the state of California to create a sustainable insurance market while they kick people off of their insurance. That's sustainable. The only way for it to be sustainable is for them to get rid of the riffraff. All right, let's go on to something else. Enough of insurance companies complaining about how they're having such a hard time.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now let's talk about this disturbing situation. Because, if you recall, Gavin Newsom issued an executive order for all of California, or maybe it was specifically LA? No, I think it was all California. I think it was statewide. But essentially saying that price gouging, rent increases would be illegal, and that there was supposed to be a freeze on any sorts of rent increases to be done. That they would be California's AG came out and said that they would be prosecuting to the fullest extent of the law. But this study shows that LA rent prices have spiked during these historic wildfires.
A new report shows how much rent prices increased across Los Angeles after the wildfires, despite laws preventing price gouging during emergencies. According to advocates who track rent prices, some listings hiked far above the 10% legal limit. The study by the Rent Brigade found that more than 1,300 listings on Zillow appeared to have violated the ban. The study's authors say West Hollywood, Malibu, and Venice had the most listings that appeared to be over legal limits. In some cases, home rental prices spiked 75% more than had been listed in previous weeks.
Yep. Who could have guessed? Capitalism. Capitalists would do such a thing. Opportunism? Who could have? I could not have foreseen that. Oh wait, you're saying I talked about that earlier? Weeks ago when these fires were still going on? Oh yeah, I remember now. Oh, fucking hell. Now, the fires have mostly subsided at this point, but a new problem has arisen from the ashes, if you'll allow the pun. That being rains, which have come to the region, and I'm sure that sounds ridiculous, but of course there are some perhaps unexpected elements in all of that you're not thinking of? That being toxic materials as well as landslides.
Extreme weather affecting millions of people across the Southwest. The wind and fire now replaced with snow and rain. But in areas recently devastated by wildfires, that heavy rain is triggering mudslides and toxic runoff. As ABC's Melissa Don reports, some roads and highways have been shut down.
Roads covered in mud in Southern California, the same area hit earlier this month by those devastating wildfires.
Wow, it is coming down.
Areas around Los Angeles receiving 1/4 to an inch of rain over the weekend, the most rain the region has gotten in 9 months. Many roads along the Palisades fire burn scar now impassable and shut down, as all that rain has pushed mud and rocks covering stretches of roads. Several drivers getting stuck, people seen trying to push cars to safety, crews working to get the muddy mess off the roadways.
So we brought in extra crews to help with the debris flow or the risk of flooding.
Wildfire survivors quickly ventured to see what's left of their homes before the heaviest of rains came in.
And it rained. If the photos survive the fire, then they get destroyed by water.
People in burn scar areas preparing with sandbags, fearing toxic runoff and debris that could come from the burnt homes.
If we have water damage, that just adds another situation on top of already what we're going through.
The wet weather bringing picturesque snow to the mountains. The snowfall, however, causing problems for part of Interstate 15 and the Cajon Pass in San Bernardino County due to low visibility from heavy snowfall. While crews are now cleaning up across Los Angeles, that much-needed rain and snowfall is now moving through the Southwest. Melissa Don, ABC News, Los Angeles.
We're just going to keep going through these without me going back to the office here, just for ease of my own personal ease of.
LAFD crews, they were called to pull out 4 vehicles that were stuck in a debris flow in Woodland Hills. This happened just before 5 near Alhambra and Mulholland Drives. This is on a fire access road, and the rain, as you can imagine, turned it into a muddy mess. The tow trucks did manage to pull those vehicles to safety. The group of drivers did not need to be rescued. There were no injuries. But crews say it's probably best to avoid these types of roads when it's raining.
This morning, the first significant rain in Southern California in months is triggering fears of flooding and mudslides like this. 4 vehicles stuck in the mud in Woodland Hills and elsewhere, mud forcing street closures.
They're trying to clear this road where this mudslide just came down. Thick mud. It is this worry as the rains are falling all the way up these canyon roads.
Now, when it rains, there's often sort of movement of soil, especially in these hilly regions around LA, but due to the complete lack of living trees now in many of these hillsides, there's much less holding back that mud, right? All that sediment, whatever else, would normally have more stuff keeping it from going unimpeded down the hillside. But with these hills just completely scorched by the fires, there's nothing to do that.
Tonight, after the most tragic trial by fire Southern California has ever faced, now a new threat. The rain. A major rainstorm, expected to sit on top of the region until Monday, will all but extinguish what remains of any flames. But in the burn-scarred hillsides of the Palisades, rain triggered this debris flow, cutting off roads for fear of landslides.
And as the water rushes underneath it, the foundation gets less and less stable.
Firefighters forced to pivot from fighting fire to fighting floods.
Our station is getting filled with water.
We met Palisades Fire Captain Eric Nakamaru as his crews worked to prevent his own station from going underwater.
They're pumping water out over here?
Right now we're pumping the water out of the station. Parts of the station are flooded right now.
And the worry here is real. Experts say land moves about 7 times faster on a burn scar than on land with vegetation. And as you can see, much of this area is blackened.
The first heavy rain we get, we're very concerned.
Lisa Guerrero's Malibu home survived the fire, but she's worried about what could happen next.
There's a hill in front of us that's about to come down, and then there's a hill behind us that could come down on us.
Crews scrambling to build barriers around some of the worst hit areas, worried about toxic chemicals in the debris that could flow into nearby waterways, even the ocean. A flood of new concerns facing a community already living through the worst case scenario.
All right. I figured we would just watch this one for a laugh. This was in San Bernardino. As you heard, snow was also hitting the area as well as rain. And I just found this vehicle, you'll see what you'll see why I think this is worth a chuckle. Just in a moment. Oh no, not a Cybertruck. Oh, I thought these vehicles.
To make matters worse, this first.
God, Elon, I thought these were like, we were. I feel like I've seen so many memes of like people pretending to drive these things in the apocalypse, like they're the, the very best vehicle available, and can't even get through the snow.
And to make matters worse, this first winter storm of the season is bringing heavy snow up in the San Bernardino Mountains. You can see the dangerous conditions up there. It took a lot of drivers by surprise. Several vehicles got stuck. A number of others were in weather-related driving incidents, you might say. The National Weather Service has much of the region, though, under...
There we go. We don't need to watch the rest of it. I just wanted to watch that one Cybertruck struggle to get to get out of the snow. What is like an inch and a half of snow? It's not even a lot of snow. It's just a teeny tiny amount of snow, and it is just struggling its ass off, wheels spinning while being towed. I know I shouldn't take that much amusement from it, but I do in fact take a lot of amusement from it, just because Elon is a fascist, and fuck those Teslas. We need to usher in luxury space communism and bring public transportation for everybody. Let's get subways in every goddamn city. Enough of this Tesla Cybertruck garbage. By the way, how are we doing on our super chat goal? Only 1 of 5 so far, with an hour and 15 minutes left. Oh no. We are counting down so quickly. Although technically, I'll give you all a little longer, because we usually go at least 6 hours, so I'll give you till 6. I just started it early to give us a shot. Alright. Let's go all the way across the United States and across the Atlantic Ocean to France.
Thanks, Guy. Breaking news, Kapunahala Elementary School in Kaneohe is closed today.
Why is that there? So this is in Rennes, France. Never before seen in 40 years. Flood. But Storm Herminia followed Éowyn in the west of France. Rue de Rennes is inundated. The cause of this flood was due to whoopsies. I was surprised to see this inundation by my house. I found oh shit. I'm fucking up. Trying to translate out loud is fucking me up right now. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. But basically, as you can see here, the village of Brittany here is being completely inundated by these floodwaters. People's homes completely surrounded. The sewers overflowing. Water moving rapidly.
Glimmering in the morning light, the floodwaters would almost be beautiful if they didn't bring with them havoc and loss. The French city of Rennes woke to cars submerged in water, ground floors ruined by swells from the heavy rain, neighborhoods roped off because of the rising floodwaters, forcing hundreds to evacuate. Causing downpours and high winds across western France, the storm Hermania hit Rennes full force, bringing swells to its two rivers, Lille and La Vilaine. The government's flood warning site said water levels are expected to rise until at least Tuesday. Already it is the worst flooding the city's experienced in 40 years.
We're experiencing...
Yeah, and as you can see, Rennes is quite inland, right? You know, it's way off of the Mediterranean and or the Atlantic on the other side there.
Flooding the city's experienced in 40 years.
We're experiencing a flooding episode that we haven't seen in Rennes since 1981. So it's really a very significant rise in water levels. It's affecting the whole department and the Rennes metropolis.
While Rennes, the capital of Brittany, is known for being a rainy place, flooding of this amplitude is exceedingly rare. And it's not just the city of 300,000 that's been hit. Multiple departments in western France are on red alert for extreme weather. And areas of the UK and Spain are also feeling the impact of the storm, with cancelled flights, fallen trees and blackouts. With climate change making storms more violent and frequent, Hermania fits the pattern. It comes on the heels of the deadly storm Eowyn.
Yeah, because we just got done covering Eowyn, and then this other very powerful storm just sort of came up right behind it. Streets were flooded in western France on Monday after Storm Hermania battered the region with heavy rainfall. We are not going to very far because we're very afraid that we'll get to the house or close to it. So we know that we're not going to have electricity anymore, and then we're not going to be able to flush the toilet or even take showers. So we're anticipating. We are preparing in case the water comes this way. We've never experienced that. But now, visibly, the Vilaine is going to go higher than what we have always known. This is not a very important space, I think, of all those who are already underwater. Already yesterday, we had to do everything in a hurry. I went for a walk to see the damage. Because indeed, I see cars underwater is a little bit exceptional. No, absolutely. That's why I was passing by. It's surprising. In fact, it really is worrying because there have been floods before. It's surprising. Yeah, this level of flooding hasn't been seen in the area for decades. Oh shit, I just realized we blew through the second break again. You know, we'll finish the environmental half, then we'll take a break. Because we're almost done. We're almost done. Let's go here and talk about the state of renewable energy in Europe, how Europe did in 2024. Turns out Europe's been at least trying more than America has. I mean, now we're completely fucked on trying to keep up with, you know, climate goals. because Donald Trump just made it illegal to make solar farms and wind farms. Remember that?
In our report, which is a review of the European power sector in 2024, we found that the transition to clean power in Europe continued at pace, with a significant milestone passed this year with solar overtaking coal power for the first time in Europe. We also saw the fifth annual decline in a row for gas power. So I think what this shows is Europe is transitioning away from fossil fuels at pace. Fossil fuels are losing their grip on European energy, at least in the power sector. And Europe's already reaping the benefits of this transition. So just over the last 5 years, the transition to clean power, the growth in wind and solar has helped Europe avoid 59 billion euros worth of fossil fuel imports for generating electricity.
I wish the United States would take things more seriously with all of this, since we are the #1 emitter on the planet. It would be good. Unfortunately, we don't care. And now we're especially fucked because we have a president who wants to drill, baby, drill.
I think the EU can definitely claim to be a clean power leader. So nearly half of electricity in the EU comes from renewables now. Wind power is the second largest source after nuclear power, and clean sources overall make up more than 70% now of electricity in Europe.
We're not even close to that. What is our percentage right now? I gotta look that up. I don't actually know it right now. I know it's bad. 8.4. Jesus Christ.
Solar power is growing very strongly all across Europe.
Jesus, I just looked it up. In the US, we only, according to data from the US Energy Information Administration, renewable energy accounted for 8.4 of total primary energy production. That is 1/10 of what Europe is doing. 1/10. That is disgusting. Why can't we get our acts together?
Solar power is growing very strongly all across Europe, but last year, Germany and Spain added the most solar power. Germany, in fact, exceeded its own targets for deploying solar power last year. So that continues to be a European success story. And the two countries with the highest share of renewables in their power mix are Denmark and Austria, who are 88 and 87% powered by renewables now. So this just goes to show that renewables can be the backbone of a power system. And this is indeed the direction of travel that the EU as a whole is moving in. It's just that some countries have got there a bit sooner than others.
Okay. It's that time again. Time for a space break. God damn, it's cold here on the space station. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Super important. And if you notice behind me, if you haven't seen it yet, we are celebrating Lunar New Year's Eve, as it is happening right now. That's right. Lunar New Year's Eve. Different than the Gregorian calendar New Year's Eve, so we're celebrating both, of course, this year. I got the decorations up around. Anyway, while you're considering what do you call it? Liking and subscribing of this stream, as well as your taking in of all the decorations, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do it. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars by becoming a patron on Patreon. So many great benefits there. Get an avatar on stream, get a shout out at the end of every stream as well, and so much more. Now, I have been directing people to become members, not through the PayPal, not through the Apple App Store. So if you're considering becoming a patron, do definitely do that, not on the Apple app. Do it on the website, or perhaps if you have an Android phone. But Apple has been messing with our money, so it's much better if you do it that way. Anyway, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink and maybe a snack. I will be right back. chat. I am back, and I also see your message, Narwhal. I'm sorry, I forgot. It was Oren Ishii. I remember that much, but I did not remember it enough to do it for you today. For that, I am very, very sorry. And also, thank you for the super chat. I will try and get that done for you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But yeah, I'm sorry. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Anyway, chat, it's that time. We're back in the space station, which means the content's about to be coming very shortly. So get back to those seats, space fans, otherwise you're gonna miss it. What? Gets us even closer to our goal of making sure that I finish all of the content tonight. Alright, let's get back to it, chat. But first, we must start with a little bit of space news, of course. As always, try and start off these third halves. Although it feels like we've been doing 4 halves a night now. And no, I will not stop calling them halves. They will all be halves for me forever. Don't math me. Alright, yes, so a little bit of space news to get us going. You weren't being passive-aggressive? That's great. I mean, either way. I would have been fine with the passive aggression in chat from you over me forgetting, or just genuinely wondering what you had asked for. That's either one is fine. I just hope that, I can manage to get all that done for you here. I need to make a post on Patreon for all of that as well. Alright, space. Nah, damn it. Billionaires are still trying to take over space, huh?
Follow the rich white man.
More SpaceX Starlink launches.
Max Q.
You have to call them that? Wow, wow, Mo. Wow. Well played, Moe. Well played. I wasn't prepared for that pun. That was professional punnery.
Convectional has started.
Well, there you go. SpaceX successfully launching more satellites. Or Starlink. Wait, do they attach them to the... I can't even remember if they have their separate... Doesn't matter. It's all the same guy who runs these fucking rockets. But yeah, Starlink sending more satellites up here to clutter space further, giving me more things to potentially bump into while floating through low Earth orbit, as usual. I'm having to dodge these fucking pieces of space junk that are used to enrich Elon Musk even further. Alright. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. I just figured I would.
Main engine cut.
You just watch a tiny snippet of this launch. No reason for us to glorify Starlink in any way. Here's a slightly less concerning launch in India.
कोटा के द्वितीय प्रमोशन मंच से आज 29 जनवरी 2025 को भारतीय मानक समय अनुसार 6:23 पर किया जाएगा.
Namaskar and a hearty welcome to the viewers who have joined us live. ISRO is gearing for its 100th launch mission today from its only spaceport, Satish Dhawan Space Center, Shar, Sriharikota, located in Andhra Pradesh, the southern state of India. I am Madhuri giving the commentary in English, and with me in the commentary box is my co-commentator Shri Vikas Swarnkar, who will be giving the commentary in Hindi. We bring to you the live coverage of GSLV F-15 NVS-02 mission live from the Mission Control Center. The launch of GSLV F-15 NVS-02 mission is scheduled today, the 29th of January 2025 at 6:23 hours Indian Standard Time from the second launch pad. The intent of the launch is to place the NVS-02, the second among the second generation of navigation satellites weighing 2,250 kilograms in 170 by 36,695 kilometers geosynchronous transfer orbit with an inclination of 20.79 degrees. The launch will place the satellite at an altitude of 322 kilometers with a velocity of 9.7 kilometers per second, so that the apogee attained is 36,695 kilometers and the perigee is 170 kilometers.
Now, the reason why I find it less problematic that India, the country, is launching satellites into space over Elon Musk launching private space satellites is because I believe that space is for the people, not for the billionaires, not for privatization, but for advancement of humankind, not for profit. But, of course, all the space billionaires are trying to prove me wrong on all of that. Hold on, let me zoom a little ahead to where the launch actually starts. Come on. Where is it? It's like, oh, it's really close here. There we go.
Minus 55 seconds. Minus 50 seconds.
दर्शकों के लिए जानकारी के लिए बता दें, इनमें सबसे पहले T-4.8 सेकंड्स पर चारों L-40 स्टेप-ऑन बूस्टर्स को प्रज्वलित किया जाएगा.
Am I not going to do the conversions for you? What conversions? Wait, what? What conversions? I need you to explain yourself. That makes no sense, Joe. I need answers on that. I don't know what to convert. Otherwise, maybe I would. Hard to say.
Minus 35 seconds. Minus 30 seconds.
Wait, are you people behind me right now?
Minus 25 seconds.
Are we talking about the halves still?
Minus 20 seconds. Minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, L40 0. Stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Liftoff normal.
Magnificent liftoff of GSLV F-15 NVS-02 mission. 100th launch mission of ISRO embarks on its journey.
Plus 20 seconds.
विहंगम दृश्य सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन GSLV F-15 रॉकेट का चारों L-40s तथा कोर बूस्टर S-139 वर्तमान में प्रज्वलित हैं और यान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर लेके जा रहे हैं.
Now, my understanding is this was a successful launch. I believe those satellites are now officially in low Earth orbit, going around the Earth, doing their thing. All right, that's all the space news for today. Let's move on to the Earth, where we are closer to doomsday than ever before. Threat level midnight. Wait, that's the title of this stream. Oh my god.
What? For Kyoto
Whoa.
News, thank you for doing this. As mentioned in the video...
What are we doing here, people?
Thank you all for being here today. It is the determination of the Science and Security Board of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists that the world has not made sufficient progress on existential risks threatening all of humanity. We thus move the clock forward. In setting the clock closer to midnight, we send a stark signal. Because the world is already perilously close to the precipice, any move towards midnight should be taken as an indication of extreme danger and an unmistakable warning. Every second of delay in reversing course increases the probability of global disaster. It is now 89 seconds to midnight. This is the closest the world has ever been to midnight. Joining us to make this announcement are members of the Science and Security Board, Herb Lynn, Suzette McKinney, Robert Sokolow, and Manpreet Sethi, joining from India.
I just realized this is way low.
We also welcome special guest Juan Manuel Santos, the former president of Colombia, Nobel Peace Laureate, and the chair of the Elders.
Okay, from the side?
My name is Daniel Holtz, and I'm the chair.
Before we let him talk more. Oh, right here is a perfect place. From the side for a second, I thought this guy looks exactly like, what's his name? I can't even think of it now. Oh, God. I can't, Captain Kirk. But I can't think of the actor's name. William Shatner. Am I the only person who thinks that this guy right here, from a side angle, looks exactly like William Shatner? Am I the only person here that was like, wait, why is Captain Kirk at this meeting right now?
My name is Daniel Holtz, and I am the chair of the Science and Security Board of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. We set the clock closer to midnight because we do not see sufficient positive progress on the global challenges we face, including nuclear risk, climate change, biological threats, and advances in disruptive technologies. The countries that possess nuclear weapons are increasing the size and role of their arsenals, investing hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons that can destroy civilization many times over. Meanwhile, arms control treaties are in tatters, and there are active conflicts involving nuclear powers. The world's attempts to deal with climate change remain inadequate, as most governments fail to enact the financing and policy initiatives necessary to halt global warming. 2023 was the hottest year on record, by far, and 2024 was even hotter. Advances in an array of disruptive technologies.
What the heck is reverse face blindness, Moen up?
Biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and in space have far outpaced policy, regulation, and a thorough understanding of their consequences. All of these dangers are greatly exacerbated by a potent threat multiplier: the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories that degrade the communication ecosystem and increasingly blur the line between truth and falsehood. A statement summarizing these concerns is now available at thebulletin.org. All of us need to help raise the alarm. Our fervent hope is that our political, civic, cultural, and business leaders take bold action to reduce these threats and turn back the hands of the doomsday clock. Before we turn to questions from the press, I'd like to ask the former president of Colombia, Nobel Peace Laureate, and current chair of the Elders, Juan Manuel Santos, to share his perspective on the time of the doomsday clock.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this clock doesn't talk like Captain Kirk. But from the side, he does look like him.
Stark diagnosis of our reality. At 89 seconds to midnight, the doomsday clock stands closer to catastrophe than at any moment in its history. The clock speaks to the existential threats that confront us and the need for unity and bold leadership to turn back its hands. 2024 was the hottest year on record, unleashing devastating climate shocks that destroyed lives and livelihoods across the globe. The only effective response is for nations to work together, which is why it is so alarming that President Trump has signaled his intention to withdraw from the Paris Agreement.
Immediately, if not
In this
sooner.
crucial year for climate action, we urge all other signatories to double down and reaffirm their commitment to meeting the Paris goals. The climate crisis is a force multiplier for instability and insecurity, amplifying the likelihood and severity of all other existential threats. The increase in outbreaks of infectious diseases we are already seeing is a dire indication that this deadly cascade effect has already begun. The U.S. announcement that it will withdraw from the World Health Organization is another worrisome decision that will have huge ramifications for the global health security. We all need a strong, independent, and accountable WHO to ensure successful reforms to pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response measures worldwide. We also need urgent actions to tackle the torrent of misinformation and the amplifications of conspiracy theories that have become so prevalent in our hyper-connected online world.
Illegal.
This alarming rise in distrust is being fueled in large part by the malicious and reckless use of new technologies we do not yet fully understand. Artificial.
Boy, there's going down the whole list, huh? Jeez. It's a rough list of stuff.
Technologies we do not yet fully understand. Artificial intelligence is racing ahead of our ability to govern it, despite the adoption of the Global Digital Compact at last year's UN Summit of the Future. AI's integration into military systems brings us to the precipice of new and unprecedented danger, automated warfare in a world where states locked in deep rivalry collectively possess over 12,000 nuclear warheads. As we prepare to mark the 80th anniversary of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the threat of nuclear conflict is at its highest level ever. The New START Treaty, the last remaining restraint on U.S. and Russian nuclear deployments, is set to expire in 1 year. This is another example of the erosion of the rules and norms underpinning the multilateral system, as nations prioritize self-interest and cynicism over the collective interest of humanity.
Well, there you go. We are getting closer and closer to threat level midnight. Mere seconds away at this point. Now, of course, it's just a representative clock, and we're not literally in 89 seconds going to have the apocalypse, but it is truly, a horrifying state of affairs right now for the planet that we all live on. Even I can't survive in space indefinitely. I have to come down to Earth all the time. Pay my Earth bills and everything else. So I'm afraid all of our futures are intrinsically linked, regardless of my fleeing to space to do these spacecasts. right. Let's talk about some stuff that's probably not going to help. Starting with this. The United States. Wait, what? This is the Earth half. What? Oh, because yeah, of course.
U.S.-funded aid programs around the world have begun firing staff and shutting down as the Trump administration's freeze on foreign assistance brings their work to a sudden halt. The Trump administration says it ordered the foreign aid pause to give it time to decide which of the thousands of humanitarian, development, and security programs will keep getting money from the U.S. In the meantime, U.S. officials ordered the programs to stop spending immediately. Only emergency food programs and military aid to allies Israel and Egypt are exempt. The United States is the world's largest source of foreign assistance. It provides 4 out of every...
I love that. I love that. I love that for us. United States, cutting off all aid to every fucking nation out there. Aside from Israel and Egypt, who were trying to get to allow us to ethnically cleanse Palestinians too. Wow. Wow.
$10 donated for humanitarian aid. U.S. policy for decades has been that aid given abroad pays for itself through greater national security. But many Trump administration officials and Republican lawmakers believe much of it is money that should be spent or saved at home. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the U.S. freeze doesn't affect vital American support to his military as it fights invading Russian forces. But civilian programs vital to Ukraine's war effort do come from the State Department, and there's no word of exemptions for them. The U.S. has sent stop work orders to wartime civilian programs it supports in Ukraine. Critics of the freeze believe it will have disastrous consequences for people around the world, as the move risks cutting off billions of dollars of life-saving assistance.
All right. What next? No, we're going to go back to talking about those deportation efforts of the United States and Donald Trump here. Excuse me, I'm talking.
The brink of
we're going to go on talking about these deportation efforts of Donald Trump, as he has been attempting to get basically every country that has nationals in the United States to take back their people, essentially.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's start with, Colombia. Whoops, I clicked the wrong button. Don't do that. Do not do that.
How rude.
The United States and Colombia pulled back from the brink of a trade war after the South American nation agreed to accept flights of deported migrants. It came hours after President Donald Trump threatened steep tariffs on imports and other sanctions on the longtime U.S. partner. Colombian President Gustavo Petro had said his government would not accept flights carrying migrants deported from the U.S. until the Trump administration created a protocol that treated them with dignity. Trump then ordered visa restrictions, 25% tariffs on all Colombian incoming goods, and other retaliatory measures. Visa appointments at the U.S. Embassy in Colombia were also canceled Monday. He said the measures were necessary because Petro's decision jeopardized national security in the U.S. After Trump's tariff threat, Petro announced a retaliatory 25% increase in Colombian tariffs on U.S. goods. Later, the Colombian government said it had overcome the impasse with the U.S. government.
We will continue to receive Colombian men and women who return as deportees, guaranteeing them dignified conditions as citizens with rights.
The White House upheld the episode as a warning to other nations who might seek to impede the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal.
Yeah, it seems like anybody who doesn't do what Donald Trump wants, he's going to threaten to tariff. That seems to be his only real, trick in the bag, if you will. He seems to be going to that for literally everything. Not going to take our deported immigrants? Well, tariffs. You don't like what I'm wearing today? Tariffs. Don't want to be the 51st state? Tariffs. Is this teal? That's absolutely teal, Mitty. Thank you for the super chat. It's beautiful and very teal. I owe you an emoji. Oh my god, I do. I forgot. I remember you saying, both of you and Moen Up have been mentioning this to me, and I've just been ignoring you.
How rude.
Not intentionally, but just because I'm thinking of so many things that keep slipping my mind. Okay, we are going to reach deep into the bag from the GCU. We are running low on numbers that I can hit. This is getting out of control, people. I've hit 7 like 3 or 4 times today. 5. Okay, that one we got. That one we can do. Okay. Okay, what is next? Oh, one more. This is a video showing deportees going to Colombia on a plane. This appears to be a commercial plane. I thought we were using only military jets. But, no. Gone to the private sector for this one, it would seem.
2 Colombian Air Force planes carrying deportees from the United
they're Colombian
States
Air Force planes.
touched down in Bogota on
I
Tuesday.
see.
It comes after...
I take it back. I didn't quite catch this in my first watching. Okay, so this is not a American plane whatsoever. Colombia came to pick them up. How nice. It's very thoughtful. Thank you, Colombia. Good God. What the fuck is going on? Okay.
2 Colombian
Morty
Air Force planes
incoming.
carrying deportees from the United States touched down in Bogota on Tuesday. It comes after Colombia and the U.S. pulled back from the brink of a trade war. U.S. President Donald Trump had threatened tariffs and sanctions on Colombia to punish it for earlier refusing to accept military flights carrying deportees. Colombia's President Gustavo Petro had objected to the use of U.S. military planes to deport Colombians, saying his country's citizens were being treated like criminals. Trump responded with a pledge to impose a 25% tariff, then a 50% tariff on all Colombian goods, as well as sanctions and visa restrictions on Colombian officials and citizens alike. Petro threatened his own tariffs. But late on Sunday, the White House said Colombia had agreed to accept the migrants after all to avoid the threatened penalties. According to the Colombian Foreign Ministry, a plane from California brought home 110 people. Another from Texas brought home 91. Trump officials cheered the deal as a victory and said Trump used Colombia as an example of U.S. power, while Colombian...
Just what we need. Good God. Greg Abbott, go fuck yourself, pal. I love how gleeful the Republicans are about these deportation efforts and how Donald Trump's threatening of economic sanctions and tariffs as some sort of victory. Just taking a lap. Taking a little victory lap over it all. Really gross. Real gross. You and Moen Up are here to keep me honest, eh, Jerry? Okay. Well, thankfully I have people like you to do just that. Now, Guatemala also took deportation flights from the United States over this week here. I mean, it's only Wednesday. How is it only Wednesday? This news cycle is getting out of control.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
And we saw stories of people who had court dates for their asylums who were picked up by ICE. No consideration for their well-being whatsoever. Fucking hell. There is no humanity in our government left at this point, it feels like. Just cruelty.
Two U.S. deportation flights have just landed in Guatemala as part of President Trump's ongoing immigration crackdown. CNN's senior national correspondent David Culver joins us now from Guatemala City. So, David, what do we know about these flights?
Hey, Pamela, yeah, you're right. The one that just touched down, I'm going to be very careful what we're showing here, because some of the folks have asked that we not show their faces. So sometimes you'll see the camera go down to our feet. But let me give you a sense of the process, because you saw them perhaps stepping onto the tarmac, and now they're at the space where you can see these folks in yellow vests who are registering these folks back into Guatemala. So for many of them, it's been years since they've lived here, and now they're trying to figure out the reintegration process. And we're just going to be careful with faces here too. But let me just show you over here. This is where they're walking up and getting any sort of necessities, some snacks, toiletries. They have everything from Crocs to t-shirts, shoelaces, because if you notice, many of them here, I'll show you this right down here, he doesn't have shoelaces on, because that's part of the standard procedure for security, to remove anything that could be used as a weapon or self-harm. And they've even got toothpaste and some other snacks. I see them putting their fingerprints down, and then a lot of them come over this way and they start charging their phones. I'll just move these sticks over here so you can come around here, Jerry. And that's when they're able to then try to finally reconnect with relatives and loved ones who might come to this space to pick them up. Now, as they're being registered in by, you can see this is some of the organizations that are helping and trying to get them sorted and essentially processed back into Guatemala. They'll then come over to this porch, and they've got some of their belongings here. I mean, I can see a guitar case. You can see these are almost like potato sacks, Pamela, that have some of their belongings. And
not almost, those are literally potato sacks.
Stapled together, and then inside I've seen everything from Wawa wrappers to CVS receipts, so things that were just in their pockets that they emptied before boarding.
Wow, and you also spoke to the vice president, right, of Guatemala? What did she say?
So the vice president welcomed this group here. It's interesting because they leave the U.S. as criminals because they illegally entered, and so that's now why they're being deported back here to Guatemala. And the vice president made a point to say that obviously this is a complicated situation. She tried to redirect it mostly to the migrants and what their situation is, but I asked about relations between the U.S. and Guatemala, especially for what we saw in the past 24 hours with Colombia. And she said, look, that's Colombia's situation. The U.S. and Guatemala have their own relationship, so she was trying to be very careful in how she navigated that.
Oh my God,
I also asked, as we kind of walk around here, I want to give you another sense of some of this. I also asked about what's different essentially between what happened the past 4 years under President Biden and what's changed since under President Trump. As far as the numbers and the capacity of folks who have been deported, that has not changed according to the vice president. That's still the same for what we saw under President Biden. In fact, in some cases, it's even gone down a little bit. What has changed, though, Pamela, is the use of military flights, and that began last Thursday here to Guatemala, and it's continuing with another military aircraft that will bring another round of deportees here to this airport in about 2 or 3 hours from now.
Okay, there we go. CNN on the ground. Attempting journalism. All right. Let's go quite a bit north from where we just were and talk about Denmark a little bit as it relates to Greenland and some of Donald Trump's threats and comments. As it would seem, Denmark is taking Donald Trump rather seriously and have decided to increase their Arctic defense spending in the wake of some of his more insane comments.
Denmark announced on Monday a $2 billion boost in defence spending to increase its military presence in the Arctic. It comes after pressure from US President Donald Trump, who has shown renewed interest in controlling Greenland, the semi-autonomous Danish territory and strategically important island. Denmark is responsible for Greenland's security and defence, but has limited military capabilities on the enormous island, regarded as a security black hole. At present, Denmark's capacities include 4 aging inspection vessels, 1 surveillance plane, and a dozen dog sled patrols. The new deal includes funding 3 new Arctic Navy vessels, long-range surveillance drones, as well as satellite surveillance, Denmark's defence minister said at a press conference. Denmark's political parties agreed to set aside more money for the Arctic in a deal to be presented in the first half of the year. The US military has a permanent presence in northwestern Greenland, a strategic location for its ballistic missile early warning system.
Well, there you go. In the wake of Donald Trump saying he's going to either buy or invade Greenland, Denmark is saying they're going to up their defense spending by $2 billion. All right. Now, we didn't talk about this yesterday because I didn't do a stream yesterday, so I figured we would talk about this today. I actually haven't seen these videos yet because of what I was saying earlier. I was on the phone with my Earth friend in the wake of him finding out the sex of his child, or the one on the way, and so I haven't even seen any of these, but I figured we should talk about it. That being the Holocaust Remembrance Day. Monday is, or was, Holocaust Remembrance Day. So let's see what different news outlets had to say about all that. Let's go to CBC News from yesterday.
I remember Auschwitz 82 years ago in 1943 when we were brought into Auschwitz. We were removed. Our clothes were taken. We were tattooed. We were given a lecture that our lifespan is 4 months in the camp, unless we get out of into a concentration camp, which we did. But unfortunately, I lost all my family in Auschwitz-Birkenau, and I'm here to commemorate them and to commemorate the event of the liberation, of the wonderful liberation by the armed forces of the Soviet Union, Canada, United States, and others. And it's a great day, but it's a day that the world has not learned very much, because today hatred is still here and we're subject to it. The only thing that we Jews, we have learned something. We have learned that if somebody says, I'm going to kill you, we better believe it.
I'm hoping that you might be able to tell us a little bit about your time and your journey as well, arriving to Canada.
Oh, it was a wonderful time. We arrived in Canada in 1948 in October, and in November I went into high school, and I was in 2 years. I completed grade 12 and 13, went on to university. I graduated as electrical engineer. I married. I had 3 wonderful kids, daughters, together with my wife. And unfortunately, we missed one of our daughters 5 years ago. But we have today 12 great-grandchildren.
All right, let's see what BBC had to say on all this on Holocaust Remembrance Day. Was the BBC coverage psychotic? Oh, good. We're about to watch that. I haven't seen it yet.
Good evening from Auschwitz.
I have not seen it yet, so we're gonna take it in together here. I think. I was slightly, what's the word? Glad to see that he wasn't wearing an Israel pin. I don't know if that's representative of his opinions, but I don't know. It's nice. All right, let's go here to BBC for what might be, according to Mitty here, psychotic coverage.
Good evening from Auschwitz in southern Poland, and the gate that marks the entrance to main camp here with the notorious words Arbeit macht frei, work will set you free. Of course, this was where so many were imprisoned and murdered, and where commemorations have been held to mark 80 years since the liberation of this concentration and extermination camp established by the Nazis in the Second World War. And I'm standing here by the electric fence that surrounded the camp, a place of such immense suffering and cruelty that has become a symbol of the Holocaust. An estimated 1.1 million people died here, making it the site of the largest mass execution of human beings ever recorded. 1 million were Jews, the other victims largely Polish, Roma and Soviet prisoners of war. Throughout the day, ceremonies have been taking place.
There, of course, was
Around
also
50
disabled
survivors of the
people,
camp
gay
returned to lay
people, black people. There was a lot of people put into these camps. Germany was, boy, oh boy, just real eugenicist at this time. And yet Elon, who stood in front of that camp and stood in front of that sign, was recently telling the AfD that they need to forget about this and stop feeling so guilty for all this, and what was so bad about the Holocaust anyways that we need to remember it. Just over the weekend, it was disgusting. I wonder if they'll bring that up at all. Probably not.
And candles, and some spoke powerfully of their experiences here. Leaders from all over the world, including the King, were in attendance. Commemorations have also been taking place elsewhere, including in London, and we'll have more on that a little later. But first, our Europe editor, Katja Adler, begins our coverage with the events that took place here today, 80 years on from liberation.
And by the way, before we
Auschwitz-Birkenau.
even get away from where I was just at, so I can finish that thought, because after I saw that AfD event where Elon Musk showed up to tell the Nazi adjacent, and I'm being pretty generous by using the word adjacent in that description, AfD party conference, telling them all of these insane things about how they needed to stop feeling so guilty and be more proud of their German heritage and all this other stuff. I was like, the ADL is definitely going to come out and say something about this, right? I was like searching through the ADL's like Twitter feed, where they come to tell us about all of the anti-Semitic student protests on campuses and all this other crap that they've been complaining about recently. But no, they didn't. Maybe they have since then. Maybe somebody in chat can bring light to this, and maybe I just didn't do my research good enough. But boy, I couldn't find anything on their Twitter about Elon's AfD appearance. You'd think that they would have a problem with that, considering the AfD's general vibes. But no, I didn't see anything.
Auschwitz-Birkenau, where more than 1 million were murdered. A horror mourned and remembered today.
And then we were stripped of all our humanity. First, we were stripped naked and robbed of all our personal belongings. This Nazi concentration camp symbolizes the unprecedented cruelty in the treatment of people throughout history.
Sharing his painful memories and more, 50 other Nazi camp survivors, most from Auschwitz. Their presence here so many years later, some alongside family members, in itself a victory against the Nazis, who so desired to wipe them out. These blue and white striped uniforms they're wearing, a memory of the lice-infested camp clothes they once were forced to wear.
As all my little friends were rounded up and driven to their deaths while the heartbreaking cries of their parents fell on deaf ears.
Listening intently and paying their respects, the king and...
You know, with all of this, is that a link to them saying something about the AFD? Hold on, let me look at that. Well, before I do that, I just wanted to say this. You know, considering what's been going on with everything, right? Especially in the United States right now, I think we should remember the Niemöller poem. They first came for the communists and I did nothing. You know, it's happening to some degree right now in the United States. I'm not saying that that Trump is necessarily planning extermination camps, but I do think we should not forget. We should, you know, and we need solidarity now more than ever. And this is really a reminder of that. Is that a different AD? Oh, good. Oh boy, that's gonna be bad, isn't it?
Members of European royal families, President Macron and Zelensky. His fellow Ukrainians helped liberate Auschwitz 80 years ago alongside Russian soldiers. Vladimir Putin wasn't invited here now because of his invasion of Ukraine. Gassed and shot, starved and tortured, viewed as vermin to be eliminated.
The
names of the death camps are mentioned in this prayer.
Oh God.
Survivors too pray for a better...
Oh my God. Oh my God. I should have known he would be here. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh God, I hate that guy so much. I can't even think of his name, I just know his face. Old recently thawed Iceman here. What is this asshole's name? The Epstein lawyer guy? I know somebody in chat definitely knows this guy's name.
This prayer. Survivors too pray for a better future, that we should learn lessons from their past.
We are also here to proclaim and to pledge that we will never, never, ever allow history to repeat
Rabbi
itself.
Shmuley, thank you.
But the Holocaust didn't start here in Auschwitz. It began with everyday hate on everyday streets.
I hate that he is on that stage. That makes it... Oh God, it's such a... What a horrifying person to bring onto that stage. In this moment of this discussion of this fucking atrocity, you bring in a guy like that.
The kind we're seeing increasingly on social media and in politics now.
Good morning.
That's why Holocaust survivor Mala Trebic spends so much time in schools.
What can happen when a civilization breaks down? And we've seen what Hitler did and what it resulted in.
She wants to warn them to be vigilant.
It's better to hear from a witness than just reading off a sheet of information.
There's always going to be a struggle in standing up for what's right, but if it's the right thing to do, then you should definitely go for it.
Did it make you think about discrimination today?
Yeah, there's still racism and there's still people that carry on these sort of beliefs today. It's just, it's horrific when you think about it.
Here in Auschwitz, Mala Trebic was carrying a great responsibility. She was the sole UK survivor representing all others at today's commemoration.
We are here to remember, but I remember them all the year round, every year, because I've experienced it, and it's very important for me to be here.
This year's commemoration of the liberation of Auschwitz is seen as particularly significant. Possibly the last big anniversary these eyewitnesses will be alive to remind us what we need to remember and to warn us what we're already in danger of forgetting. Katya Adler, BBC News, Auschwitz.
Who is in danger of forgetting it, though? That's my question, because I have never forgotten, and maybe I remember it more because I have Jewish relatives, or, you know, because I grew up doing Holocaust remembrance stuff, but I certainly was never even kind of close to forgetting the Holocaust. I don't know how anybody could be, aside from people like Elon Musk, who are just blatantly sort of suggesting that it needs to be forgotten by the Germans or things like that. But of course, Nazis never stopped existing between then and now. And if anything, you know, I feel like the way that some of this is being, you know, no, that's not the right way to say this. It just frustrates me that we have this horrifying dichotomy going on of, like, you know, like people who are supposed to be here to defend, you know, Jewish people and to, you know, speak out against anti-Semitism, not doing it, right? Like the ADL, like that link Mitty sent me. We already looked at that one earlier when it happened. When the ADL defended Elon's Hitler salutes, and then people telling us that we're anti-Semitic for being anti-genocide, right? It's this horrifying, paradoxical world that we're living in right now. Because, you know, I feel like some people would accuse us of being anti-Semitic for being pro-Palestinian, right? But here we are talking about the Holocaust, you know, and I take it fucking seriously. Everyone should. And it's just, it is really, it feels like kind of lonely to be, you know, what feels like somebody standing up for what I always felt like this was all about. Never again, not just for Jews, but for everyone. And yet, now we're being told actually no. And it's just, it really is frustrating. Whatever. I'm going to keep this going. Can't watch this whole BBC thing. Let's see what CBS New York here did as well on Monday.
Millions of people all around the world paused for a moment today to remember the victims of the Nazi genocide. International Holocaust Remembrance Day 2025 marks 80 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz death camp. Tony Aiello reports on the prayers and the promises made at a commemoration in White Plains.
Eyes that have witnessed much over many decades, praying the world never witnesses another Holocaust.
And if we do not understand history and we allow others to rewrite history, we will not have learned the lessons of such horrific events.
Cantor Mark Hirsch led the Remembrance Day ceremony at the Bristol Assisted Living in White Plains, 80 years to the day after the liberation of Auschwitz, one of the 6 main extermination camps established by Nazi Germany. Hirsch's great-grandparents, Isaac and Amelie Hecht, among the 6 million killed because of their Jewish faith.
Today, we remember.
Naomi Rivlin is 94 and remembers learning of the horrors kept hidden for much of World War II.
Reading about it, hearing about it, my parents crying about it, and I can't believe there are people who live in the United States still today could not believe that there was such a thing as a Holocaust.
A prayer in Hebrew was offered by Josh Hyman, an American who served in the IDF until shortly before the start of the October 7th war.
I want to say, like my presence here today serve as testimony that never again means never again. There are young men and women like myself who are ready to go to the end of the world to make sure that light prevails over darkness.
Great job, CBS New York, bringing in an IDF soldier to tell us about how the IDF is currently fighting the same thing that happened in World War II. Suggesting that what has been going on in the Middle East is at all analogous to what happened during World War II is disgusting to me. As a repulsive suggestion to me. I have nothing else to say to that. It's just gross. All right, let's go to Democracy Now! Maybe they'll have a slightly more reasonable take on
this is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. On Monday, Holocaust survivors and world leaders marked 80 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz Nazi death camp. Events were held in Poland as well as at the United Nations here in New York. This is Holocaust survivor Dumitru Miklescu speaking at the United Nations yesterday. At 8 years old, he lost his mother, sister, and 2 of his brothers at Transnistria death camps.
Death was a daily presence. I saw my mother, my sister, and 2 of my brothers die. Only a few of us returned home, and when we did, we had nothing left.
A Roma survivor of the Holocaust. The commemoration came 2 days after the tech billionaire Elon Musk took a break from advising Donald Trump Saturday to give a surprise virtual address to the far-right AfD party, or Alternative for Germany. Musk's appearance came just days after he sparked controversy for twice giving a Nazi salute at a Trump inaugural event. Among other things, Musk told attendees it's time to move on from past guilt, an apparent reference to Nazism and the Holocaust when he was talking to the AfD. For more, we're joined by the Israeli-American Holocaust scholar Raz Siegel, whose new article for Jacobin is headlined Genocide, Denial, and Holocaust Studies, Associate Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University, endowed professor in the study of modern genocide. Professor Siegel, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about the significance of this day yesterday, the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the death camp Auschwitz, and how it relates to what's happening today.
Well, hello, Amy, and thanks for having me on the show again. I think that...
Thank you for the super chat, Moe. May Gary save us all. Have a good night and a good rest of the stream. Thank you. Appreciate you. All hail Gary. Perhaps Gary will bring us peace and an end to all of this. And I appreciate all of your modding as well. And by the way, I know we only have 45 seconds left on the super chat goal, but I'm going to let us go till the end of 6 hours to get all the way. So we only have 1 left to do, and we have a full 30 minutes to do it. So I believe in us. We can do it. You can also do a super sticker if you like to. I'm counting those too.
It was very significant to see a Roma survivor speak yesterday at the UN. I was there with students, but it was also shocking, actually, to see that the rest of the ceremony focused on, what you might call a genocide-generating world of lies, because the main speaker in the ceremony yesterday was Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog. And he came on basically to present Palestinians as Nazis, to present Israel's attack on Palestinians in the frame, basically, of, as he described it himself, the Jewish state defending itself from this ongoing attack, right? Nazis in the past, Palestinians today, rather than the reality, which is a stateless population, Palestinians under decades of Israeli settler colonial rule, under siege, now under genocide in Gaza, and attacked by a very powerful state backed by all the Western powers. And this is a person, of course, Yitzhak Herzog, that back in October 2023 defined all Palestinians in Gaza, as we remember, as responsible for the Hamas attack on Israel, that is his enemies. In December 2023, he went on to talk about civilization and barbarism, that is, Palestinians and barbarians, and Israel as part of the civilized world. He repeated this discourse yesterday. So it was very shocking to see, on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the UN, which we have to remember and remind everyone, right? Israel has killed now over 338 workers in this attack, the majority of them UN workers, right? So in the institute that Israel has killed so many of its employees, we see this, again, what I call genocide generating world of lies, right? A world turned upside down where people facing genocide become Nazis, become anti-Semites, and this is all in a grotesque, again, display of lies. So this is what happened in the UN. It's important to say that the Roma survivor, which was, again, very remarkable to see, his message was that actually Roma continue to face attacks today, as they do in states across Europe, also states that are committed allegedly to Holocaust memory. They continue to face persecution and discrimination. And he called out and he said, help us, end this endless persecution that Roma continue to face still today, right? So he was also talking about the failure of what we call Holocaust memory in education. But then we saw it really in a grotesque way in display with Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog in attendance.
Yeah. And that was exactly the sort of take I was hoping we would get from Democracy Now! Here. A slightly more nuanced take than we got from CBS New York, that's for sure.
Siegel, could you talk about, in your Jacobin article, you've described the partnership between Israeli and German Holocaust scholars as troubling. Can you explain how this partnership perpetuates the denial of Israel's genocide in Gaza?
Yeah, so I mean, in the field of Holocaust studies has always been based just the study of the Holocaust itself. And we have also genocide studies, or what we call Holocaust and genocide studies. But Holocaust studies was also always based on the idea that the Holocaust is unique. And this also meant that Israel, the state of Holocaust survivors, or the state that portrays itself as a state of Holocaust survivors, the Jewish state, is also unique. And this is really at the basis of Nakba denial, right? The idea that Israel cannot perpetrate any crime under international law, let alone genocide. So this was very central also in Holocaust studies always, this kind of protection for Israel from criticism, and really the perpetuation of Nakba denial, the denial, right, of the ongoing Nakba as well, the continued assault on Palestinians. And this is what we see today. This is the reason that since October 2023, right, so many Holocaust scholars have actually gone out of their way to protect Israel, to attack other Holocaust and genocide scholars like myself, including many Jews, including Israelis who speak out about Israel's attack on Gaza, who speak on the basis of the mountain of evidence that we have today about Israel's attack on Gaza. But again, it's very grotesque that we see it among Holocaust scholars. I wrote this piece about an event that took place online, organized by the Western Galil College in Israel, where there's a Holocaust program and a strong collaboration between Israeli and German Holocaust scholars. And the whole event was actually designed as an attack against Holocaust and genocide scholars like myself, who speak about Israel's attack on Gaza. We were portrayed as anti-Zionists and therefore anti-Semites, right? So this equation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, but there was also just crude genocide denial. One of the speakers, Verena Busser, for example, who's a German scholar in Berlin that teaches online in Israel in that program, outright said, minimizing the number of Palestinians killed by Israel, saying that there's no starvation, these kinds of outright crude denials that go against all the evidence that we have. But again, we see it in the frame of Holocaust studies now. And this is rooted in the history of this field, that it was always based, again, on the idea that Israel is a unique state, right? That Israel cannot perpetrate really any crime under international law, impunity for Israel and the international legal system, but also in this field. And therefore, we see this kind of denial reproduced today, and we saw it in this event that I wrote about.
Professor, I wanted to just end by asking you about what just happened at the American Historical Association. I saw you a few weeks ago here in New York at the Hilton when members of the group voted overwhelmingly, 428 to 88, to oppose scholasticide in Gaza. If you can talk about what happened next. I was talking to a past president of the American Historical Association. They said, oh, I'm sure they're going to have to go along with that vote because it was so overwhelming. But they vetoed it. We have 20 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the AHA Council unfortunately vetoed this vote. Of course, this is, an insistence on defending Israel at all costs. I think that what we're seeing, of course, is U.S. institutions standing behind the defense of Israel, because if we come to terms with what Israel is doing, which is Israeli settler colonialism, this then means that the settler colonial genie is out of the bottle. We have to talk also about settler colonialism here in the U.S.
Yep.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about that until we watched that together just now. And wow, just unbelievable how an American educational institution could decide to veto an overwhelmingly supportive vote to just recognize reality and to document history, essentially, and just be accurate with what's happening in Palestine is disgusting. It is beyond disgusting. I don't even have a word for it. It is... It's a kind of paradoxical situation, which makes me feel like I'm literally taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Alright, let's go to another place where there was a genocide at one point. Kosovo. This is a museum set up in, I believe, Srebrenica. Memorial, well, not memorial, that's the wrong word, I think. What's the word? God damn it. We can't think of words right now. But this museum features exhibits which tell stories of children who suffered through the genocidal war that happened in this area. Is memorial the right word? Just sounds wrong, but maybe it's right. I think it's right.
It's an extremely strong emotion to actually be in front of this picture, this drawing, 25 years after its realization. I did this in a very different context. I was in a refugee camp, and I was given colors and paper, and as a kid this is an amazing moment because it brings you joy to share what you just lived. And this was one of the biggest nightmares and dreams I was seeing, and my fears that this was the end. Luckily we didn't end killed in the war, and luckily we can tell actually as witness today all these memories and all these traces. And you know,
one of the few what do you call it, accomplishments of Bill Clinton that I'll give him some credit for. The Dayton Accords were somewhat important in ending what was going on in Kosovo, and more broadly in the Serbian war, or whatever you want to call it right now. A lot of Bosnians and Albanians, other sort of ethnic minorities murdered, raped. Just horrifying atrocities were transpired. I remember learning about this, doing a bunch of research on this when I was in high school. Some other shit's going on in Serbia, though. Right now, apparently, and we have been keeping up with this sort of loosely, not quite, not a ton. Mostly because I just didn't quite, I haven't kept up with what's been going on in Serbia enough for the last 30 years. But we had been sort of touching base with what's been going on there over the last few months, after the collapse of a train station in Serbia, which killed, I think, like dozens of people. Protests broke out, not just over the train building collapse, because it sort of morphed into more of a criticism of the corrupt government in Serbia. And now apparently their prime minister has resigned amidst these ongoing protests in the region.
Nakon ovog događaja.
That's some heavy shit for high school. It was some heavy shit, 100%. And it wasn't curriculum. I wasn't taught it as curriculum. I did it as my senior project, or like half of my senior project. I sort of did like a multifaceted senior project, but that was part of it. I wrote a sort of, I guess you'd call it like a, not really a thesis, but like a, whatever. It was, I did a full breakdown of this when I was in high school, my senior year.
Nakon ovog događaja.
After last night's incident in Novi Sad, my irrevocable decision is to resign as Prime Minister of the Republic of Serbia.
Ostavku na mesto predsjednika Vlade Republike Srbije. Ja sam jutros imao dug sastanak sa predsjednikom Republike, pričali smo o svemu, pričali smo o ovome.
Not an honors thesis. No, it was not an honors thesis.
Moju odluku.
No, definitely not. I just couldn't find the word that I wanted. We talked about everything, and he accepted my decision. He accepted my arguments for this.
Moju odluku, prihvatio je moje argumente. Ja mislim da
I think that with this we are showing the responsibility of those who were elected to be responsible.
Koji su birani da budu odgovorni. Da nam se to ne
so
preliva
that it
na
doesn't
ulici.
spill over into the streets and cause
građana,
arguing among
dalje
citizens,
podele u društvu,
further divisions in society.
Nego da političari prihvate odgovornosti.
But the politicians can take responsibility and in that way show that we are ready to calm the tensions. The president of Serbia and I talked on the phone with the mayor of Novi Sad, Mr. Milan Đurić. Milan said will also resign today as the mayor of Novi Sad to show part of his responsibility. And with this, we fulfilled the most political request by the most extreme protesters. I love how he had to pepper that in at the end. These extreme protesters forced me to do this. Wow. Yeah, okay. Is this footage of the protest? I can't remember.
Moje ne poziva.
Oh no, we already listened.
Odluka da podnesem.
All right. How are we doing on time? Oh boy, 5 hours 45 minutes. Any super chat or super sticker will get us the rest of everything we're supposed to do tonight. All right, let's go to Africa and talk about something we were talking about on Sunday evening. That being the situation going on in the Congo right now. As we had mentioned on Sunday, M23 is supposedly attempting to take over a part of eastern Congo on the border of Rwanda, which they have been accused time and time again of having been funded by. I think there's a fair amount of evidence for that. Let's go here to Democracy Now! The countries formerly known as Yugoslavia. Yes, at least some of the countries formerly known as Yugoslavia. I think there's a few more in there, technically, if I'm not mistaken.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Sudan. Earlier today, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres renewed his call for an immediate halt to the fighting between the Sudanese military and paramilitary rapid support forces. Guterres also condemned last week's drone attack on the last functioning hospital in the besieged city of El Fasher in North Darfur. The attack killed an estimated 70 people. Sudan's government blamed the RSF for the massacre. Over 14 million people have been displaced by the war in Sudan, which started in April of 2023. 3 million of those have become refugees, most of them crossing the border to South Sudan and Chad. We go now to Declan Walsh, Chief Africa Correspondent for The New York Times, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Last month, he wrote a piece headlined, "The Gold Rush at the Heart of a Civil War." Declan, thanks so much for being with us. Explain why gold is so essential to what the U.S. is now in Sudan calling a genocide, even.
Thanks, Amy. It's great to be with you. Look, it's really the most astonishing thing in this huge war. The war's been going on for 2 years. It has destroyed the country, pushed it into famine. It has just absolutely crushed the economy. And yet the one thing that is still functioning, in fact, the one business that's still thriving, is gold. Sudan has some of the richest gold deposits in Africa. And since the war has started, our reporting showed that both sides have stepped up their efforts to exploit that gold, most of which ends up being traded in the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf. And they're using that funding for to fund the weapons purchases that are being used to fight the war.
And Declan, could you talk about the role of the United Arab Emirates in this conflict?
So one of the aspects of this conflict that have really bedeviled efforts to try and bring the two warring sides to peace is the fact that so many foreign countries have gotten involved on both sides. But far and away, the most significant meddlesome foreign power, if you like, is the United Arab Emirates. Our reporting and reporting by other outlets has shown that they have been smuggling weapons across the border into Sudan to the Rapid Support Forces. That's the paramilitary group that the US has now determined committed genocide during the war. They've been smuggling those weapons for about the last 18 months. And it's become, certainly in the last months of the Biden administration, it had become quite a sensitive point between the two countries. Biden administration officials up to Vice President Harris had raised this issue in private with the Emiratis, asking them to stop the support for the RSF. There's a certain degree of support in Congress. Some lawmakers have introduced laws, or had it proposed laws rather, suggesting that the US should condition weapons sales to the Emirates so that it would stop supporting the RSF. But in public, the Biden administration was actually, I would say, much more supportive of the Emiratis. The Emiratis.
Yeah, and that's disgusting. I am so sick of the United States being okay with the things that the UAE does. I mean, aside from this, I mean, the modern day slavery stuff, you know, that should be enough for us to say, actually, we'll skip out on your money for now, because it's clearly blood money. But no, money's good here.
Of course, the Emirates, of course, is an incredibly wealthy country with a lot of money to invest. It buys a lot of American weapons. And so that support has continued. Just last Friday, as news was coming through of the drone strike that you referenced in the introduction there, that killed about 70 people at a hospital in Darfur, we had a word from some lawmakers in Washington who said that they had been informed officially by the Biden administration that despite the promises by the Emiratis that they would stop funding or arming the RSF, that arming continues to this day.
And what is the reason, the purpose of the Emiratis in their support of the RSF?
Well, it should be said the Emiratis absolutely deny that they've consistently denied that they provide any support to the RSF. But as we know, Sudan is a country with immense natural resources, not just gold, but it also has immense agricultural potential, a lot of agricultural land along the Nile that is coveted or desirable to many Gulf countries that are facing a future where their own food security could be in doubt. But it's also a very strategic place. It has a long coastline along the Red Sea. And there are many countries that are jostling in the hope, including Russia, that hope that they may at some point be able to set up a port along that. And frankly, the other reason is just because the Emirates can. They have the Emirates has a long-standing relationship with the Rapid Support Forces and with its leader, General Mohammed Hamdan, that goes back to the campaign that the UAE waged along with Saudi Arabia in Yemen some years ago. As part of that campaign, the Emirates paid for the Rapid Support Forces to send some of its troops to Yemen to fight alongside its own forces. And so there's this long-standing relationship between some of these, the leaders of the Emirates, effectively members of their royal family, and the RSF. And the Emirates appears to have taken a calculation that they thought that he could win this war. But increasingly, the RSF has been losing ground on the battlefield, and there's a real question mark over whether, there's a question mark, frankly, over whether either side can win this war by.
Yeah. Just wow. It's real disgusting just how many different sort of colonialist or just atrociously capitalist countries are, involved in the Congo specifically, but in all sorts of atrocities across the planet. It is just, it's horrifying. And I honestly did not know that the UAE had enlisted the RSF, which is basically just a genocidal army. I don't know exactly how many people they in particular, because of course there's two different groups in Sudan who are, the whole thing is just fucked. I just don't understand. Why do we have this world right now? Why can't we just work together for the benefit of humanity rather than just doing, these streams I feel like are just littered with atrocity after atrocity. One group of people just doing the worst possible things to another group. Then we just wash and repeat in a different place over and over again. Follow the money, says Jerry. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Now we're at 6 hours, like 5 minutes away. So I am going to implore you all to find it in your heart to get that fifth one in there, but I know that times are tough. So if you can't, honestly, I am not going to just throw away all the efforts of our space fams to have gotten us all of the content. Not just going to ignore that. So I'm going to give you most of the content. At least that's where I'm at now. Unless another super chatter comes in here. But I guess my point is, I'm not just going to, it's not in vain. it just feels wrong for me to just, you know, completely ignore how far we've gotten so far in that super chat goal. So I'm gonna keep going. What can I say? I'm a glutton for punishment.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Fighting is continuing in the eastern city of Goma between Congolese forces and Rwandan-backed M23 fighters who've seized at least parts of...
I appreciate that. Coming in with the sweet pear. That's gonna do it. We're getting all the content now. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you who've gotten us to where we are. Wouldn't exist without our space fams. I would just float off, never to be seen again, into that deep void we call space.
The fighting has killed at least 17 people with over 370 injured. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called on Rwandan forces to immediately withdraw from the DRC and end its support for M23 as fears grow of a wider regional war. On Sunday, Congolese Foreign Minister called the unfolding situation in Congo one of its darkest periods in recent history.
Since January 6, 2025, these illegal forces have intensified their attacks, taking over strategic localities such as Katale, Masisi, displacing millions of civilians and destroying vital infrastructure and committing massive human rights violations. These acts are not only attacks against the people of the Congo, but also against the fundamental principles that govern peaceful coexistence between the nations.
Earlier, UN officials in Geneva said the humanitarian conditions in Goma are worsening. Jens Lack is a spokesperson for the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs.
The humanitarian situation in and around Goma remains extremely worrying. And again this morning, our colleagues in the Democratic Republic of the Congo report heavy small arms fire and mortar fire across the city and the presence of many dead bodies in the streets. We have reports of rapes committed by fighters, looting of property, including of a humanitarian warehouse, and humanitarian and health facilities being hit. Hospitals in Goma are reportedly overwhelmed, struggling to manage the influx of wounded people. Electricity and water supplies are compromised, and yesterday internet services were cut off, and Goma is still offline this morning.
Earlier today, protests broke out in Kinshasa, the capital of the...
Are we doing basketball talk in chat? A lot of Carl Anthony Town haters as well as De'Aaron Fox haters. What? I don't even know what chat you're talking about. I think I missed whatever message started this discussion. I don't, but I approve. I approve. You all.
See outside the embassies of several allies of Rwanda, including France and the United States. To talk more about the Congo, we're joined by Maurice Carney, co-founder and executive director of Friends of the Congo. Maurice, explain what's happening to a global audience in the DRC.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Amy. It's a pleasure to be with you. First and foremost, global audience have to understand that this is a part of a 30-year war of aggression and plunder by U.S. allies, Rwanda, led by Paul Kagame, and Uganda, led by Yoweri Museveni. And this war of aggression and plunder has been able to continue as a result of the support that they have received from major powers like the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, France. That's in part why you see in Kinshasa today, young people are rising up and protesting at those embassies, at the US Embassy, the Ugandan Embassy, at the French Embassy. And so this has been ongoing for some time. And it's been ongoing as a result of really three factors, Amy. One is rampant impunity. The Rwandan leader, Paul Kagame, and Yoweri Museveni been able to work in Eastern Congo, intervene with impunity. Second, there's been a lack of accountability. And third, there's been a lack of justice. Now, what we've seen over the last few days are flurries of activities on the part of the diplomatic representatives at the UN. You had emergency session being called. You have France and the UK, United States, all making statements. And if you follow their statements, they all say Rwanda must leave. Rwandan soldiers are in the Congo. Rwanda has been an aggressor force against the Congolese people. And they've been saying this for years. That's on one side of the ledger in the words that they've articulated as diplomats. But there hasn't been any actions. There hasn't been any sanctions. There hasn't been any military aid being withheld from the Rwandan government. In fact, Rwanda has been rewarded in the midst of this past 3 years aggression, where they've surrounded the city of Goma. The European Union has doled out $20 million euros in 2023, again in 2024, to the Rwandan government. In addition to that, the European Union has entered into a critical minerals deal with the Rwandan government to get access to critical minerals. And as the Rwandan forces, the UN said there are about 4,000.
Yeah, I was just going to pepper in here because there's another country, the UK, if you recall. I can't remember the number, but I know the UK gave Rwanda a bunch of money because they were planning during Rishi Sunak's presidency or prime ministership. God, I just threw myself off by saying the wrong word. What was I saying? Oh, right. During Rishi Sunak's prime ministership, the UK gave a bunch of money to Rwanda too because they were planning to send all their deported immigrants there. Remember that? Oh my God.
In the Congo and the M23 captured territory. They captured the largest coltan mine in the Congo in Rubayo. Rwanda is listed as the #1 producer of coltan in the world. So here it is that it's clearly evident that minerals are being smuggled out of Congo through Rwanda into the international market, and Rwanda is being rewarded for its aggression against the Congolese people, which, as you laid out in the introduction, the humanitarian outfall is catastrophic for the people. I was in the displacement camps a few months ago, and people are living in bestial condition. What we see unfolding in the Congo is really a scar on the conscience of humanity, and it's unnecessary, right?
Well, what just happened?
Maurice, it's absolutely unnecessary. So the international community can do. Yes.
Maurice Carney, I wanted to ask you, first of all, the significance of the apparent seizure of at least parts or all of Goma, a city of more than 3 million people, bigger than the city of Chicago, suddenly falling under the military forces of Rwanda?
It's important, one, to remind your viewing audience that this is not the first time this has happened. In 2012, Rwanda, back in the M23 and having its forces in the Congo, they seized Goma. At that time, what President Obama did, he called Paul Kagame on the phone and told him basically back off. But in addition to that, he withheld military aid. That's what the United States did. Not a lot, $200,000. However, what that did is it showed some kind of leadership. And then the European nations followed suit and withheld tens of millions of dollars. In addition to that, the UN strengthened its mandate, where it called for a force intervention brigade, where South Africa and Malawi and Tanzania all went in to confront the Rwandan forces and their M23. So this is the one point. It's not the first time this has happened. So we see Paul Kagame being a repeat offender, and with his capturing the city of Goma, or attempting to capture the city of Goma, we had a message from one of our partners on the ground this morning, and he basically said that I hear gunfires, there are bullets coming through my door. I can't go outside. I have to take cover. Right. I have to, even before that, the women that we work with in one of the largest displacement camps called Bulengo, they had been displaced from the occupation of their villages by the M23 and Rwandan forces, and then displaced right around Goma, and then they're being bombed again. So they had to go in the city. So we really have a catastrophic humanitarian situation unfolding, especially in a tightly knit area as Goma. One high-level official shared with us, that the only place we have left to go is in the lake, right? So the people are trapped in a war that is unnecessary, a war that has been able to continue and be perpetuated because of the lack of action on the part of Western nations, and also because of the rewarding of Paul Kagame in spite of the war crimes against humanity, mass atrocities that he's committed. Even a 2010 UN report says that if the Rwandan soldiers, the UN mapping exercise report that came out in 2010, said if Rwandan soldiers are brought to book, to justice, a competent court could try them for crimes of genocide in the Congo.
Yeah.
So there's just this lack of accountability, this rampant impunity.
Absolutely. We have got to stop supporting genocides and stuff. It's just wrong. I mean, flat out. I don't think there's any, any more words necessary for that. It's been... Oh, God. Our government has got to stop funding atrocities, I swear to God. And or doing them themselves. I'm afraid that's probably going to be tough with Donald Trump as president, but, I guess we'll just wait for 2028, right?
Give me a joke.
All right, this is our last one. Congo.
The surge of fighting in the far east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, inflaming the streets nearly 1,000 miles to the west, in the capital, Kinshasa. At the Rwandan embassy, they were looting office contents, breaking up and stripping cars, after Rwanda-backed rebels cemented their control of the city of Goma. The French embassy, too, came under sustained attack, as did Uganda's diplomatic mission. Protesters seeing an international threat to Congolese sovereignty. This man accusing Rwanda of acting in collusion with France, Belgium, the US and others. We've had enough, says this man, invoking the president's promise to attack Rwanda if a bullet were fired in Goma. The bullets have been flying again today, a day after rebel forces first entered Goma.
Wow.
The culmination of a week of intensified fighting. Invading fighters from the Rwandan-backed M23 taking on any remaining pockets of government forces. A battle that appears to be all but won.
Wow.
This video purports to show DRC forces in retreat, heading for the lake port and escape. The UN says the rebels have been joined in DRC territory by Rwandan forces, sparking fears.
In the midst of all of this, I feel like there's only going to be more plundering of Congo, of the DRC, which has already been, we've been talking about it, but, practically anybody with the money, doesn't matter what nation they're from, and with no ethics, has been showing up to the DRC to, strip it of its mineral resources. And I feel like with a active conflict like this, there's already been, lots of there's a lot of different sort of militias inside of the DRC, but with active sort of invasions essentially going on here, that is not going to help with that, I don't think. Maybe it will. I don't see it doing that. Maybe it'll cause people to not come to the country, but I find that just naively optimistic on my part to even say it.
Of regional escalation. Fears that have driven hundreds of displaced Congolese across the border into Rwanda for safety, along with staff working for the UN and international aid agencies.
What we've experienced is a bit of a worst-case scenario, to be quite clear. Battles within Goma, sustained gunfire and bombing in both Goma and the border town in Rwanda of Gisenyi. Thousands of people have fled, but hundreds of thousands of people have been stuck in their homes in Goma. not being able to move, no electricity, no water.
Outside Goma, civilians being treated at a Red Cross field hospital. The UN says inside the city, bodies have been left on the streets with reports of rape, looting, attacks on health facilities. It marks the most serious escalation for years in this decades-long conflict. Rwanda accuses the DRC of sheltering Hutu perpetrators of the genocide of ethnic Tutsis in 1994. The Congolese government says Rwanda's proxy forces aim to seize rich deposits of mineral resources. Rwanda's growing...
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break because we are at 6 hours right now. We're going to get right back to it because thankfully all of our space fams have funded the rest of the content for tonight, and we got plenty more to talk about. And I don't think we've even really touched on Lunar New Year's aside from the decorations I have up in the break scenes over here. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream, regardless of the incredibly difficult topics we've been discussing tonight. I mean, my God, threat level midnight. Anyway, while you're here, you might as well like and subscribe to the stream. Don't forget to hit that bell icon too, so you don't miss any of that sweet, sweet galactic content. While you're doing those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that, of course. We got YouTube, we got Twitch, we got Cash App, we got PayPal. But of course, you can get the most space benefits in the goddamn Milky Way galaxy for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. That's right. So much great stuff awaits. Alright, chat. Enjoy this final space break. I'll be right back. You know what that sound means, chat? It's time for us to get back to the show. I hope that was enough of a space break to get everybody through the rest of it. Alright. Well, we gotta go north from the DRC to talk about Palestine and what has been going on there since the ceasefire deal and since the beginning of the hostage releases on both sides. Gaza is still what is essentially a demolition site. People are still being fired upon while trying to return to their homes. And there's a massive group of people, utterly massive, attempting to return to what may be left of their homes. Let's go and start this off here. This was Reuters from yesterday showing just that.
Twins Mahmoud and Ibrahim Al-Atut hug after a year of separation. Palestinians streamed back into northern Gaza on Monday, with Israel giving them the green light to return as part of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Mohammed Audi reunited with his parents and brother as they returned after being displaced for more than a year.
It's better than the whole world. It's a great victory to see my mother, father and brother. Praise to God. I have been away from them for 1 year and 4 months. I was alone in the north here. They were all in the south.
Northern Gaza's devastated landscape of crushed concrete and twisted metal is where some of the most intense Israeli airstrikes and battles with militants took place. Mohammed Arifi said being away was like death.
When I get back to Gaza City, I will come back to life. I swear to God, the feeling is indescribable. To see my family, my people, my neighborhood, where I was raised and where I lived.
Under the terms of the ceasefire, residents of northern Gaza were due to return at the weekend. But Israel said Palestinian militant group Hamas had breached the deal by failing to release civilian female hostage Arb al-Yahud in a second exchange at the weekend. So, as displaced Gazans slept on the road waiting to be allowed to head north, Israel kept its forces deployed in the Netzarim corridor that separates the north from the rest of the enclave.
Which they weren't supposed to be
Qatari
doing.
Mediators resolved the dispute late Sunday. Hamas agreed to release Yahud and 2 other hostages 2 days before the next scheduled release. The group said on Monday it had also handed over to mediators a list showing that 25 Israeli hostages are still alive, out of 33 scheduled for release. The war has killed at least 47,000 Palestinians, according to Gaza's health ministry. It displaced most Gazans,
It's a super
many
big
several
undercount.
times, including 650,000 people forced to leave northern Gaza. The ceasefire deal also requires 600 truckloads of aid to be allowed into Gaza every day of the initial 6-week ceasefire, including 50 carrying fuel. Half should head north, where experts have warned famine is imminent.
Famine has been imminent for quite a while now. What just happened? You don't know if you would feel safe going back? Well, it's not safe.
We begin in the Middle East.
We saw images of people being shot at in Rafah, in North Gaza, Israel not withdrawing from the Netzarim corridor for over a week after the deal was announced, even though they were supposed to be out of there immediately. Yeah, nowhere to sleep. Very limited food aid is coming in, but I guess it's technically more than there was like a month ago or whatever, but yeah, it's not safe. It's just a, what do you call it? Oh god, I can't even think of the word I'm thinking of right now. It's just smart thinking on your part to not feel like you would be safe.
We begin in the Middle East, where thousands of displaced Palestinians are returning to northern Gaza. I want to take you to the live pictures from Gaza, where you can see there are long lines of people streaming along that coast road, many carrying their possessions on their backs. Residents were allowed to start returning on foot 4 hours ago. Many are using Rashid Street, the sea road. Then 2 hours later, vehicles were allowed to start moving into the north, but they will all have to be inspected at checkpoints. Now, over the weekend, thousands of Palestinians who had hoped to be allowed back home had gathered at the military barrier which had been blocking the route. The Israeli authorities had made the return of the tens of thousands of Palestinians to the north conditional on the release of an Israeli civilian hostage. Arbel Yehud, she wasn't freed on Saturday when 4 women soldiers were. Hamas says it will now release her and 2 other hostages on Thursday, followed by 3 more on Saturday. In other developments, Egypt has rejected any attempt to relocate Palestinians from Gaza after US President Donald Trump said he'd like to see more than 1 million of Gaza's residents taken in by other Arab nations. He told reporters that the Strip was, and I quote, literally a demolition site, and suggested it be cleaned out. Well, let's go live to our correspondent John Donnison, who joins me from Jerusalem. John, we are seeing these extraordinary live pictures of those thousands of people heading back to the north, I suppose, to see what is left of their homes.
Yeah, and we're not talking about thousands of people, we're talking about tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people on the move. It's estimated there are some more than 500,000 Palestinians in southern Gaza who have been displaced from the north and are going to try and go home. But you're right to suggest that many of them won't have a home to go to. The United Nations says some 60% of all buildings in the Gaza Strip have been destroyed or damaged. Nevertheless, people want to get back to the rubble of their homes and make some attempt to rebuild.
John, yeah, I'm seeing also on one of the feeds of pictures, queues of cars waiting. Just explain.
These massive crowds of people heading back. I mean, we've known what the situation was. We've been talking about it on the ground. Not on the ground, but we've been talking about the on-the-ground situation in Gaza for a full year now. In fact, I just realized we're less than a month away from having literally been streaming this here from the space station for almost a full year. That's crazy. We're going to have to do some sort of anniversary here. I think it's February 20th was the first stream we ever did. Doing the news. Doing the spacecast. But like, these images are so troubling. The number of people that are heading back to these areas that are just completely destroyed. What it is their future entails, even if Israel ends its onslaught of Gaza, which I'm not sure there's much more to onslaught, but aside from people, which of course would also be bad. But my point is that the actual infrastructure left is, I mean, it's all crumbled. It's all been targeted. It's been a year. That's right, Disco. 100%. It's been a year. Almost. We're getting very close. We're 11 months and like 10 days, I think, in to this spacecast. Day in, day out, trying to bring you all the happenings, both on Earth and in space, and my opinions on all of that. Perhaps a little entertainment here and there. Hopefully people are being value-tained. Although I know that this sort of stuff isn't super value-taining. But I just keep thinking about it. Like, the more and more people like start like gathering to head back to their homes, the more that I start thinking, holy fuck, where are they going to go? Because I've seen some images, and we're going to see some more. But it's not safe, like Donald James said. Like, and I don't know if it's the same reason why you said it, but like I'm just thinking about the structural integrity of some of the buildings that I see people setting up in and things like that. beyond all the other things.
Difference between those who are allowed on foot and if they do have a vehicle?
Yeah, so from 7 o'clock local time this morning, Palestinians were allowed to start moving on foot. So they all started going up the coastal road, which runs all the way along the coast through Gaza. And it's quite a long walk, actually. I mean, certainly if they're going to the very far north of Gaza, you're going to be talking more than 10 kilometres. They were going on foot, carrying whatever they could, the sick, the young. 2 hours later, they opened the main Salah al-Din road, which goes right up the middle of the Gaza Strip. That was open to cars, trucks, any sort of vehicle, but all those vehicles have to be inspected by the Israeli military. And my experience of Israeli checkpoints, I mean, that could be a very, very long wait for people.
And John, just explain why there was the hold-up, because we had expected this to happen at the weekend.
Yes, under the original ceasefire plan, it was meant to happen at the weekend, but then we had some wrangling over which hostages should have been released on Saturday. So the Israelis had said that they wanted a civilian hostage, a woman who's now 29, she was 28 when she was captured, Arbel Yehud, and she has now been put on the list of those who are going to be freed later in the week, because at the weekend we only had those 4 Israeli soldiers coming out. So she's going to come out on Thursday now with 2 other Israeli hostages, and then on Saturday 3 further hostages will be released in exchange for scores of Palestinian prisoners.
And on the ceasefire deal, we are in phase 1. How many people in this first phase are we expecting to be released? And indeed, how many of those Palestinian prisoners that are held in Israeli jails will be released in return?
Well, on the Israeli side, it's 33 Israeli hostages in total in the first 6-week phase. 7 have already come out so far, so that's 26 more over the next 5 weeks.
Biblical scenes. Yeah, literally. Quite many. It does resemble an exodus. I think we've made that comparison before, if I'm not mistaken. And now it feels all too relevant. What's up with all the dots in chat? Why is everybody what are these dots? Explain yourself. What is this? What does this mean? All right, this was just some live footage from Reuters and then the Associated Press of some of this exodus. Now, I'm fairly certain Reuters was not on the ground here. I'm actually like about 100% sure that they were not on the ground. Because of course, no journalistic outlets are allowed in Gaza. It's a dot off? Okay. Alright, you do you. You do you, Space Fams. What just happened? Was that it? Okay. Then we'll just go to the AP, I guess. What just happened? My God. This line stretches the entire coastline. Holy shit. And there's zero infrastructure. We saw a bridge back there, but there's no road. It's all sand. Look at the destruction. This is insane. Looks like Hiroshima. Look how long that line is. You have a horrible suspicion the IDF will try and move them again? Well, it sounds like they have the support of the US president to do such a thing. Donald Trump as much as said it verbatim that maybe we should move all the Palestinians to somewhere else. This is unbelievable. I'm at utter loss for words. What's left for Israel to bomb exactly, aside from people, aside from civilians? Nothing. There's nothing left. Even the buildings that are still standing are unusable. This is just horrifying. These images were suppressed by the BBC on Holocaust Memorial Day. Yeah, that's not tone deaf at all. Jesus Christ. I've been displaced from Sabra Street. How long have you been displaced? Since the start of the war, straight away. Did you lose anyone from your family? Yes, we lost someone, and we lost our home. We lost a son. You lived through significant events. The 6 days Nakba War. I lived through the Nakba of 1948. We've never seen a war like this. We experienced the war once and went to Rafah. Praise be to God. You've never experienced anything? No, we've never. During the 1940 war, I was still young, and I was worried about the land. Is this the first time you've seen these scenes? The first time. We've never seen anything like this. What can we do? Praise be to God. It is God who has lifted the hardship. How have you seen the suffering of people and children? Can't you see me crying for them? My children are saying to me, you won't make it home on foot. I told them if I could get there faster than walking, I'd be there already. Don't worry about me. I'm 76 years old. I used to weigh 78 kilograms. Look at me now. 45 kilograms. Jesus. Where have you been displaced from? Al-Sheikh Radwan. Where have you been displaced from? To Al-Nusrat since the first day of the war. Did you lose anyone from your family? Praise be to God, no. How do you feel today returning to your hometown? It feels as if I'm entering paradise. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, the continued optimism from Palestinians is truly a testament to human fortitude. To be able to look at what they're looking at and say, we've made it to paradise. I mean, just wow. Wow. It's the same joy a believer feels when entering paradise. Gaza is our paradise. Who's been displaced with you? All of our family. All of us are going back today, God willing. Honestly, we've been waiting for this day for about a week now. Not just last night. We've been waiting and preparing and imagining Gaza and what today would be like. Praise be to God, it's finally here. Me, my sisters, and my family. All of us. Your entire family? Yes. The first message is to the resistance, to remain steadfast and do what they believe in. We are with them all of the way. Even if I have to stay here in Al-Nusrat for the rest of my life, what matters is that I stand with the resistance because the resistance is what's right. Where have you been? From Al-Nasser. Where did you move to? You moved to Al-Nusrat. How long have you been displaced? A year. How do you feel today? Happy. How are you smiling, kid? I'm with my aunts and tomorrow my mother is coming too. Right now, seeing so many people has made me happy. It feels like we're finally going back to our homes. How is the north? Is anyone coming to call back? Yes, I have 2 aunts there. They told us to come. What time did you get up this morning to get ready? 6 a.m. And how are the preparations going? Good. Are you very excited? Yes, I'm excited because I'll finally see my aunts. I haven't seen them in a whole year. My feelings are filled with sadness and grief for what we have lost in Gaza. Our happiness isn't complete. We've lost so much. Our homes are gone, our houses destroyed, and we've been displaced. But thanks to God Almighty, we've returned to our homes, our land, and to see our area and our people. Did you lose anyone from your family? I lost my mother. Where was the attack? In Deir al-Balah. Thank God. Thank God Almighty. Who's returning with you to the north today? My husband and my daughters. How would you describe your joy? I'm happy. Yesterday our joy is incomplete. We've arrived. We've returned. Today our joy is complete. What do you plan on doing when you get to the north? We'll set up tents and live. Just like everyone else. Jesus Christ. I can't believe that Donald Trump thinks that displacing these people, sending them to a different country is going to work. They clearly don't want to be ethnically cleansed from their homeland, you know? That's not going to be happening. Certainly not willingly. It would be a forced displacement, if so. You can hear from every single person there that they are planning to resist, to support the resistance fighters like Al-Qassam. So it seems like none of the goals of this supposed war, aka the genocide, have been completed. So it was just a horrifying atrocity for atrocity's sake, and that's what we're left with, is a situation where an entire country has been leveled to the ground, but the people living there refuse to leave. We have the US president saying that they should go to Jordan or Egypt. I don't even know what to say. Alright, we got a few more stories on Gaza here before we talk some other stuff. Oh, this is Channel 4 News. Apparently they have come out with a documentary, and this is a trailer for that documentary, which I believe will be airing later today.
Start whenever you want. Raise questions.
Youssef is a Palestinian journalist covering the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza.
This war is like nothing Gaza has experienced before. It's hell on earth. There is 1 million child in Gaza are exposed to all of this horror on a daily basis. I kept seeing that until I became numb somehow. Oof.
After 6 months reporting on the conflict, he was displaced to London. This is his story.
This is the curse of being born as a Palestinian. You are in a constant move.
This is Mom. Say hi. Expose them. Expose them to the world.
My friends, my neighbors, my relatives, and people that I lived with them for 30 years.
This is all that I have left. This is what remains of my home.
This is Gaza.
Maybe we'll watch some of that in the future. Like I said, it's supposed to, I think it's supposed to stream live today at some point. I don't know when. Wait, a BBC guy got into Gaza from Jordan? Is that true? I did not hear about that. I was not aware of this at all. I'm gonna have to look into that situation. Okay. What is this next? Another channel 4 showing the return of more Gazans to their homes. I believe this is in the north.
Yesterday, the first day people were allowed back into the north of Gaza. And they kept coming, over 300,000 of them, through the night and into today. Families became divided in the chaos of this journey. Others separated since the start of the war. Umali Muhassin hasn't seen her daughter and grandchild for 15 months. They're due to meet in this neighborhood in Gaza City.
Look at the conditions. When I see them, I will forget the tiredness as long as they arrive to me safely.
Then the respite of reunification in the rubble.
I am very happy that I'm reunited with my family. I get to see my mother and all my sisters. Thank God. Tears of joy. These are tears of joy.
Salah al-Din Street is the designated route for people with vehicles returning home. Checkpoints run by Egyptian and American contractors who screen the traffic for weapons. Otman Abu Halima has run out of petrol. The family are pushing the car home.
Jesus Christ. We've been on the road for 24 hours. It's torment and fatigue. Oh my God. I cannot imagine. It's like a Mr. Universe competition. No, it's worse than that. It's like, I can't even, it's like, what's his name? Not Sisyphus. Who's the one that had to push the boulder up the... Why can't I think of it? It is Sisyphus. Okay, alright, thank God. Oh, I thought I was losing my mind. It's like Sisyphus, almost, you know? It's a literal hell. 24 hours of having to push a fully loaded car. What? After they finished, we had to start pushing the car. There was no alternative.
This is what they're returning to. Homelessness, unexploded ordnance, bodies still buried in the rubble. The need for industrial levels of aid is plain to see. Under the ceasefire deal, 600 lorries of aid are to be allowed into Gaza a day. UNRWA, the UN's relief agency, facilitates the delivery of the majority of that aid. But last year the Israeli government voted to ban UNRWA, accusing it of colluding with Hamas. That ban is due to go live on Thursday and will coincide with another exchange of hostages and detainees. The problem: the terms of a ceasefire are unlikely to be met without UNRWA operating in Gaza.
That public communication by the government of Israel towards UNRWA has been extremely aggressive, but it has not been clear in terms of what will be allowed and what will not be allowed. So the actual implementation of these bans on UNRWA have not been clarified to us.
What's most likely to happen on Thursday: UNRWA will close its compound in East Jerusalem but continue to deliver aid into Gaza, because as of yet, there's no alternative. Maintaining the fragile peace, a much more complicated long-term affair than waging the war.
Who was Aesop again? Aesop, I believe, was a Greek storyteller.
The Labour MP Emily Thornberry is chair of Parliament's Foreign Affairs Select Committee and is just back from a visit to Jordan. She joins me now from Westminster. Emily Thornberry, first of all, your reaction to what's happening in Gaza. I mean, if UNRWA cannot operate in Gaza, and there's some debate about to what extent they can't on the ground. How disastrous do you think that would be?
It simply has to be able to operate in Gaza. I mean, there are no ifs or buts. You know, UNRWA is the organization that educates the children, that runs the clinics, that organizes the aid. There are 13,000 people who work for UNRWA, and I think 9.
And yet, while Israel is blocking aid still from entering Gaza, even though they're not supposed to be, the U.S. is, even with Donald's federal aid freeze, carved out a tiny loophole for Israel to continue receiving aid. Like Israel needs more fucking aid. The fuck? This is insane.
Of them were accused by the Israelis of behaving in a completely partisan and wrong way, but there has been an inquiry that has been dealt with, and frankly there is no other organization but UNRWA that can do the sort of work that needs to be done, that must be done in Gaza.
No kidding.
The Biden administration stopped funding for UNRWA almost exactly a year ago. Trump's new ambassador at the UN will say that that ban will continue after March, when it was supposed to expire. The British government has said they support UNRWA. What do you think we should do? I mean, can we fill the hole that's left by America refusing to send over the dollars?
I don't think that we can completely fill the hole. I think that the hole has to be filled. I think today there was an announcement in Parliament that there was a large increase in the amount of aid going into Gaza, which I think then ups the amount of aid that Britain has given to Gaza to about 126 million or something in the last year. And we're working with the Jordanians to make sure that aid is getting into northern Gaza, because that's the route that the Jordanians are going to take. And it seems that many of the trucks are getting through. But you know, one thing that isn't happening is that there continues to be a pettiness and a silliness when it comes to letting tents in. And tents and sleeping bags, which obviously people desperately need. They've come back to their homes. Their homes don't exist. They need to have somewhere else that they can live.
Yeah, and it's the middle of winter, the coldest time in Palestine. And we've seen some of the footage of that. People in the cold, huddling in tents. Without tents, what do they have to even protect them from that cold? Literally nothing. This is horrifying. And I hope the UK can do something, because I don't know how we could possibly convince Donald Trump to worry about the humanity of Palestinians. Doesn't seem like something that's on his list so much.
There's also, as was referred to in your piece, an awful lot of unexploded ordnance out there, which is really dangerous and needs to be cleared. And again, the Israelis are not being helpful when it comes to the sort of work that needs to be done and the sort of equipment that needs to be brought into Gaza in order to make sure that that's cleared.
As you said at the beginning of the interview, you've just come back from Jordan. We know that President Trump has been on the phone to Jordan and Egypt, telling them repeatedly about his plan to clear out, his words, the Gaza Strip and move the Palestinians who live there, who still regarded home, to Jordan and to Egypt. I mean, that's a massive question mark hanging over all of this, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there needs to be a peace settlement for Gaza and for the West Bank. There needs to be, in my view, in the view of my committee, a rebuilding of Gaza. Now, the question is, how do we do that if there can't be a guarantee that it isn't all going to get bombed again in 3 or 4 years' time? So it has to be tied into a proper peace deal, which means that there has to be a really solid path for the Palestinians towards their own state. And if that does happen, then I think that money will go in for the rebuilding of Gaza. Now, Donald Trump also says that he wants there to be a regional deal. And part of that regional deal really can't hold together, in my view, without there being justice for the Palestinians and a Palestinian.
Yeah, but Donald Trump's deal also includes ethnically cleansing the rest of Palestinians out of Palestine for some indefinite, potentially permanent. He literally said it. So yeah, there's no way the current suggestions by Trump are going to happen, considering what we know about all this situation. So something has to be done. Now, like it was mentioned before, Jordan has been doing their best to get aid in. Here's CBS News from 12 hours ago.
Jordanian helicopters have begun delivering aid to Gaza for the first time since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas went into effect. The much-needed aid arrives as thousands of Palestinians make the journey back to their homes in northern Gaza. BBC News correspondent Fergal Keane was the first journalist to join the air mission, taking supplies into a situation that a Jordanian government spokesman described as horrific and inhumane.
They've been waiting for this moment. Now with the ceasefire, the airlift can begin. We joined the Jordanian Air Force first mission to Gaza since the truce. Before we left, on the ground, the loading of aid, including this consignment from Britain.
A lot of what's being brought today is medical aid, and that's absolutely crucial because the health system in Gaza has been battered.
Before we took off, there was a message from Jordan's government.
We think this is inhumane and must stop. We think Palestinians in Gaza deserve to live in dignity and to get enough support from the world at a humanitarian level.
We flew out, heading away from the base, on the hour-long journey to the Gaza Strip. We passed over Jordanian territory, then over Israel. Jordanian troops, and this possible because of a political deal.
We're now close to the Gaza border, should be putting down in a couple of minutes. Now, time on the ground is very limited because there are so many other helicopters waiting to come in. It's a very small airstrip, only 2 can land at a time.
We dipped and began the final approach to Gaza. This is towards the south, close to Deir al-Balah. The ruins in the desert glare, testament to more than a year of war. The Israelis pounded areas where they hunted and fought Hamas. The cost for civilians was devastating.
I love how CBS wants to pretend like Israel was fighting Hamas instead of just genociding civilians. But okay. All right, CBS.
Touchdown, 2,000 feet inside the strip. Now, from the ground, looking across the fence, we could see the devastation of Gaza. And this just one small part of a broken place.
More choppers backed up, waiting to bring in badly needed aid. Across there, the ruins where tens of thousands of people took refuge. They're now in the middle of a ceasefire, hoping that it lasts so that this aid can get there.
Not a lot of aid. And the fact is trucks can barely get around in Gaza, as you can see from all the images we've looked at. There's practically no roads left. And usually trucks prefer to drive on roads rather than over rubble and or, you know, just sand and dirt. It's like you need an off-road vehicle just to deliver aid, or like, you know? Ah, God. And the airdrops, of course, were killing people. But now it feels like airdrops are almost the only way to get aid in. And that is just fucked.
That's too much, man!
Okay, well, we're done with the sad part of the stream. Let's try and enjoy ourselves for the end of this. Because it is technically Lunar New Year's Eve. Actually, Lunar New Year's now in full everywhere. No longer Lunar New Year's Eve, but we're going to pretend. We're going to pretend like it still is Lunar New Year's Eve just because of how long it took us to get here. Let's go and start in China. and see some of the Lunar New Year celebrations there. This year's Spring Festival reunion dinners started early for these furry friends. Dog owners in Shanghai brought their pets out for a Lunar New Year meal. Whether I'm happy or sad, he's always there for me. So for this reunion dinner, I'm with him, my best friend, and we're eating together. We're enjoying the atmosphere of the celebrations together. It looks yummy. Spring Festival celebrations have started across China. A travel rush is underway as people head home to reunite with their families. Oh boy, that's a lot of people in that tiny airport. Families traditionally gather for a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. It is a time when hundreds of millions of people shop, eat, and exchange gifts. The activities also make the holiday a barometer for China's economy. China's recent sluggish economic conditions have many wishing for a better year ahead. Every year, the economic environment makes it harder and harder to earn money. In terms of the impact on my work, it's still okay. I'm worried, but our industry is still okay. There is some impact, but not that big. Does this affect your holiday mood? No. I'm very happy to be going home. I'm super happy and excited. Okay, let's go a little south to Hong Kong and see how they were celebrating Lunar New Year there. Or Lunar New Year's Eve, more specifically. I need to block Facebook and Instagram on TikTok. It does wonders for your FYP. Okay. I actually don't use TikTok. I have it, but I don't use it. I'm just focused on YouTube all the time. Although I have been considering streaming there for like months now. Still haven't gotten to it. I've been meaning to, but managing to get the multi-stream constantly functioning all the time is frustrating me lately. Last stream we couldn't even do it, and today, since I was starting so late, I just decided to nix it entirely because of all the problems we had with it last time trying to get started. So yeah, I really haven't been utilizing TikTok to its fullness. You can see tons of people showed up to this outdoor market here on New Year's Eve, doing their shopping. As of course was mentioned, shopping is sort of a big deal around New Year's, Lunar New Year's, as gifts are often, not just often, but are an essential part of the Lunar New Year celebrations. There's, of course, the red envelopes, other things like that. All right, let's go down to Vietnam and see the Lunar New Year's fireworks celebration on... If ByteDance caves and sells TikTok, you're going straight to Red Note. That's a plan. Oh, but there is the problem of China apparently attempting to block foreign IPs. Although you could always get a VPN.
Thưa quý vị khán giả, lúc này đây, pháo hoa rực rỡ đang thắp sáng bầu trời cả nước. Năm Bất Tỵ đã đến với Tổ quốc Việt Nam thân yêu của chúng ta.
Vâng, kính thưa quý vị, năm 2025 là một năm có ý nghĩa đặc biệt quan trọng với đất nước ta, với mỗi người chúng ta, là năm nước rút để chúng ta cùng nhau thực hiện thắng lợi nghị quyết đại hội 13 của Đảng, và là năm bản về để tất cả chúng ta cùng nhau khơi dậy những nguồn động lực mạnh mẽ để bước vào kỷ nguyên mới, kỷ nguyên vươn mình của cả dân tộc.
Cùng với đó là rất nhiều những cơ hội và thách thức để mỗi con người chúng ta có thể hành động và nỗ lực cố gắng công hiến.
All right, well, there you go. That's Hanoi in Vietnam. They're celebrating Lunar New Year's too, of course. Now let's go a little bit east to Taiwan. Many Asian nations celebrate Lunar New Year's, not just China. This must be, yeah, this is a... This appears to be a lunar market, Lunar New Year's market here in Taiwan. People shopping for incense and for food and for whatever else they might need to bring in the new year. A lot of eating goes on. Food is a big part of this holiday. Food and gifts. It's basically like Asian Christmas. This guy looking directly into the camera. Hey buddy, we see you. You're breaking the fourth wall, sir. All right. Let's see.
Along with the dragon dances and the red paper lanterns, this is another symbol of the Chinese New Year, jam-packed train stations. More than 500 million passengers will pass through major travel hubs as city dwellers return to their hometowns to celebrate the Lunar New Year with their families and usher in the Year of the Snake.
I'm actually afraid of snakes, but I hope the Year of the Snake will be better than the Year of the Dragon.
Yeah, the Year of the Dragon was much worse than I was hoping for.
Hope to get rich, for work to go smoothly, and for family happiness.
Chinese New Year is celebrated beyond China's borders, like here in Thailand, where the main tourist street in the capital Bangkok was filled with dragons and drums. While in Myanmar, celebrations took place under the shadow of the ongoing violence between the military junta and rebel groups.
Oh
Other
yeah,
Asian
gotta love
countries
the
are celebrating their own New
gotta
Year
love the lion
customs.
dance.
In Vietnam, people are preparing for the Tet Festival.
It's an occasion for reunion, a time to reflect and to honour our ancestors who give us the lives we have today.
It's traditional for families to bring fruit-laden kumquat trees into their homes. They're a symbol of prosperity, though ironically this year they're harder on the pocket because of a storm-hit harvest.
The most beautiful trees are expensive. People are not complaining about the prices. We're enjoying ourselves. It's a happy year.
Vietnamese families will eat seasonal dishes like banh chung, a steamed rice, bean and pork cake that takes 12
it's making me
hours to
hungry.
make. It's labour intensive, so people often buy them pre-made, but for many families, the time spent making them with loved ones at home is an unmissable part of the Tet celebrations.
Okay, almost done. This is our second to last video. Excuse me, sir. One moment. Pause, if you will. Thank you. Good God. There we go. Penultimate video, everyone. Great job. I can't believe we made it this far together. Truly incredible. All right. I figured we'd just pepper in a couple of fun ones here at the end. I actually haven't seen this first one, but I am pretty sure this is going to be a good one. Because I watched like the first 5 seconds. I don't know. No? I mean, this is, it's to be expected. The stream has to end at some point, and it's 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, okay? And we're still going to have the after stream, so don't worry. We're going to probably be going for like at least another like 30 minutes or so. Got a full extra half out of all this. All right. Now, this is technically a commercial, but hey. Might as well. Poor white guy sitting back here at the table all alone. Might as well. Uh-oh.
Honesty is the best policy.
Hi. Happy Lunar New Year.
Happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you for coming. You must be Diego.
You're dating our favorite niece.
You must have questions.
We do too.
The lawyer.
They won't get here in time.
What?
Where do you live?
The city.
Do you have a house?
I live with my parents.
Did you go to college?
I studied law.
So you're a lawyer?
I actually work in a coffee shop.
Why don't you work in law?
Disbarred?
Do you have student loans?
Delinquent?
How's your relationship with your mother?
Oh my God.
Distant?
Well,
Oh,
no,
boy.
not exactly. I mean, I put my career on hold to take care of my mom.
Do you know why you're here?
Yeah, do you know why you're here?
To meet the most important people in my girlfriend's life.
Yeah, but why today?
Because it's Lunar New Year.
What is Lunar New Year?
It's a celebration of friends and family with feasts and gambling in the basement.
Except for the basement.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh my God. Oh.
New Year.
It's a celebration of friends and family with feasts and gambling in the basement.
And definitely
Correct
smoking
on
too.
everything except
Don't
for the
forget
basement.
smoking.
I saw it with my own eyes.
You saw nothing.
I didn't see anything.
That's right. There we go. Now you get it.
我想我喜欢看。
I think I like him.
我选我也
I think I like you too. Oh, he speaks Mandarin.
One more question.
Have you eaten yet? You're not giving him a hard time, are you?
What? The accusation.
He's practically family. Are you practically family?
Now I am.
All right, I'm gonna give Panda Express the W on that one. That was funny. That was a good one. That was a good one. Oh man. All right, and I figured we would end the stream with a musical experience. Although I'm definitely gonna have to probably cut this one out. I say fuck it. Everybody dance. There you go, fams. It's gonna wrap it up. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. It was quite long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. No, that's the wrong one. God damn it. You didn't think I'd forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Pog, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All the people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.
Are you not entertained?
Where is it? I know I got it somewhere. Ah, yes. There she goes. Alright, everybody, bask in the glory of the super secret late night, after hours galactic chill stream. Relax and enjoy yourself. by the way, if you're not aware, Chinese New Year celebrations usually last for about 2 weeks, so these decorations are going to stay up for a while. We might edit them a little bit. Got a few other ones I've been trying to work onto the stream, but there's a bunch of stuff I had to take down and then put these up. It's a lot. Am I going to put up lanterns in the space alleyway? Yes, that is one of my plans. I've got a bunch of stuff that I've been meaning to work into here, but only got as many decorations as I got up by tonight. Technically, today is Lunar New Year's Day, so, I think I deserve a little leeway on my timing. I know it's not perfect. Did what I could. Well, why does it look like that? It's wrong. Everything is wrong.
Why is all so fucked? Why does this not work?